Chapter 1, Child of the Prophecy. How are you so powerful, Uzumaki? Asked the nearly dead Toby. Because I am fighting for something. Change, and I believe the best course lies with Akatsuki. Face it, Izuna, your time is up and your plan in shambles. I am the new Akatsuki leader and you are just a footnote, said Uzumaki Naruto as he plunged his katana into Uchiha Izuna's heart, ending the legend once and for all. It is done. Akatsuki is mine, he said as he pulled the blade out of Izuna's corpse and replaced it within its sheath. He then turned to the 4 people standing behind him. So, you've gotten control of Akatsuki. What are you going to do now, Dobi? Came the voice of Uchiha Sasuke. First of all, I'm not the Dobi anymore. Second of all, you're under my command, Sasuke. Don't think for a minute that Taka isn't within Akatsuki's jurisdiction. And thirdly, I will be destroying that monstrosity, said Naruto as he pointed to the Geto Mazo. Kisame, if you will. Hi, spoke Kisame as he went through the hand seals for the Suikuden no Jutsu water shark bullet technique and sent a couple at the Geto Mazo. Needless to say, it was reduced to rubble. Zetsu, go locate Hidan's whereabouts. I think we'll need him. With a bow to his new leader, Zetsu sunk into the ground to carry out his assignment. And what of me, Naruto-sama? Came the angelic voice of Konan. You shall be with me, Konan. Like you served Nagato, you shall serve me. And our first order of business is to gather recruits for Akatsuki. Sasuke, you shall do the same. Get one of your team members and go to Kiri. Send the other 2 to Kumo. And where will you be going? Asked Sasuke. Quote ellipsis. Konoha. Konoha, midnight. The village was slowly, but surely, being repaired. About a quarter of the village was already rebuilt and another 2 quarters more than halfway finished. I gotta say, Pain did a number here, said Yamato as he was walking around, patrolling as it were. He destroyed the entire village, so I'd say he did do a number. I swear, sometimes you're slow, Tenzo, said Kakashi nonchalantly as he was reading his Ika Ika book. I told you not to refer to me by that name, senpai. By Kami you did, didn't you? Oh well, mistakes happen. By the way, has anyone been able to locate Naruto? At that Kakashi sighed. No, and no one will. When he doesn't want to be found, no one will find him. And that's what worries me. Maybe he's taking some personal time. Fighting the person that killed your godfather can really set you back. So maybe he's taking a break to get himself straight once again. I hope you're right, Tenzo. I hope you're right. Senpai, you called me that name again. Did you say something? No. Senpai, you're impossible. What they were unaware of, however, was the object of their conversation was standing on a rooftop right above them, his new Akatsuki cloak fluttering softly with the midnight air. Infiltration successful. Now, to business. We're here to recruit promising individuals. And with me being from here, I know most of the candidates. I'll follow you, Naruto-sama. No, Konan, you shall remain out of sight. You were a part of the destruction of Konoha, so they would recognize you. They still think I'm loyal, so they wouldn't suspect me. Stay with the shadows and, if you have to follow, keep a fair distance but don't involve yourself unless you absolutely have to. I understand. One more thing, hold my cloak for me, said our blonde hero as he pulled his hood down, unbuttoned his cloak, and handed it to Konan, who slipped it into her pack. He's wearing the same style of cloak Toby wore when he announced he was Uchiha Madara, but this one has sleeves, so like Sasuke's. He then took his Konoha Hitai-8 out of his pocket and tied it on. He has yet to scratch his. Once preparations were complete, he leapt off the building and onto the streets below. Spotting Kakashi and Yamato, he ran up to them. Oi, Kakashi-sensei, Yamato Taiko. And Naruto, where were you all this time? Asked Kakashi. I was clearing my head. Sorry if I scared you too. No, it's all right, Naruto. We understand, but, now that you're here, we'd better fill you in on the details. What did I miss? There's going to be a Cages summit in Tetsu no Kuni, Land of Iron, in a few weeks. All 5 Cages are going to meet to discuss what to do with Akatsuki. No need to worry about them, Yamato Taiko. I had a run-in with Toby while I was out and, well, let's just say he's no longer a problem. Wait, you killed Toby? Naruto, this is very good news. We must tell the council right away. You know I hate the council, Yamato. I know, Naruto, but we need to get this information through. You've ended the Akatsuki, that's no small feat. You've even made the Cage Summit invalid. It doesn't have to happen now. Naruto, please. Just one meeting with the council and it'll all be over. Pleaded Kakashi. Damn it. Alright, let's go. Both Yamato and Kakashi nodded and turned, as if going towards the council's tent. Naruto, who was lagging behind purposefully, nodded at one of the dark corners of an alley. Conan, who was hiding there, got the message and rushed out, knocking Yamato to the ground and plunging a kunai into his heart in one swift move. And before Kakashi could react, he felt something cold and sharp run through his chest. He looked back and saw Naruto there with his right hand grasping the very katana that penetrated his heart. With his last breath he muttered one thing. Quote ellipsis. Why? Kakashi went limp on the blade and Naruto tore his katana out of the lifeless shell that was Sharingan no Kakashi, then replaced back into the sheath. Preserve these bodies, Conan. They both have extraordinary tales to tell and a trove of jutsu to pass on. Hi, Naruto-sama. With those words, Conan used her Shikigami no Might dance of the formula paper to wrap the bodies of Kakashi and Yamato up in paper, then sealed them up into a storage scroll. With those two out of the way, our operation has become that much easier. Do you know of any people who stand out when it comes to skill, or people who have potential? Several, though the problem is their loyalty to this village. But I think I know a couple who would join me, regardless of what banner I fly. Then who's number one on your list? Hyuga Hinata. Temporary Hyuga estate. There, on her bed, sat the heiress herself, Hyuga Hinata. She was staring out of her window and into the starlit midnight sky, enjoying the feel of the cool air brushing against her skin. Wearing naught but a bra and some comfy pants, she felt the scar left by Pain's stab, and remembered back to that day. Naruto-kun, where are you? Are you avoiding me? Has the Akatsuki captured you? Oh, Kami forbid that from happening. Wherever you are, Naruto-kun, my love shall always follow you. She let out a sad sigh and laid back on her bed. There was a small gust of wind and she shivered slightly, then leaned up to look out her window again. But there, sitting with his back against the wall, his left leg propped up and his left elbow propped on his left knee and with his right leg hanging out of the window, was the object of her concerns and dreams. Yo, Hinata, spoke Naruto softly. And Naruto-kun. Who else wears all this orange? She laughed sweetly at that. No one but you would be that bold. You seem more confident now, Hinata. Usually when we speak like this, you faint. Hi, the Pain incident changed me, but for the better. I was able to tell me you loved me. I remember. And that's why I'm here. At that, Naruto fully stepped into Hinata's room and approached her. What do you mean, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked, blushing at what her mind was imagining. Hinata, take a look at this. Naruto held up his right hand, the back of his hand facing her. She looked closely, then saw what he wanted her to see. There, sitting on his right thumb, was the ring labeled, Rei, 0. The ring of the Akatsuki leader, and Hinata knew this. Her face changed from curiosity to horror and she backed away slowly. Hinata, please, hear me out. If your love for me meant anything to you, please, stay. I'll at least listen. That's all I ask. Naruto motioned for Hinata to sit back down, and, of course, she did. He sat in a chair across from her bed. I have, indeed, joined the Akatsuki. Not only that, but I am its leader now. I joined because I believe the road to true peace lies with the Akatsuki. I realized, during my conversation with Nagato, the true body of Pain, that I can't lead the world to true peace by myself. I needed an organization. I needed power, standing, money. I needed a lot. So, with so few options, I turned to my greatest enemy, the Akatsuki of course. I'll be honest with you, Hinata. I have already killed 2 former comrades because they were going to get in the way of my plight for true peace. Who? Naruto-kun. Kakashi and Yamato. They were going to tell the council that I took out Tobi. That would have made the call for the Cage Summit null. And I couldn't have that. What do you plan to do at the Cage Summit? All in due time. Anyway, everything that I have done, everything that I will do, will be in the name of peace. I will make Ero Sennin's dream a reality. But, as I said, I can't do it alone. So, I leave you with that speech. And this. Naruto then reached into his pocket and took a small object out and tossed it to Hinata, who caught it. What was in her hand surprised her. It was another ring, this one labeled Hoku North, the ring of Kakuzu. Naruto-kun, why? That's how much I trust you, Hinata. When you make up your mind, meet me at the village gates in an hour. And with those parting words, Naruto disappeared in a shadow blur, headed towards his next target, Haruno Sakura. Medic's residential tent. Sakura stepped into her tent after another long day. She sighed heartily and flopped into a comfy chair, oblivious to the other person in the tent with her. You know, it's rude to ignore someone, Sakura-chan. Huh, Naruto, when did you get back? Just now, and I bring news. Urgent news. What is it? I've found Sasuke. What? Where is he? He's joined the Akatsuki, as kind of a scout unit. Within the Akatsuki's jurisdiction, but not technically part of the Akatsuki. Sasuke-kun, he wouldn't really do that. Would he? Why wouldn't he? I did. What do you mean? She got her answer when Naruto flashed his ring like he did with Hinata. You see the 0 ring, so that means I'm the leader of the Akatsuki. And I'm telling you right now, we need you, Sakura-chan. Not only will you be building up your skills if you join, but you'll be with Sasuke again. Don't you want that? Hi, more than anything. Then here. Naruto tossed another ring and Sakura caught it. This one was labeled out blue, the ring of Deidara. When you're ready, meet me at the gates in an hour. And again, with those words, Naruto disappeared. This time he was heading towards the residential tents, but on his way, he saw a kid about a year younger than him being harassed by some looters. He stopped to take a look at this spectacle. The kid had black hair that was slightly spiky, and green eyes. He wore what looked like regular civilian clothes. Give us all your money, kid. You don't want to mess with me, trust me. I suggest you get lost. It's 3-on-1, even if you fight us, we have you outnumbered. Now don't make me repeat myself. Repeat yourself, please. I think I'm hearing things. Oh, wait, I know what that sound is. In an instant, the kid was upon the man, his hand wrapped firmly around his throat. The other 2 thugs stepped in, but 2 clones of the kid popped out of nowhere and did to them what the original did to the ringleader. By this point, the sound of gurgling and choking filled the air. Sweet, sweet sounds. Music to my ears, the kid said softly. And with just one flick of his wrist, he broke the ringleader's neck. His clones did the same. Naruto, now crouching over the edge of the building, whistled in approval. The kid dropped the lifeless body and his clones dispelled, dropping their husks as well. The kid then turned his attention to Naruto. Impressive if I do say so myself. What's your name, kid? Asked Naruto. Mando. Kazuhiro Mando. And you are? Uzumaki Naruto, at your service. And what is it you want, Naruto-san? I'm gathering recruits for an organization known as Akatsuki and I need new members. And I must say, you'd fit in nicely. What do you say? Your offer intrigues me, Naruto-san. I accept. Then here you go. Like the last time, Naruto took out a ring and he dropped it down to Mando, who caught it. This one was labeled Shuke Vermilion, the ring of Itachi. Meet me at the gates in an hour. And, like before, Naruto disappeared again, headed towards the residential tents once again. Residential tents. Naruto had spent a good 15 minutes searching for this particular tent. Now, stopping at the desired tent, he smirked and entered. Inside was the person he was looking for. Oi, Konohamaru, wake up. Konohamaru, who was having a nice dream, turned over and woke up slowly. Nichan, what's up? Konohamaru, I need you for something. For what exactly? Akatsuki. Stop joking, Nichan. I'm serious, Konohamaru. I've joined the Akatsuki as its leader. And I need you there with me. Fuck that idea. Pain destroyed my village. He killed your godfather. Now you're joining the very organization that wanted to kill you. What the fuck, Naruto? It's for peace. Your grandfather believed in it, Eros Sennin believed in it, my 2-san believed in it, and I believe in it. Why don't you? Wait, your 2-san, who was he? You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. Try me. The Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato. You're shitting me. I'm not, but my 2-san isn't an object of our discussion. Will you join me out of either your relation to me, or out of memory of Gigi? Quote ellipsis. If the Yondaime, my Gigi, and you believe in this. Then I can too. I'm in. Then take this. He handed Konohamaru a ring. This one was labeled Gyoku Jewel. The ring of Tobi. Now, pack your things and follow me to the gates. Hi. I know this is big, but it's for a greater good. Leaving will take some time to get over, but trust me when I say you won't regret it in the end. But Akatsuki are made up of S-rank criminals. I'm barely even ready to take the Chunin exams, said Konohamaru over his shoulder as he was packing. I'll train you. I'll raise you up to your full potential. And you're not the only Konoha-nin that will be defecting tonight. Sakura, Hinata, and another person are coming with us as well. Oh, I feel much better. Konohamaru said snidely. Glad you do. Now, hurry up. Village gates. Naruto and Konohamaru finally made it to the gates, and the other 3 recruits were waiting for them. Good, everyone's here. Now, everyone, we have another person traveling with us. Konan, you can come out. Obeying her order, Konan stepped out of the shadows and stood next to Naruto. This is Konan, my subordinate and my second in command. She will be traveling with us for the duration of our journey. And where exactly are we going? Asked Mando. The Uzushiogakure village hidden by the whirling tide's ruins. Why there, Naruto-kun? Because a megakure was compromised and I don't want to take the risk of setting up our headquarters there again. We'll hire contractors and builders to rebuild the village to its former glory and we'll set up there. Sound plan, Naruto-sama. Of course, we need to keep the reconstruction effort anonymous and as inconspicuous as we can make it. But we'll worry about that when the time comes to worry about it. For now, we press on to a megakure, which will serve as our temporary HQ until Uzu can be rebuilt. Any questions before we set off? Can we put our rings on? Asked Sakura. Yes, go ahead and put them on. Everyone there did so. Now, take your hitai and slash through the Konoha insignia. Hinata, Sakura, and Konohamaru did so, but Mando didn't. Mando, you're a shinobi, aren't you? I was, but I turned in my hitai a long time ago. Fair enough. Now, with these things done, all that's left to do is to leave. Once we do that, you all are officially Akatsuki members. Naruto said as he started walking, leading the group out of Konoha. Once everyone crossed the threshold and stepped outside, Naruto ushered these words. Congratulations. You all are part of the Akatsuki now. Serve well and do your job, for you are now enemies of the shinobi nations. They shall show you no mercy should they cross paths with you, so you should show no quarter as well. You have chosen the right side, however. And only time shall tell whether we shall succeed or fail. Chapter 2, The New Dawn. Are you sure about letting these rookies into the Akatsuki this early on, Naruto-sama? Asked Konan, who was leaning against a tree, her back to it, and a concerned look on her face. You let me in, didn't you? You're different. You defeated Nagato's Diva Path and you defeated Tobi. Though I have no idea how you defeated the latter of the two. You already know, Konan. And as to these rookies. Well, they're my friends, at least a majority of them are, but they are just Chunin and Genin. Maybe I should hold off on them being an actual part of Akatsuki. Thank you, Naruto-sama. It's just for the Akatsuki, Konan. I need this organization strong. And right now, we're at quarter strength. We'll make them strong, Naruto-sama. I hope you're right, Konan. With that, he looked up towards the full moon that was out and stared at it. Naruto-sama. Go to bed, Konan. It's my shift anyway. Hi, she said as she started to walk away, but stopped and turned to her leader one last time. I'm glad it was you who inherited Nagato and Yahiko's dream. No one else but you can pull this off, Naruto. I believe in you. Always remember that. And with that, Konan excused herself to her tent. Once she was gone, Naruto sighed heavily, fell back into the soft grass, put his hands behind his head and just admired the night sky. Truly, the new Akatsuki leader had a lot on his mind, as well as new burdens, the biggest of which was being a nuke nin from Konoha. I wonder what my bounty will be. Since I killed Pain, I'm certainly S rank. Maybe I'll get an S rank bounty on top of having the bounty for my return to Konoha, so they can get the Kyuubi. He thought, frowning at the last part. Damn idiots, the lot of them, on that council. The only decent ones were Ba-chan, Shizune, my friends and, he stopped his train of thought there, lest he shed more tears. But he couldn't help it. Eros Sennin, he believed in me. He genuinely believed that I would amount to something, Arblon said as he let the tears flow. Would he approve of what I am doing? Kami, I miss you. Jiraiya-sensei. Wiping the tears from his face and composing himself once more, Naruto got up and started walking back towards the camp, but was stopped by the Venus flight trap known as Zetsu. Naruto-sama, we have found Hidan's location. Spoke Zetsu. Very good. Now, go back and bring me his ring. Not Hidan himself, Naruto-sama. No, he'd be too disruptive and too disobedient. With him being a Jushinist, he'd see my goal for true peace as an affront to his God, and would object with all his being. No, just bring me his ring and dispose of what remains of him. With pleasure, Naruto-sama. And with that, the fly trap of a man did his plant thing and sunk back into the ground. Continuing walking back to camp, Naruto froze when he saw Hinata still up and sitting by the fire that was lit. Shaking the feeling off, Naruto also sat next to the fire, beside Hinata. You should be sleeping, Hinata. I know I should, Naruto-kun. But I can't. What's on your mind? Well, stammered the Hyuga princess before continuing. I have questions. I'll answer what I can, said Naruto, with a smile that made Hinata blush. Well, since when do you use a katana? I thought it would help me out in the future. And it was true, yet a lie at the same time. Naruto-kun, please, tell me the truth. Alright, you want the truth, then here it is. Hinata, I am the second sage of the six paths. With wide eyes, Hinata asked, what? After my battle with pain, I ran away. I needed to clear my head, and in doing so, I accidentally found the tomb of the Raikudo Sennin himself. Inside, I found his spirit. It seemed as if his spirit was waiting for me, because he knew who I was and he knew I was there, even with me trying to avoid detection. He told me of everything that had happened in his lifetime and he told me I was destined to change the world just as he did. Upon him finishing the story, he gave me what remained of his power, which was a considerable amount, and of which contained. Well, the Rinnegan. He left me his power, his knowledge, his legacy and his most prized weapon, this very katana, the Sennin no Tsurugi, the sage's blade. He told me that he trusted me and he left me with the task of fixing this world at any cost. So, you see, I am the second Raikudo Sennin. Hinata had listened patiently, but when he got to the part where he was the true second Raikudo Sennin, she was obviously stunned, as well as a bit skeptical. Naruto-kun, to validate this, may I see the Rinnegan? Sighing, Naruto closed his eyes and concentrated chakra to said area. Opening them, he stared Hinata straight into her eyes with a fully matured Rinnegan. Flashbacks of pain resurfaced in her mind, as staring at Naruto with the Rinnegan. He looked too much like Yahiko for his own good. And it didn't help that his hair was somehow taking on an orange color, which Hinata recognized as well. Noticing her focus switch to his hair, Naruto continued on. The reason my hair is turning orange is because when the Raikudo Sennin transferred everything he had into me, it awakened my Uzumaki blood fully. Now, because of that, my hair was supposed to turn the traditional Uzumaki red, but, my father being who he was, it only took on a mix of red and yellow, orange, which was ironically, Yahiko's hair color. So if you're having flashbacks about fighting his diva path, then you know why. What does all of this mean, Naruto-kun? It means that I have a responsibility given to me by the forefather of all shinobi. It means that I can't disappoint the Raikudo Sennin, who saw fit to make me his successor. I am this world's last best hope at peace, and if I fail, then this world is beyond saving. And what does it mean? About us. I can't get involved. Now, at least. I have too much to accomplish in just a short time span. I'm sorry, Hinata, but I can't say yes. I understand, Naruto-kun. I can wait. I'd like that. Just give me time, and I promise you, we will make this official. Arigato, Naruto-kun. No, thank you, Hinata-chan, for giving me this chance. He called me Hinata-chan. Yada. Inner Hinata was screaming as the real Hinata had gotten that all too familiar tomato red blush on her face. Noticing this, Naruto laughed softly then deactivated his Rinnegan. Go and get some sleep, Hinata. You're gonna need it. Hi. Good night, Naruto-kun. Naruto had watched Hinata go into her tent, then shook his head free of any distractions and settled into a sage-style meditation pose, the pose he strikes when meditating to absorb natural energy for sage mode. Konoha. Early next morning. So, not only has Naruto gone missing, but Kakashi and Yamato as well. This is turning out to be too troublesome. One Nara Shikaku yawned out, rubbing the back of his yeet, as he had just woken up to the sight of an anbu by his window. Hi. The council is troubled to say the least. Two of our best Junin and the hero of Konoha himself just up and disappear. Something's going on and the council wants to know what. The anbu said. Yugo, I'll need your help in this investigation. Then you have me, Shikaku-san. Yugo said, now removing her mask. Gather your team and scout out the forest one more time. If you find nothing of interest, then come back and I'll report to the council personally. Hi. Anything else? Be careful. Yugo then disappeared to carry out her orders. Damn it, where'd you three go off to? Naruto's camp, a few miles away. Alright, now that everyone's up, I have an announcement, said Naruto, addressing his recruits, who all snapped their attention to him. Conan and I were discussing the future of Akatsuki last night and we reached this conclusion. Each and every one of you here needs more training until you're ready to be called Akatsuki. Therefore, you all are to turn in the rings I gave to you last night. And who are we to abdicate in favor of? Asked Mando. You'll find out when we reach Omegakure. Now, Conan will collect your rings. Every one of the recruits there dejectedly gave in their rings to the angel of the Akatsuki, who, in turn, returned them to Naruto. Now, this doesn't mean you're out of the Akatsuki, it just means that you'll be receiving training to possibly succeed a member of my new Akatsuki should something happen. Then we're officers? Asked Sakura. Hi. Everyone except for you, Konohamaru, because you need the most training out of everyone here. I don't mean to call you out here, but it's true. I know, and I don't mind. I'm content to wait. Good. Now, with that out of the way, we move, started Naruto, but turned his head towards one of the surrounding trees. I sense it too, Naruto-sama, Conan said. Anbu. They've found us. Seeing as they had been found out, the four Anbu had surrounded Naruto and his recruits. Yugo, even though she had her mask on, was still visibly shocked at seeing Naruto with an Akatsuki cloak on, as well as seeing him with orange hair. Azuki Yugo. Should have known Konoha would send one of their best to track me down. We were sent to track you, Kakashi and Yamato down, Naruto. Little did we know that you had turned traitor and had recruited some of our own. How low have you gone? Yugo asked with a hint of hurt in her voice. I'll go as high or as low as I need to. And I will not hesitate to kill you and your team if you interfere with us. Something tells me that even if we don't interfere with you, you'll still kill us. Because you have seen us. Quite a sharp mind you have there, Yugo. But I wonder, can you make music? What? Mando. Teach her a tune or two. With pleasure, Naruto-sama, Mando said with a sick smirk on his face as he stepped up to the female Anbu. Music lover? Yugo asked. Music enthusiast, Anbu-san. With those words, Mando had disappeared at speeds even the Anbu couldn't track, the end result being Mando's fist driven into Yugo's gut. Yugo, not expecting this, doubled over spitting up blood, making Mando's smile widen. Sweet music indeed. Soothes the soul, it does. The insane shinobi then delivered a devastating kick to her left temple, batting her away and knocking her out. Meanwhile, Naruto had killed the rest of the Anbu, thanks to Mando's distraction. Retrieve our guest over there, please, Mando. Hi. Doing as ordered, Mando had slung Yugo over his shoulder and joined up in formation with everyone else, as they had begun to move in the direction of aim once again. Konoha. 3 days later. No, I don't know where they are, Danzo. Would I be here if I did? Shikaku asked rather snidely to Danzo, who was about to say something else, but was interrupted when Shizune came running in, followed by Tsunade, who had just woken up from her coma. Tsunade-sama. You. I'm really waking up, right? I've heard it all from Shizune, trust me. Then, you know. I know that my godson, 2 of our best Junin and 1 of our best Anbu teams has gone missing, all this week. I think it's the doing of Akatsuki. I had thought that myself, actually. But, we'll know for sure when the scout. Shikaku-sama. Tsunade-sama. Said Scout yelled, running into the council chambers. What is it? Asked Tsunade. Azuki Yugo's Anbu team is dead. We found their bodies not 5 minutes ago. Clearly shocked, Tsunade continued. And, Yugo herself. Missing, ma'am. No trace of her has been found yet. It's like she never even existed. Goddamn Akatsuki, Shikaku muttered. If they have captured Yugo, then they surely have Yamato, Kakashi, Naruto and the rest. I'll address this at the Gokage summit in a few days. For now, we all have to just calm down and take a breather. Worrying over this won't bring them back any sooner. Hi, Shikaku said, rubbing the back of his neck. A megakure. 10 minutes later. Yugo slowly, but surely, was awakening. First thing she registered was the constant sound of rain, signaling to her that she was most likely in a megakure. The second thing was that she had her own room and it was small, but comfortable nonetheless. Slowly sliding out of her bed, she noticed that she had been stripped of her armor and weapons, so she was sitting there with not on but some black panties and a black tank top. Though she was in a megakure, it was quite warm in the building. Heaters, she had figured. Still keeping on guard, she walked to the door that separated her from the red of the building and slowly opened it, on alert from any sneak attacks or traps. Nothing came. A quick venture down the hall had led her to a large balcony that looked out on the entire village. Who she saw sitting on the statue surprised her mildly, because of that damnable orange hair that looked way too much like Pain's. So, you're awake, are you, Yugo? Naruto's voice caught her off guard. Hi. Though I didn't expect to wake up at all. Why did you spare me? Because it's wasteful to kill someone that could potentially aid you. Me, aid the Akatsuki, how do you figure? Remember, Yugo, we have history. Smiling slightly at Naruto's statement, Yugo continued. History. Hey, that we do. Most would have called it a one-night stand. But that night we called it comfort. Nay, Yugo-chan. Hi, comfort. Now fully turning to face Yugo, she was surprised to see a single tear roll down Naruto's face. Yugo-chan. It killed me inside to allow Mando to do what he did, believe me. I just saw no way to get you away from your team without raising any red flags on our history together. Now, I implore you, Yugo-chan. Please, support me, support my plight. You know as well as I that the system doesn't work. And the Akatsuki is in need of new, capable members. I offer you a place among us. Naruto-kun. I'm begging you here, Yugo-chan. I promise you I can make this world a better place. But to do that, I need people I can trust beside me. And I know for a fact that I can trust you. Alright, I accept. Thank you, Yugo-chan. I promise that you will not regret this. Here. Naruto then tossed a ring over to Yugo, who caught it. She recognized it as Deidara's ring. Slipping it on, she noticed Naruto had brushed by her, signaling her to follow as he did. He led her through a few more hallways before reaching a set of iron doors. Naruto opened both doors and let Yugo into the room, which was a huge armory that was packed with all sorts of weapons and armor. Pick what you want, then meet me back at the balcony. With those parting words, Naruto walked off to leave a drooling Yugo to her perusing. A few minutes had passed and Naruto had spent them just listening to the rain fall, much like Nagato had done. Sensing Yugo behind him, he turned to see what she had picked. She had on a simple tight black short-sleeved combat top, black cargo pants, black Anbu sandals, a mid-sleeved steel mesh shirt, Junin combat gloves, and a simple utility belt. She had also recovered her Konoha Hitai 8, which was tied to her forehead. Good. Now, scratch your headband, spoke Naruto. Yugo complied and took off her headband, promptly scratched it, then replaced it back into place. And now, your cloak. To Yugo's surprise, Naruto had taken his off and gave it to her. At least she had a chance to see what he had on underneath the cloak. Naruto had on a black mid-sleeved combat top, underneath of which was a sleeveless steel mesh shirt, black cargo pants, black Anbu sandals with the white holders that were specific to the old Akatsuki, the weird white things that they wore over their footwear, a utility belt similar to Yugo's, black nail polish on his finger and toenails, a red crystal that sat tied to a necklace which was around his neck, and the standard shinobi equipment in all the standard places. Why did you give me yours, Naruto-kun? Because I'm having another one personally made for me, here in AIM. Now, you have everything. Welcome to the Akatsuki, Yugo-chan. Glad to be a member, Naruto-kun. What, you're looking at me funny. Giggling sweetly, a trait that Yugo only showed to those she trusted implicitly, she leaned in, much to Naruto's surprise. By reflex, he leaned back, out of her reach. Please, Naruto-kun, I haven't felt your lips on mine for 2 years now. I need this, please. Yugo. Naruto-kun, I'm the one begging you now. The world won't end, nor will your plan fall to shambles if you kiss me. Just this once. I need to feel your lips on mine, I need to feel your hands roaming over my body, I need to feel your love just once more. Yugo-cha, Naruto started, but Yugo used this to her advantage. She had slammed her lips into his, shocking Naruto to a degree. Now in firm control of his mind once again, he retaliated, deepening the kiss and biting at Yugo's lower lip, begging access. She all too happily let Naruto in, his tongue exploring every crevice of her mouth, and she moaning into the kiss, enjoying this new aggressive Naruto. He had backed her up against one of the walls and had abandoned the heated makeout in favor for her neck. He kissed at one spot before lightly biting said spot, making Yugo let out a breathy moan. Her left hand had his orange locks in a vice grip while his right hand was gripping her lower back, pulling her closer into what they both needed, though Naruto was more hesitant at admitting it. Leaving a few hickeys on her neck, Naruto again dove in for another makeout session. Yugo's moans echoed shamelessly through the hallways and both were glad that they were the only ones in the temporary headquarters. Or so they thought. Behind one of the corners stood Hinata, who had earlier heard talking, but when she arrived at the area, she spied Naruto and Yugo in a heated makeout session. Leaning against the wall for support, tears swelled up in her eyes, and for every tear that dropped, Yugo's moans heightened in sound and frequency. Dare she peek around the corner? She did dare, and what she saw sent her completely over the edge. No longer were Naruto and Yugo making out, but they had thrown everything aside and were now going all out. Yugo pinned against the wall, still kissing her lover with Naruto holding her by her lower back, pushing deeper into his former Konoha Anbu mistress. Just one word escaped her devastated mouth, not that Naruto and Yugo would hear her. No. Chapter 3. A week and a half had passed since Hinata had discovered Naruto and Yugo in that hallway. Since then, both of them had decided to make their relationship official, after some urging from Yugo, who didn't want to spend another day without Naruto. Hinata had been completely devastated upon both discovering them, and then finding out from Naruto himself that they were together. Her nerves couldn't handle it and she had fallen into a mild depression, which was alleviated slightly when Naruto had announced that their training was to commence soon. Still, the pain and memories were there, and they were a painful reminder to our Hyuga princess that no matter how much you hope for something, you ultimately have to work for it. Currently, though, all of the recruits were confined to their quarters because of an Akatsuki meeting that had been called by Naruto. All of the remaining Akatsuki members, including Sasuke and Taka, were in attendance, and all were gathered in the room that connected to the balcony, where you'd normally find our Akatsuki leader, who was now standing in front of the Akatsuki, or rather, his projection, as he and Konan were using the Gentoshin no Jutsu magic lantern body technique. The reason I have called for this meeting is one of great importance. I am going to integrate Taka into the Akatsuki and make each of them a full member. Naruto's specter said. I saw this coming, actually. Well, I don't know about the rest of my team, but I say what the hell. This new Akatsuki seems more beneficial to us than the last one, so I say yes to your proposal, Dobi. Sasuke said. If Sasuke-kun is joining, then so am I. Karen said. I'll agree to this. Might be fun. Suigetsu said. I agree to join this new Akatsuki. Jugo said. Then, you all already have your cloaks, then the last thing you'll need are your rings. Sasuke, you get Itachi's old ring. Karen, I see fit to give you Sasori's ring. Jugo, you shall receive Kakuzu's ring. And Suigetsu, Hidan's ring falls to you. As such, Sasuke, your partner is Kisame, Karen, you're with Yugo and Jugo and Suigetsu, you two are a team. And we've our first operation. Right now, the Gokage Summit is going to take place in Tetsu no Kuni, Land of Iron, in a few minutes. Konan and I are as of now sitting a few yards away from the building and are here to make Akatsuki's new motive known. Now, I have reasonable suspicion that the shinobi nations aren't going to let this new Akatsuki get away with the old Akatsuki's crimes, therefore they might try to attack us on sight, so I need everyone on standby, just in case something goes afoul with negotiations. And the recruits, what of them? Kisame queried. They are to have no part or knowledge of this. While Konan and I are gone, Kisame, you'll be in overall command in my stead. Got it. But, you all have your orders. We'll find out soon whether we're at war or not. Good luck in negotiations, then, Dobi. Sasuke said. Good luck working that stick out of your ass, Tem. Before Sasuke could rebut, the specters of Naruto and Konan flickered to nothingness. Land of Iron, same time. Well, the Akatsuki is on alert, they know where we are. And I'm looking forward to seeing Tsunade's face. Naruto said, getting up from the sitting position required for the jutsu they used. Pay back to your village, Naruto-sama. Konan asked. Somewhat. Even though she was one of my precious people, she's the leader of one of our potential enemies. Therefore, just a bit of psychological warfare is needed. Never hurts to try, nay. Precisely. Now, come on. The cages aren't gonna wait for us. The two senior Akatsuki members then walked from out of their hiding place and up to the front doors to the Gokage Summit meeting place, to be stopped by a full Kumo Anbu squad. Akatsuki, state your business or be gone before we resort to force. The Anbu captain present demanded. Deliver this message to Senju Tsunade, Godime Hokage of Konohagakure, pain has come. Naruto said, making the Kumo Anbu recoil a bit at the mention of pain. Then, you're the Akatsuki leader. The new one, yes. Now, please, deliver the message. My comrade and I will wait patiently for a reply. Inside the meeting room. All right, thank you, I said before dismissing the Anbu that had reported in, then addressed his fellow kage. Well, this is quite unexpected. My Anbu at the front gates have reported that two Akatsuki, reportedly the leader and his second in command, have come with a message for you, Tsunade Dono. For me specifically. What's the message? That, and I quote, pain has come. Upon the word, pain, Tsunade's eyes widened in immense surprise and a cold sweat covered her skin. Pain, he's alive, even after Naruto killed him. Was he really telling the truth when he said that he was Kami? Tsunade Dono, please, calm yourself. If Pain is indeed still alive, no doubt he's either come to negotiate peace with us, seeing as he almost died during his fight with Naruto, or he's come to finish his job. If the latter is true, he has to take on everyone in this room to get to you, and if the former is true, then I say we at least listen to him. Came the wise voice of Gaara. And I want to see the face of the one who invaded Konoha in the first place. And then crush it, and if negotiations fail, I said. Then please, send in the Akatsuki. Gaara ordered the Anbu in one of the corners of the room, who bowed and disappeared. Pain, how in the world? Rest assured, Tsunade Dono, we will not let anything happen to one of our fellow cages. At least not when there's not a war going on, Onoki said from his seat. The door opened and everyone turned their attention to it, especially Tsunade, who was sweating bullets. In stepped Naruto and Konan, though when Tsunade saw the spiky orange hair, she immediately had a flashback of the Pain invasion. Such arrogance. I want you to feel pain, to think about pain, to accept pain, to know pain. Those words from Pain rang in her ears the entire time. Only when she saw the whisker marks on his cheeks did she now recognize Pain. Naruto. Why? Tsunade had asked in a weak voice. Truly, she was shocked, as were everyone else in the room. Naruto had on a custom-made Akatsuki cloak that was something like Nagato's Diva Path's, but the collar was a little bit longer. His Konoha Hitai sat on his forehead and was scratched, and he had a neutral look on his face upon entering the room. Taking one of the empty seats, Naruto opened the meeting. So, I think you all here know who I am. I am Uzumaki Naruto, former genin of Konohagakure. Now, I have taken up both the mantle of Akatsuki leader and the name of Pain. I, and my second-in-command, Konan, are here to negotiate with the shinobi nations. And just why would we negotiate with you terrorists? I asked. Because, since I have taken control of Akatsuki, we are no longer after neither the Jinchuriki or the Biju. Our goal now is true peace in this world. True peace, you say? The thought in and of itself is ridiculous. There has and never will be true peace in this world, Onoki said. Please, Onoki Dono, allow Naruto Dono to continue, Mei said. And why do you refer to him as an equal to us, Mei Dono? He's just a terrorist, I interjected. Because I am unprejudiced against this new Akatsuki. True that the old Akatsuki has done everyone here wrong, including their new leader. I assume you're still the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Naruto Dono. After a positive nod from Naruto, she continued. You see, a Jinchuriki is leading them. That says they're not after the Biju anymore, which also means that what Naruto Dono says is true. He really wants peace, both between us all here in the world. If we are to vote, I already where mine is going. Mine as well. I have known Naruto for a long time and he has literally saved my life. He is one of my most precious people and one of the only people I call family. Like Mei Dono stated, my vote goes with Akatsuki if we are to hold a vote. Well, the Akatsuki did attack my brother, but they failed in extracting the Hachibi because of his Kawarimi body replacement, I started. An order given to one of my agents by the last leader, Tobi. I have since then killed Tobi and rescinded the order to capture the Biju. As you can see, I wish no harm towards the shinobi nations. All I wish for is backing and support for my goal. Naruto clarified. Just as long as you hold true to this, then I agree. I, however, detest you, Uzumaki. Or should I call you Namikaze? Onoki said, raising a few eyebrows and making Naruto sit back in his chair and link his hands in front of his mouth, as if contemplating something. Your father caused an untold amount of damage and humiliation to Iwagakure during the last war. So much so that I detest him with every fiber of my being. That hatred has been passed down to you, his progeny. I will have no part in recognizing this new Akatsuki, nor will I accept that this brat. Take care, Onoki. You're treading on very thin ice right now. I wouldn't say anything else if I were you. You have made your point and you have expressed your opinions. I wish not to fight anyone this day, but if you continue on with your sentence, then I shall defend my father's honor, no matter the outcome. And if you thought my father was bad, then you clearly don't know me as well as you should, Naruto said with shadowed eyes. Well, I guess, I could reconsider. Given that we all here are weak after the past Akatsuki's crusade. We'll need all the allies we can get. And the son of Namikaze Minato would make a fine ally indeed. I say yes to supporting your plight, Naruto Dono. And, Tsunade Dono? Naruto asked, turning his gaze towards his godmother. Konoha, Tsunade started, then remembered the day of Pain's attack. Shinra Tensai. Konoha will not support this new Akatsuki. You will not be able to convince me otherwise on this foolish endeavor. True peace is not possible, no matter what anyone does. Clearly you're delusional, Naruto. Come back to Konoha and I'll get you some help. And forego the charges being brought against you. I cannot do that, Tsunade Dono. I have been given this mission by powers that you cannot begin to comprehend. Plus, this was Jiraiya Sensei's dream. Jiraiya's dream? Is this what this is about? Naruto, Jiraiya might have wanted true peace, but the way you're going about it is completely against what he would have wanted. He'd be disappointed in you, knowing that you have joined the very people who not a week ago destroyed your home village and killed him. No matter how you reason, what you're doing is farthest away from what Jiraiya wanted for you. Please, Naru. Before Tsunade could finish, Naruto had stood up from his seat, slammed his hands on the table and looked her straight in the eyes, Rinnegan blazing. You know nothing. Who are you to presume what Sensei would have wanted? Who are you to presume you know me or my intentions? You claim yourself wise when you're not. You claim to know Sensei when you never did have the pleasure. You claim to know me when you don't. You, Senju Tsunade, are the living incarnation of delusion. I curse the day Sensei and I brought you back to Konoha. I curse the day we saved you from Orochimaru. Truly, if it weren't for you, then Sensei would still be alive. He would be Hokage and you would have taken his place at the bottom of the ocean surrounding AIM. I curse you from the bottom of my very soul, Senju. All throughout Naruto's speech, the temperature in the room had declined by several degrees and everyone could feel the presence of Naruto's killing intent, even though the brunt of it was focused at Tsunade herself, who didn't see Naruto in front of her. Rather, she saw Pain reborn. It was as if Pain really was standing before her once again, cursing her to the high heavens and not hiding the blatant hatred that he carried. Naruto truly was the new Pain, complete with the Rinnegan, which everyone in the room, save for Konan, was wondering where he got it. Come, Konan, our business is done. To everyone except for Senju over there, I am glad that you all saw reason and I look forward to working with you all. And to you, Senju, you will regret this day. This I promise you. And with that, Naruto turned on his heel to leave, only to be stopped by Tsunade's voice. Wait, Uzumaki Naruto, as Hokage of Konoha, I am officially declaring you an S-rank nuke nin. When you leave this building, we'll put you in our bingo books. Not us, Tsunade Dono. Just you. As of now, I, Sabaku no Gaara, Godime Kazekage of Sunagakur, am ending the alliance with Konoha. I instead pledge an alliance to Uzumaki Naruto of the Akatsuki, and the 6th great shinobi nation of Omegakure. Gaara said, surprising everyone, even Naruto, who wasn't expecting that AIM was now a candidate for the 6th great shinobi nation. I second this movement, and I, as well, pledge an alliance with Uzumaki Naruto of Akatsuki. Mei said. I third the notion, I said. As do I. Onoki said. I deny this notion with every fiber in my body. Tsunade said. Too bad, it's a majority vote. Uzumaki Naruto, your nation of Omegakure is officially recognized as the 6th great shinobi nation, and your nation is now an ally of both Suna and Kiri. And you, yourself, now have an official seat here on the Cage Summit as the Shodai Mamekage First Rain Shadow. Gaara said. I, Gaara Dono. Everyone, thank you for this extreme honor. I accept this new position in these alliances. I promise that I will not let any of you down. Naruto said, bowing out of gratitude. No, I refuse to accept this. I'll put an end to your madness before it can begin. Tsunade yelled, charging at Naruto. Konan recognized the look in Naruto's eye, and knew that she had to get the rest of the cages out of the way. Everyone, please, get down. She yelled to all in the room, who had already known what was coming and had gotten out of the way just in time. Naruto had held his right hand up to Tsunade, who was already in a full headlong charge and couldn't stop herself in time. So, she braced herself as best she could. But it was for naught, because the attack she was expecting never came. Instead, Bansho Tenin, yelled our Akatsuki leader, drawing Tsunade in with said technique. She was speeding towards Naruto at breakneck speeds. Suddenly, she indeed regret making an enemy of Naruto. And if she had any other doubts about this, they were all put to rest when she felt something hit her left temple. Hard. Naruto had used the energy from using the Bansho Tenin to his advantage and had sent a hard haymaker into her left temple that damn near broke her neck because of the backlash. She might have gotten out of it with just a headache had she not been sent flying back into the wall, which gave her a bad concussion. Konoha Anbu had seen the entire thing and had come out of hiding to attack Naruto, only to be stopped by Gaara, who had trapped both of them with his sand. Konoha looks bad enough as it is, with your Hokage attacking the newest among the cages here. Don't add to it and don't start a war today. Collect her and return to Konoha in shame, knowing that your actions, as well as those of your leader, almost stared the 4th Great Shinobi War. Utterly scared to death of Gaara, who they had only heard stories about, they both nodded feverishly, collected a groaning Tsunade and disappeared with their figurative tails tucked in between their legs. Well, this meeting has been eventful. I muttered. And don't worry, Naruto Dono. As much as I hate your father, I hate Konoha even more, being that he was a Konoha shinobi. With that in mind, I also pledge an alliance with AIM and the Akatsuki. Oniki said. Thank you, Onoki Dono. And thank you everyone for this support. The time may come in the future when I may indeed need these alliances, and until then, I promise on my new role as a Mekage, I will not squander your generosity. Naruto said, now deactivating the Rinnegan. Well, meeting adjourned. Mei asked. Hi, Gaara Dono, please see to our new comrade here. Onoki said as he started to float away, followed by Ai and Mei, who winked at Naruto on her way out. Did she just? Naruto began. Ah, yeah, Gaara said with a facepalm, then continued. That's how Mei is, unfortunately. She's no doubt eye candy, but that's one of her advantages. She's deadly and don't you think otherwise? Never crossed my mind, though I do have my own femme fatale. After motioning to Konan, who was leaning against the doorway, Naruto continued. Mei might be strong, but I have every faith that Konan is stronger. I sense a hint of admiration in your voice, Naruto. Or is that adoration? Shut up. By Kami. Naruto, do you actually I swear, Gaara. Finish your sentence. Then my suspicions are correct, it seems. Naruto sighed at the triumphant smirk on Gaara's face and finally relented. Hi, I do. I can't help but feel bad about it, though. Why? Because I'm with Yugo already. The girl that was the lover of the swordsman that Baki-sensei killed during the Oto-Suna invasion. Yeah, she's the one. I thought that it was love that pulled us together. But, now I realize that it's physical contact that has driven these mistaken feelings of love into our hearts. Gaara, what can I do here? Be patient, Naruto. Bide your time, you'll know when the right moment to let Konan know how you feel is. And as for Yugo, be honest with her, explain things to her like you did me and she'll surely understand. And since when do you know so much about women? I have an older sister. That, and I finally took Matsuri out on a date. And, well, she's content as my girlfriend for the moment. Congratulations. Arigato. Now, shouldn't you be on your way back to AIM by this point? Shouldn't you be on your way back to Suna? Touché, my friend. Anything else I should know? Konoha is onto you now, that much is obvious. But all of the alliances with AIM should give Tsunade pause when she wakes up. Also, there's the fact that you have the Rinnegan and can probably use it better than Pain did. Despite that, you should be wary of Tsunade and Konoha in the future, should you have to negotiate with them. Got it, and I must be taking my leave now. AIM and Akatsuki needs to hear this news. I understand. After shaking Naruto's hand, Gaara added, Naruto, be careful. Aren't I always? And with that, Naruto walked out, Konan following suit. Hey, I was afraid you'd say that. Outside Tetsu no Kuni's borders, 15 minutes later. They actually recognized us. Well, a majority, anyway, but AIM's a great shinobi nation now, yelled Naruto in a fit of joy that was rarely afforded to him. Konan, despite her stoic reputation, only showed her true side to the one she called leader. And in this case, Naruto. She giggled, yes, giggled at her leader's sudden 180 from pissed to excited. That should help the process, nay. Our Akatsuki angel asked. Hi, and I'm thinking that now that AIM is a great shinobi nation. Maybe I should replace my old Konoha Hitai 8 with an AIM Hitai 8. Well, me and everyone else in the Akatsuki and the recruits that aren't from AIM. You're the leader, not me, Naruto-sama. You can do whatever you want. Though I still want your input. I value your opinion highly, Konan. You should know this. And here I thought you kept me around for my looks. Well, Glancing to her left, she again giggled at a flustered and blushing Naruto and looked at him with nothing less than admiration in her eyes. Truly, how could this one boy bring up emotions that she thought had died the day Yahiko had died? True that Yahiko had a special place in her heart, but Naruto. There was something about him that even Yahiko didn't have. Konan didn't know what it was yet, but she was content to the mystery of it and she was content to staying beside Naruto until the day her last breath left her body. Naruto, Konan's soft voice brought Naruto's full attention to her. Promise me that I won't lose you like I did Yahiko and Nagato. Konan. Naruto, please, promise me, you're the third person that I have soared my life to, with the last two being dead. I don't want to lose you as well. Now stopping and putting both of his hands on Konan's shoulders, Naruto spoke. I promise you on my life, that I will survive this. Don't worry, Konan, I've inherited Nagato's wish, Yahiko's determination and the will of both to protect you. I will not fail in this endeavor. Even if I should fail to bring peace to this world, I will protect you until the day I die. Konan, you're special to me, more than you think, and going on one day in this world without you by my side is a worse fate than death to me. Naruto. I don't want to lose you, Konan. I will not lose you. Naruto. Arigato. Omegakure, Akatsuki's tower. Glancing around, making sure that she was clear, Yugo had made her way deep into the tower and into the section that all Akatsuki were restricted to, save for Naruto and Konan. Slowly making her way through them, she came to the room she had assumed was used to house Nagato's paths. And was supremely shocked to see Kakashi and Yamato's corpses in the compartments that were labeled, Diva, and Animal, respectively. Their eyes were open, which revealed their Rinnegan and they had scratched Konoha Hitai 8. As well as the regular Akatsuki uniform, plus the chakra receivers scattered around their body. Yugo, having momentarily forgotten the Rinnegan's linked vision because of shock, had roamed into Kakashi's field of vision. Immediately, what Kakashi saw went directly to Naruto. With Naruto. What is it, Naruto-sama? Konan asked. Yugo, she's found Kakashi and Yamato. Damn it, I knew something was off about her. She's proven herself a traitor. I know, and I will react accordingly. With Yugo. Yamato had suddenly weaved the hand seals necessary, too quick for Yugo to react. Slamming his hand down onto the floor, he exclaimed. Kuchio's no jutsu. Summoning technique. A thick plume of white smoke filled the room, and Naruto came walking swiftly out of the smoke, grabbed Yugo by the throat, picked her up and slammed her hard against the far wall of the room. Konan, Yamato and Kakashi had taken up positions behind him. Why? Why do you betray me so? Did I not trust you? Yelled Naruto in fury. You did. But your trust was misplaced, Yugo choked out. You bitch. I thought I could actually trust you. Shows what I get for trusting a Konoha Anbu, who will use any means to get information. Even her body. Bingo. Azuki Yugo, you will make a fine addition to my paths. Maybe I'll have you be the new Preta path. You don't have the. A chakra receiver to the heart had permanently silenced Yugo, who died with a defiant look in her eyes. Naruto broke off most of the chakra receiver, then walked away with the first of the many receivers being planted. His last words to Konan before walking completely out of the room were, gather the Akatsuki. Chapter 4, Love. The meeting was more or less to inform the Akatsuki about the results of the Cage Summit and to inform them that Yugo was a traitor, a spy for Konoha. The consensus Naruto had asked for was who was to replace her, and there was a unanimous vote to make Mando her successor, since Mando needed the least amount of training than the other recruits. So, Mando had been inducted into the Akatsuki as a full member and had been put in charge of the recruits' training. The meeting had been short and to the point, and Naruto had sent everyone back to their posts after. Currently, our Akatsuki leader was doing his normal thing and just sitting, listening to the rain fall. Out of nowhere Naruto smirked, as if something he had speculated had come true. A Megakure front gates, same time. Halt, Konoha nin, state your business here, an AIM Junin said, confronting the three Konoha nin, who seemed to be guarding a TV crew. We're protecting this television crew. It was a mission given to us by one of Hai no Kuni's Land of Fire's clients. They wish to interview the newest of the cages, your leader and one of my friends, Uzumaki Naruto. The leader of the group said. Pain-sama will not see anyone from Konoha at the moment. So, Naruto is going by the name Pain now. I had hoped the rumors were false. Please leave, Konoha nin. We will not allow you through. Let me talk to one of the Akatsuki, please. HN, Kisame-sama. And out of the guardhouse stepped the ever-so intimidating Hoshigaki Kisame and his new partner, Uchiha Sasuke. So, the Freaky Guys team is here, You three put up a relatively good fight against me, Kisame said, referring to Neji, Lee and Tenten, the previously spoken of Konoha nin. Hoshigaki Kisame, huh. Fate seems to draw you and us together at the most inopportune times. Neji said calmly. It's been a long time, Neji. Last I heard of you, you had been promoted to Junin. I'd say congratulations, but I'm no longer loyal to Konoha. My loyalties lie with Akatsuki and Naruto now. Sasuke said. Sasuke. Figures a traitor like you joined the Akatsuki. Figures that a Hyuga would still remain loyal to Konoha. Well, most of them, anyway. Hinata-sama's here. She's with the Akatsuki as well. It's not my place to say, not that I would say anything anyway. In case you haven't noticed, Konoha and AIM aren't on that good of terms, thanks to that whore you call Hokage. Don't speak of Tsunade-sama like that, traitor. Yelled Tenten. I wonder if you would call the Dobi a traitor as well, being he was the de facto leader of the Konoha 12. In fact, you can't call any of us traitors because we belong to a Megakure, the sixth great shinobi nation now. Calm down, Tenten. I see Sasuke has an Megakure Hitai 8 on now, so he speaks the truth. And we didn't come here to argue. All our mission entailed was that we escort this TV crew to end from AIM. Will you let us through? Neji asked. Yes, you may, Neji. Came the voice of Naruto through Kakashi's body, as he walked up to the group, flanked by Yamato and Yugo. Kakashi, Yamato, Yugo, you three fell also, and you're now his paths. Please, don't keep me waiting, Neji. I'll allow you and only you through. The TV crew, Lee and Tenten are to wait at the gates. Understood. Lee, Tenten, you heard him. Stay here with the TV crew. But, protested Tenten. I'll be fine, Tenten. Now, stay here. Akatsuki Tower, a few minutes later. Good of you to come, Neji. Naruto said as he turned to face his old comrade. Why did you want to see me alone, Naruto? Because I know the hidden agenda behind your mission. You were sent here to spy on me, it can't get any more obvious. A TV crew. Maybe that concussion hurt Tsunade more than I thought. As much as I want to deny it, we were indeed sent to spy on you. And I was disgusted when Tsunade sent us to spy on the newest of the great nations over nothing but a disagreement between her and you. Then, let us talk not as Kage and Junin, rather friends. Can you do that? Hi. I'll put my loyalties aside for a few moments at least. I'll be frank with you, Naruto, I hate what Konoha has become since Pain's invasion. I know that you've taken up that very name, but I also know that you have a reason for resorting to joining the Akatsuki. I also believe that you really mean that you want peace for this world and among the great nations. Let me guess. You want out. Precisely. I don't want to spy on an old friend and I can't return to Konoha without intel. I believe you, Neji. I made the mistake of believing Yugo, but with my paths with me this time, I have verified that you're telling the truth. So, that's why you ordered your paths to stay. Confirmation that I wasn't lying through the usage of the linked vision of the Rinnegan. Very good. And how would you like to become my human path? Wouldn't I need to die in order for that to happen? Unfortunately, yes. But, you said once before that the branch house of the Hyuga clan were sworn to protect the main branch. What's your point? Hinata died during training. It was an accident. She had exhausted herself while sparring with me, and she used up all her chakra. She went into chakra exhaustion, but still continued to fight me, denying that she had no chakra. Eventually, she just collapsed. She died in my arms. Hinata-sama. I'm sorry, Neji. I really am. Then, I have failed my mandate. I failed Hiyashi-sama. Naruto-kun, Mando sent me to tell you, Hinata began as she walked in, then spied Neji. Ni-san. Hinata-sama. God damn it, Hinata. Get back. At Naruto's voice, Yugo had jumped in front of Hinata and had taken her away. You have fallen very low, Naruto. Neji said, seething. It would have been easier this way, Neji. Easy. How? Both AIM and the Akatsuki are sorely underprepared. We need strength, money, land and influence. As a matter of fact, Kusagakure, Ishigakure and Tanigakure should be surrendering to us very shortly, as their economies have collapsed and they have no sizable military force. Of course, I arranged accidents to occur just when I needed them to. A country getting raised to the level of the great shinobi nations is a big thing. It can affect other nations in many ways. In this case, these three nations are along our borders, therefore one of the great shinobi nations now link three of the other great nations, while leaving no middle ground for the others. Kusa, Tani and Ishii will fall to us this day and it will seem to the world that AIM never even lifted a finger. And by taking you out of the picture, I gain another path while Konoha loses their best scout. You son of a bitch. Come, now, Neji. You should know by now that I will do anything to get to my goals. My ultimate goal may be peace, but that doesn't mean I won't stir the pot every once in a while. At that point, Naruto turned to stare out at his village, leaving his back turned to Neji. Said person took one hastened step forward, intent to try and beat Naruto's path's reflexes but was unsuccessful. He had taken a chakra receiver to the heart and another to the lungs. Over the rain, Naruto's laugh could be heard. Haha, goodbye, Hyuga Neji. You have served your intended purpose. Should I go and collect his team, Naruto-sama? Konan asked as she walked in. Hi. And take Kakashi and Yamato with you. Hi. Omegakure, front gates, same time. What Kisame had just heard over the radio thrilled him to no end, and his all too familiar maniacal smile spread across his face as he reached for Samahata. Looks like your teammate will not be returning to Konoha. And neither will you, he yelled to the remaining Konoha nin. What happened to Neji? Tenten asked rather forcefully, considering her and Lee's predicament. He attacked Naruto-sama. Dumbass for trying to kill him in the middle of his own country, if you ask me. Now, Naruto-sama has ordered your detainment on charges of espionage and aiding a now-dead fugitive. Neji. No. So, Lee, seeing as you're the most composed of you all here, I ask you, will you surrender without a fight, or will we have to force the issue? Sasuke asked, reaching for his kusanagi. We have no choice but to surrender peacefully. We're completely surrounded and it will be for the best if we go quietly. Good choice. Ah, Konan, fugitive secure, Kisame said. Good work, Kisame, Sasuke. Konoha nin, surrender your arms and armor and anything else in between. You are now prisoners of Omegakure. We'll be sure to let Konoha and the world know of this treachery. Where will you be taking us? Lee asked. To Naruto-sama himself. Akatsuki Tower, 10 minutes later. Lee and Tenten had been stripped of everything they had, save for their clothes, and had been dragged through the village. People gathered the streets and shouted their disgust for the two Konoha nin. The verbal assault had been silenced when they finally reached the Akatsuki Tower, and the only sounds they had heard from that point on was the constant rain and their footsteps that echoed throughout the halls. Finally, they reached Naruto's balcony, and their said person stood, always vigilant. So, Lee and Tenten, Our first meeting after the Pain invasion, and you have committed such a foul and cowardly act against a nation that has yet to stand on its own 2 feet, among the superpowers we call the great shinobi nations. Why? Asked Naruto, still looking out to his village. We were ordered to, Lee said. Yet orders can be ignored. Tsunade had gambled on your team not getting caught, but, alas, she is still the legendary sucker. You two are treading the line between imprisonment and execution, as espionage warrants a severe punishment if caught. Which puts me in a precarious position, and said position leaves me wondering. What shall I do with you two? We were the ones that got caught. Our lives are in your hands. Amekage-sama. Referring to me as my title and not my name now, are we, Lee? HM. Very well, Conan, I have made up my mind. What are your orders? Asked Conan. Send a message to our allies detailing what Konoha has done and ask for support should this spill over into war. And send a message to Konoha saying that their spies have been captured and that one attacked me, resulting in his death. Detail these reparations for this atrocity. The Tanzaku quarters and all land west of it are to be handed over to us in exchange for these spies. Hi, I'll deliver them at once. Conan then took her leave, and Naruto finally turned to look at his 2 captives. I admit, it does cause me some pain to use my former friends as bargaining chips, but this comes with being a cage. Upon my honor, I swear that I will return both of you to Konoha should they want you back. No harm shall come to you both while you are within my nation, this I promise. You're too kind, Amekage-sama. Lee said. Lee, please, I'm still Naruto to you and Tenten. Kisame, take Lee and show him to a good hotel, all expenses paid. And what of the girl, Naruto-sama? Kisame asked. I sense that Tenten has a few words for me. Everyone out, so that she and I may have a private conversation. At Naruto's orders, everyone had cleared the room and Kisame escorted Lee out. Naruto himself turned to look out his balcony once again, letting Tenten gather her words. Why? Tenten asked. Neji attacked me, Ten-chan. Even you should know that I was just. Don't refer to me by that title, Naruto. We only dated for 3 days, we were trying to see if it could work. Obviously we didn't work out. Force of habit, I suppose. I apologize. But Neji attacked me and I reacted accordingly. You cannot fault me for that. But, still, it was Neji, your lover. I know, I even know something you don't. What might that be? Tenten, my Rinnegan can see chakra much like the Byakugan and Sharingan. Looking upon you with my Rinnegan, I saw something. What, something? Tenten, you're pregnant. What? You heard me, you're pregnant with Neji's child. I'm pregnant, but nothing escapes these eyes of mine, Tenten. How far am I? Judging by the size of its chakra signature. At least 2.5 months. And I can already tell you that you have a daughter on the way. A daughter, Neji and I, we never thought about children. But it seems that he has left me a parting gift. Tenten, let me pose a question to you. Do you think that your daughter will be raised better in Konoha, or here, in AIM? What are you? Think about it. Neji was a part of the branch house of the Hyuga clan, therefore your daughter, if raised in Konoha, will be forced into the branch house as well. She will be taken from you and raised by the Hyuga just because of her eyes, whilst here, she will be raised with you and will still have training on how to use a dujutsu effectively from both Sasuke and I. If I stay, then Lee has to stay as well. I'll see if Lee wants to stay. But for now, welcome to Omegakure. You may be a Chunin in Konoha, but I'm making you an AIM Junin, should you accept. Hi. Arigato, Naruto-sama. I'm still Naruto to you, Tenten. Sasuke. Hi. Asked Sasuke as he entered. Set Tenten up with a room here, in the tower, and set her up with an AIM hit I-8. Got it, Tenten, if you will follow me. Hi, Tenten said and followed Sasuke out, but stopped herself. Naruto. Really, thank you for this. I want the best for my daughter, and I somehow knew the moment you said I was pregnant that I could never hand her over to the Hyuga. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. That said, she followed Sasuke out once again. Quote ellipsis. You're welcome, Tenten, muttered Naruto as he again went to listen to the rain. Konoha. 4 days later. Tsunade was absolutely livid. The 2 letters she held in her hands, one detailing what had happened and the reparations for the failed spy attempts, the other detailing that Lee and Tenten wished to stay in AIM, both becoming AIM Junin, and also detailing that Tenten was pregnant and she didn't wish her daughter to be raised like Neji had. She had also received 3 letters, from Suna, Kiri and Iwa, urging Tsunade to comply with the reparation demands, saying that they were reasonable, considering the spies she would be getting back. Can I not win a victory against him? Tsunade yelled in frustration, throwing the letters back onto her desk and standing up with a huff. Shizune. Entering rather quickly, the young raven-haired Kunoichi answered. Hi, Tsunade-sama. Send this message to Omegakure, Konoha. Shall submit all land requested by the reparation papers. Tanzaku Guy and all land west are to be handed over to them in return for the people captured, including or not including Lee and Tenten, should they wish to return. We're finally ready to try diplomacy with Naruto-kun. Hi. For now, at least. Send a trade agreement along with the land rights. At once. Shizune bowed, then exited to write up the letters. Damn it. Konoha's looking more and more the villain every day. Naruto. Why are you doing this? Omegakure. Same time. So, Ishii, Kusa and Tani have indeed surrendered to us, and the land has been absorbed into AIM. Plus the fact that Konoha will more than likely bend to our reparation requests, we'll have tripled AIM in size. 3 hidden villages and 1 trade village will have fallen under our control. I say we're well on our way to becoming a true great shinobi nation. Naruto said, addressing the 4 people in Akatsuki he trusted the most, Konan, Sasuke, Mando and Kisame. And our 2 new guests have taken well to life as AIM Junin. As per your orders, both have been watched closely and no traitorous actions have been witnessed by our Anbu. Add to the fact that you have checked both out with your Rinnegan, they're both clean. Sasuke said. And I've also heard that you and Sakura are now together, Sasuke. Looks like even you can score. Says the one with no girlfriend. Says the one that has a duck's ass for hair. Dobi. Tem. Naruto-sama, there is still the issue of the recruits training. Konan said. I know. The training is progressing nicely. All of them are at least up to A rank by now. Not S rank, but better than they were, that's for sure. I'd say that they're able to take on all but the most experienced shinobi any nation could throw at us. But they're still not ready to be called Akatsuki quite yet. Mando said. And how did Hinata react upon learning that Neji had attacked me? Naruto asked. She's quite shaken. I'd not let her see Neji as one of your paths anytime soon, Naruto-sama. Noted. Now, I want trade routes up, running, and underwatch by the end of the week. We need more money coming in. Also, set up shinobi academies in Kusa, Ishii and Tani, so as to boost our military. And I think Taki is in need of an accident, much like the ones that befell Kusa, Ishii and Tani. Can we orchestrate that successfully? I'll send in one of my people. Sasuke said. Then it is a miracle that you inherited Otogakure from Orochimaru, Sasuke. Truly, Oto has been a most useful tool. That's the only thing I appreciate Orochimaru for. We all have our orders, we should carry them out. I call this meeting to dismissal. Konan said, making all there, save for Naruto, nod and file out. I love it when you take charge like that, Ko-chan. Naruto said, turning to the blue-haired angel beside him. Giggling, Konan responded, you seem to do a good job at it, so I thought I should give it a try. I hope our date for tonight is still on. It is, believe me. Learning of our mutual feelings has, I have to admit, put me at ease. But, I don't want to just jump into it. I told you yesterday, I understood. I want to see how things work out as well. Because of Yugo, right? Hi, I've learned my lesson, though. But, for now, I have a job for you, Konan. And what might that be? Take it easy until tonight. Kisame can take care of everything for us. Are you sure? Very sure. I'm giving you the day off to do whatever you want. Arigato, Naruto. Later that day, around 7:30 p.m. Like Naruto had said, Kisame handled everything that came up with surprising efficiency, which took a hell of a load off of our Akatsuki leader. When he gave Konan the day off, she literally disappeared, and was never seen by anyone. Naruto equated it to spending the entire day shopping and trying to freshen herself up for their date. Currently, Naruto was standing in front of a mirror that hung from the door of his personal quarters in the tower. He had on some black dress pants, a black dress shirt, a black dress vest, a red tie and a black dress coat with some black dress shoes. Sasuke stood behind him and he had on almost the same thing as Naruto, but the dress shirt was white, the tie was black and he didn't have a vest. Sakura had come to Naruto at one point during the day and had asked if it would be okay if she and Sasuke went with him and Konan on their date, effectively making it a double date, and Naruto agreed. Our Akatsuki leader let out a hesitant breath before turning to Sasuke. Do you think she'll like what I'm wearing, Sasuke? Is it too flashy, too plain? It's just right, Naruto. Stop worrying yourself. Sorry, it's just that. The last girl I took out on an actual date was Tenten. Konan's on a whole other level than her. Just be yourself. Konan respects you a lot, Naruto. Don't ruin that by trying to kiss up to her tonight. Thanks, Sasuke. You ready to go? Hi, let's do this. And so the two set out, on their way to Konan's quarters. with Konan and Sakura. Konan was also standing in front of a mirror, taking in her appearance. She had on a black shoulder-less dress that had a slit going down the right leg, black heels, a dark blue corset atop the torso of the dress that accentuated her already ample breasts, a silver necklace, a silver bracelet on her right wrist, and some silver earrings. Sakura had on a black backless dress that stopped 3.5 inches below her knees, black heels, black party gloves that stopped about her mid-forearm, a gold necklace and some gold earrings. Much like her date, Konan was nervous. "Konan, you're all tense. Loosen up a little," Sakura said as she finished fixing her hair. "Will he think I look good, Sakura? You've known Naruto for a long time, and he's often referred to you as his imouto, little sister. What do you think he'll think of me? Knowing Naruto, he'll be blown away. Take it from me, Konan, you look good. And, besides, Naruto's not the type to judge based solely on appearances." "Thanks, Sakura. Anytime." There was then a knock at the door. "Looks like they're here." Sakura went to open it, and, sure enough, there stood Naruto and Sasuke. "Sasuke-kun, Naruto-kun. You both. Wow, you both clean up nice. You look good as well, Sakura-chan," Sasuke said. "Is Konan ready?" asked Naruto. "Hi, Konan, come on." At Sakura's call, Konan came walking out also, and at her appearance, Naruto was absolutely floored, and even Sasuke was taken aback by the beauty standing in front of them. Konan, you look absolutely stunning," Naruto managed to stammer out. "Arigato, Naruto," said Konan in a very Hinata-like manner, making Sasuke and Sakura laugh slightly at the irony surrounding their second-in-command. "Shall we?" Sakura suggested. "Hi, we shall," Naruto said, offering Konan his arm, to which she immediately took. Sakura also took Sasuke's arm and the four went out to begin their date. As fate would have it, today was one of the rare days where the rain had stopped, and it was currently a clear night sky in AIM, making the mood of the date that much more impressionable for all parties involved. The stars were out and the full moon hung in the sky, much to Konan's pleasure. Smiling at the sight, she couldn't help but hug Naruto's arm closer to her and had laid her head on his right shoulder, making Sasuke and Sakura eye the couple knowingly. "It's been way too long since the rain has stopped. I haven't seen the sky like that in a long time," Konan remarked, not daring to leave Naruto's wharf. "Maybe it's a sign," Sasuke said. "I sure hope so," Sakura said. "It is. We'll surely be successful in our mandate. But, tonight is not a night for Akatsuki business. Tonight is for us," Naruto said, making everyone there smile, because they now knew there was another side to Pain. Now coming upon the restaurant that they had chosen, Naruto and Konan took the lead and, upon seeing Naruto, the manager of the restaurant had let them in for no charge and gave them a booth at the far side of the establishment. Content to wait for their food to be brought, the four engaged in some small talk to pass the time. "So, Konan, I have to admit, I don't know as much about you as I should," Sakura said. "Well, I was born and raised here, in AIM. My parents were killed during the Second Great World War and sometime after, I met Yahiko and Nagato. We formed our own little group and we helped each other out. About a month later, we met the Sannin, during their battle with Hanzo. After we witnessed that epic battle, we confronted them and one of them stayed back to take care of us. That person was Jiraiya. He stayed with us and helped us get by, though he refused to teach us ninjutsu. Until the day we found out Nagato had the Rinnegan." "How did you find out?" "An Iwagakure Chunin had attacked Yahiko and went to kill him, but Nagato had used his Rinnegan in a fit of rage and killed the Chunin. Afterwards, Jiraiya-sensei had taught us everything we needed to know about being shinobi. Sometime after sensei left us, Yahiko had told us of his dream of peace for AIM, and his ideals had attracted others to his cause. That was the start of the original Akatsuki. Yahiko had assumed command and had led us faithfully until the day." At that point, Konan had reached over to Naruto and took his hand, to which he squeezed comfortingly. "Until the day Yahiko died." "Say no more. Naruto-kun has told me about how Yahiko died, so I already know." "But what about your Shikigami no Mai dance of the formula paper?" Sasuke asked. "That actually came about because of my origami skills. I figured out one day that I could use my origami to accentuate my ninjutsu. Plus, it keeps me young, since I can basically turn myself into paper." "How young are we talking about here?" "My human age would place me in my early 30s, but I'm, in all actuality, barely 17. That's the advantage of having my particular skill set." "Even I didn't know that," Naruto remarked. "It's because I never told you, Naruto. I didn't know how you'd react knowing I'm years younger than I seem to be." "Hey, I'm not complaining. If we go back 3 years, that's all you did," Sasuke said. "Urusei, Tem. Dobi. Oh, here we go again," Sakura sighed out, and making Conan smile at the two's antics. Soon enough, though, their food had been brought and they had began to dig in. They ate their food while still carrying on a good conversation, and the time had come that the four had to part ways, because, let's face it, what happens after a dinner date is best when it happens in pairs. Sasuke and Sakura had walked off to the walls surrounding AIM, and Naruto and Conan had opted to spend the rest of their time out on the town. Their venture had ended up with them on a boat just off the shore of AIM. Thankfully, the waters were calm, nary a wave could be seen. Naruto was laying on the floor of the boat, with Conan laying on his chest, her head just below his chin, both looking up at the clear night sky. It was calming to them both, just being in each other's presence, in each other's arms. Suddenly, it hit Conan, the thing that Naruto had that Yahiko didn't. Naruto actually cared for her. Yahiko, he did care, but he put the Akatsuki before her. Naruto would drop the Akatsuki if it meant that he could be with her. She suddenly felt just one emotion at that moment, happiness. She was happy that Naruto would drop everything, even his plight for peace, just for her. And as much as she wanted to remember Yahiko, he was dead, and she had someone in her presence right now, that had been betrayed, spat on, stepped on, hit, stabbed and everything else in between, and she wanted to make him feel what true love was, so. Naruto-kun, Conan said, getting a low, from Naruto, a signal that he was almost asleep. I have an answer for you. Now shaking the cobweb out of his head, Naruto let Conan up so she could look him straight in the eyes. Cerulean blue met amber, and both people there blushed upon seeing the love they both held for each other. That being said, Naruto knew Conan's answer even before she said it. I love you so much, Uzumaki Naruto. And my official answer is yes. I want to be with you. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. You took the words straight out of my mouth. Naruto found himself leaning in, and Conan found herself leaning in also. Both parties there held their breath in anticipation, and, finally, their lips met in a kiss that sent electricity through their bodies. At first contact, it was soft and tender. But as the kiss continued, Naruto found that Conan was getting more and more aggressive, and two could play at that game, he reasoned. He gently bit at Conan's lower lip, and she opened her mouth, letting Naruto in. His tongue and hers met in a fierce battle for dominance, but Naruto had come out the victor, but not before Conan pushed him onto his back, straddled him and continued the fierce makeout session. Naruto's hands had roamed to Conan's back and he had began to work on untying her corset, and Conan had to agree, it was getting way too hot for the clothes they had on. Naruto had worked her corset off and Conan had slipped off his jacket and the vest, then both went back to their lip lock. Again, Naruto's hands roamed around her body, making Conan moan into their kiss every time Naruto hit just the right spots, but eventually, his hands had stopped at her ass. Now, at this point, they both looked like a hot mess, but they didn't care. That was telegraphed when Naruto gave Conan's ass a good squeeze, to which Conan responded with a low moan. She broke the kiss and allowed herself some time to breathe. Damn, Ko-chan, you're wild. Even Yahiko couldn't handle me. I think I'll fare better. You already are. Naruto had let Conan have her time being dominant, so, he had flipped their positions and he couldn't help but love the look on his new girlfriend's face. It was a mix between surprise and excitement. Conan had taken hold of Naruto's tie and had pulled him back into another makeout. During it, she had worked off his tie and his shirt, to which Naruto had taken her right breasts into his right hand and abandoned her lips for her neck. He could feel himself being driven crazy by Conan's soft moans as he attacked her neck with fervor, then attacked her lips once again. She had her arms wrapped around Naruto's neck and was also running her fingers through his orange locks, and didn't complain when the top to her dress was pulled down, exposing her breasts to the night air of AIM. Naruto had to take a moment to drink in just how sexy Conan looked right now. There she was, lying below him, letting him have his way, hair messed up, her 34Ds exposed for all to see, and a deep blush on her face. She, at least to Naruto, was the very definition of an angel, and he was glad that she would be his from this night forward. Perfection, was all Naruto got to say before Conan had flipped their positions like he did. That night, if a person were to sail past their general location, they would hear the many shameless moans coming from there. Tenshi, the sound of flesh hitting flesh, Conan's many cries of approval, and, above all else, Naruto-kun tilde, yelled Conan to the high heavens as she finally hit her high and collapsed on top of her lover and superior. Naruto had pulled out and reached for the blanket that was inside the boat with them and draped it over both of their naked forms. He hugged Conan tightly, as if afraid to lose her, and she caught this. Naruto-kun, others may have abandoned and betrayed you, but I'll stay by your side. What we did tonight marks me as yours and yours only. Even if the Akatsuki should collapse, I'll stay by your side as your second in command and your lover. I love you, Naruto-kun. And I love you, Ko-chan. Their piece being said, the two lovers had fallen asleep a few minutes later in each other's arms, a content smile on both their faces, especially Conan's. Both knew they had found true love in each other and they would be damned if they were going to be torn from each other. Uzumaki, Naruto and Conan, the god and his angel, both slept peacefully under the starry skies with nary a care in the world. Just the way they wanted it. Chapter 5, Kami. One thing was at the forefront of his mind, when. That one thought had always run through his mind, and this fight was no different. Sasuke quickly brought down his Kusanagi, and the person he was fighting had made the move he was hoping for. The person had tried to block his Kusanagi with a kunai, resulting in said sword to phase through the kunai. The person in question, however, was quick enough to back out of the way just in time to dodge the swipe, but got batted away by the kick Sasuke had sent into their head. Stabbing his Kusanagi into the ground, Sasuke weaved through the 7 hand seals necessary and landed on the tiger seal. Kaden, Gukakyu no Jutsu. Fire release. Great fireball technique, R. Uchiha thought, expelling a huge fireball out of his mouth, in the direction of his opponent, who weaved through their own 5 hand seals and spit out a line of water that erupted into a huge wall of water. Sujinheki, water encampment wall, huh. A good counter. Commented Sasuke as he withdrew some shuriken that had some steel wire tied to them, but the wire was so thin that only the most astute eyes could see it. Throwing the shuriken, and directing a few to hit his opponent, so as they wouldn't be wise to his plan. As expected, the person blocked the shuriken and they dropped to the ground, seemingly harmless. They weren't. Sasuke went through the 4 hand seals, again landing on the tiger seal. Kaden, Ryuka no Jutsu. Fire release, dragon fire technique. And at Sasuke's thought, the wires had been lit alight with his Kaden jutsu and immediately engulfed the person he was fighting. He had thought himself victorious then and there, but the flames started to spiral. Yes, the flames had spiraled down into a central point that once was a sphere of blue chakra. In his haste, Sasuke had forgotten about the rasengan, and had now given his opponent a free upgrade to the technique. Sasuke's opponent dashed forward at speeds matching Lee without weights and he knew that he wouldn't have time to dodge. At the speed his opponent was going, so, his Mangekyu sprang to life and his Susanoo was awakened. The Uchiha hoped that his base Susanoo was enough to block the upgraded S-rank ninjutsu, and left his fate up for the gods to decide. An explosion rocked the area, and there R. Uchiha stood, a hole burnt through his Susanoo and his opponent's right hand hovering just over his heart. It was only an instant, but he saw it clearly. His opponent had replaced the flames with boil release. Yes, it was boil release, it had to be. But it had burned through his Susanoo. The ultimate defense of the Uchiha clan had been melted like butter. He just couldn't fathom it. A sweet giggle brought Sasuke out of his reverie and he turned his attention to his opponent, who also was his girlfriend. Sakura had just won probably the biggest fight of her life, against the Uchiha prodigy no less. Well, looks like Naruto was right in bringing you with him, Sakura-chan. You've won your spot on the Akatsuki. Then, which of the new rings am I gonna get? Naruto gave me this one, which ironically, will be a perfect match for you. The ring Sakura had gotten from Sasuke had made her smile for 2 reasons. 1, it was the final piece she needed to become an official Akatsuki member, and 2, she remembered back to one day, while they were still Konoha shinobi, she had dragged Naruto off to do some shopping and she had seen a ring she wanted, but didn't have enough money, much to her own chagrin. Apparently, Naruto had remembered that day and had ordered a ring that would fit her perfectly. The kanji on the ring read, Sakura. She would have said, thank you, next, had she not seen Sasuke kneel down on one of his knees. Immediately then she knew what was going on. Naruto told me about that day you wanted a ring like this but couldn't get it. To be honest, he helped me get this. Cost us a pretty penny, but it's well worth it. Haruno Sakura, will you marry me? Sasuke-kun. Yes. And as soon as Sasuke had risen, he found himself on the receiving end of one of the biggest kisses he had ever gotten from Sakura, and had returned it in kind. Truly, both of them were happy, happier than they've ever been. But, the contrast was evident with Naruto, who was currently looking over his village, as always. You mean to tell me there's another stage to the Rinnegan? How is this possible? Our blonde Cage asked to seemingly no one. Hi. That one fact seemed to slip my mind during our last conversation. I apologize, said the person, rather the spirit, standing behind him. The almighty Raikudo Sennin forgot about his own eyes. Not every day someone can say they heard that come from the source. In all seriousness, though, what do I have to do to awaken the final stage to the Rinnegan? The Kamishini Rinnegan, God-killing Samsara Eye, was my personal variation of the Rinnegan. I named it Kamishini because during my confrontation with the Jubi, it was only my eyes that allowed me to fight it on equal terms. And as to how you unlock it, Well, Naruto, you won't like it. Same as attaining the Mangekyo. No, you have to either kill or feel the emotion of the death of one of your family. And considering I have no living blood relatives except for Karen and Tsunade, and also considering I have no relations with either. Looks like the Kamishini Rinnegan is beyond my reach. So you would actually do it? Of course not. I considered the means to obtain the Mangekyo barbaric, so why would I make an exception for this? Good point. Though, I must say, you're doing pretty good so far with what you have. You've given the world pause and Konoha is on the fence. Plus, you've created a sixth nation. Pretty good for your first 4 months. I've taken up your will. Plus, it was the will of my now deceased godfather. This task has fallen to me to accomplish and I will do so. At any cost. Hi, at any cost. Then you have conviction. Very good. Now, my chakra is low. Let me back into your body so I can replenish. Of course. The first sage then put a hand on one of Naruto's shoulders, then got melded back into said person's body just as Konan walked in. Naruto-kun, the 2 envoys from Suna and Konoha are here to negotiate the details of this year's Chunin exams. Spoke the angel of Akatsuki. Send them in, please. Nodding, Konan walked out and a few minutes later, the Konoha and Suna representatives walked in. Been a while, hasn't it, Shikamaru? Asked Naruto as he turned to greet his guests. That it has, Naruto. I see you're keeping your village in working order. Spoke Shikamaru after shaking Naruto's hand. I wouldn't be a good cage otherwise. And how are you today, Tamari? As good as I can be, considering I woke up to paperwork and was then sent here for negotiations for the Chunin exams. Hey, I'll agree that paperwork is indeed irksome. Now, come, let us begin. Hi, Tsunade-sama has put forward the notion that this year's Chunin exams should be held here in AIM. Shikamaru said. Gaara has also put forward that notion. And from the envoys from Kiri, Kumo and Iwa, they concur. So, will you agree to this, Naruto? Tamari asked. Hi, I agree to this. I must say that it will be an honor for the Chunin exams to be held in my nation. Then we'll need to organize the proper amenities for the nations that will be participating. Which are, as it stands, Konoha, Suna, Iwa, Kumo, Kiri, Oto and of course AIM. Shikamaru answered. I'll arrange for our finest hotels to be prepared for the day. Speaking of which, what's the timetable? A few more months at least, considering all of the paperwork all of the other cages are going through. Plus the added stress that's been put on Tsunade-sama since the little spy fiasco. Growling lowly, Naruto turned to Tamari and said, please, give us a few moments privacy. Nodding rather hesitantly, Tamari shared a look with Shikamaru before stepping out. Waiting for Tamari to be completely out of the room, Naruto took a deep breath and let it out slowly as he turned around to stare at his village. Do you know what it's like to have 1,000 or more lives riding on your very whims, Shikamaru? Can't say that I do. Enlighten me. Most people would call it power. The power to rule over man, the power to wage wars, the power to shape the very earth. That's not true power. What is, then? Naruto then closed his eyes and smirked just as the rain intensified. Turning around, the once cerulean blue eyes Shikamaru had been staring into was now replaced by the familiar ripple pattern of the Rinnegan. And at that one moment, a streak of lightning had crashed behind Naruto, the light radiating from it illuminating Naruto and pronouncing his smirk in the Rinnegan, which had black in the center. Yes, this Rinnegan was different in the fact that the entire center was black and Naruto's pupil had turned white. Shikamaru, at the sight of this new Rinnegan, was, for one of the only times in his life, truly, completely, utterly and totally scared. The feeling he got from this one image terrified him to his core. The feeling was one of hopelessness, of insignificance. Of pain. It's the illusion of having power that is the real power, Shikamaru. The illusion. That's right. The cages, and even the daimyos, think they have power. The cages only have power because of 2 things. 1, they are elected by a popular vote, a vote from the junin of their village and a recommendation from their daimyo. The second reason that the cages, and shinobi in general have any power, is because of the Raikudo Sennin. Had he not come around and taught his lessons on ninshu, chakra wouldn't have been discovered. And shinobi wouldn't exist as they are in today's time. I already know this. What's your point? My point is, Shikamaru, that we are only as what Kami wants us to be. That's why I say that the illusion of having power is the real power. Because I am Kami. I am order. I am truth. I am pain. Quote ellipsis. Stop taking drugs, Naruto. They'll fuck up your brain. Hey, you don't believe me. Not for 1 second. Then, kneel. I won't. Not to you or, wa. Shikamaru found himself kneeling against his will. First, he took one knee, then he was down to both, then he found himself bowing down with his nose just inches from the concrete floor. As you can see, Shikamaru, I have control over everything. I am the second sage of the six paths. I am a god in human form. What I wish becomes a reality. Naruto stopped himself and waved a hand over the skyline of AIM, and in just a few short seconds, the rain stopped, the clouds cleared and the sun had started shining. Why? Why are you telling me this? So you can go back and tell Senju Tsunade that the Chunin exams will not ease the tension between us and Konoha. So you can tell her that I will not stand for any other spy attempts. So that she will know that she has made an enemy of Kami. An enemy she will regret making sometime soon, I assure you. War. No, not war. Suffering. Complete and total suffering. Senju Tsunade will come to know pain, she will accept pain, she will feel pain. And when she understands what true pain is, then and only then will she be remotely an equal to me. Until then, she's just like the one I knew as Toby. Arrogant, delusional, idealistic, pathetic. Until she knows pain, I will know nothing but utter disgust for her. You have fallen far, Naruto. That's what Neji said just before he tried to kill me. Don't make his mistake, Shikamaru. You're one of my oldest friends and I wish no harm to come upon you. Then why? Why did I make you kneel? So you could experience for yourself the power that I alone command. Honestly, would you want to face someone on the battlefield that can do what I just made you do? Realistically, no, I see your point, but, can you let me up? Sure. Now being released from the oppressive feeling, Shikamaru stood up to face Naruto, only for Naruto to turn around again and stare over AIM just as the rain started up again. You've talked enough, Shikamaru. Go, and report back to Senju. And tell her about everything that happened here. Every last detail, exactly as I said it. Hi, Naruto. Despite what's happened, both here and in the past, just remember that I'm still your friend. I feel the same way, Shikamaru. Now, please, I wish to be alone for now. Tell Konan that as well. Hi, goodbye, Naruto. Once Shikamaru was gone, the spirit of the Raikudo Sennin had exited Naruto's body and stood beside him, arms crossed and staring out over AIM like him. I never knew you had that side of you, Naruto said. Hi. It took more of my chakra than I thought it would, but the possession was successful and I think that Nara kid got the message. And so will that Senju woman once he returns to Konoha. He possession took up your chakra because you imposed your will on him using what I'm guessing was a downplayed version of the Kamishini Rinnegan. That's right, I was able to muster enough of my chakra to bring back my Kamishini Rinnegan and use it through you temporarily. You've just used two of its powers through me. The ability to impose my will on others and the ability to control everything within a certain distance of me. Correct on both counts. Once you eventually get the Kamishini Rinnegan, I can already tell that you'll have better mastery of it than I did. But, people regarded you as a god. And now you will be my second coming. You will be a god on earth, just like I was. You will be able to do anything you can ever imagine with just your eyes. You will truly be Kami, Naruto. And you'll have to become nothing less to change this world. And how do you know all of this? I'm a god, Naruto. True. All throughout this exchange, plus Naruto's conversation with Shikamaru, Hinata had been sitting on top of the roof to the balcony listening in. What she was trying to do was obvious, eavesdrop on Naruto's most private meetings. But what she was now hearing was an earful for her. The original Raikudo Sennin alive through the form of a spirit. And he was using Naruto as a host. And he could possess Naruto at a moment's notice. And something about Neji's last words didn't sit right with her. She felt as if something was missing. Then. So, how's Neji working out as one of your paths? The sage asked. Surprisingly well. His body was at first resisting my attempts to control it, but I eventually got it to accept my chakra. Neji was trying to put up a fight even in death. That's a Hyuga for you. Strong until the end. He died trying to do what he thought best, you know. And his definition of best was trying to assassinate me. You told him Hinata was dead, only for her to walk in at the most inopportune time. Of course he'd be pissed enough to try and kill you. That was it. Hinata had finally gotten the truth straight from the source of it all. And she wasn't happy about it at all. Slowly getting up from her kneeled position, and looking at Naruto's position through her Byakugan, she knew she only had one shot at it. One shot to end it all. But, could she do it? Hell yes. She took a short leap off of the balcony and twisted herself so her first two fingers would be jammed right between Naruto's eyes. But when Naruto had come within her visual range, she was surprised to see his right hand pointed right at her, then she heard the two words she thought she'd never hear again. Shinra Tensai. The Shinra Tensai Naruto had released hit Hinata with the force of 300 Tsunade super punches, directly to the chest. Most of her ribs had been broken, a lung collapsed, and many other internal injuries was the result of the very first Shinra Tensei Naruto had ever released in the time he had gotten the Rinnegan. Hinata had been sent flying backwards a ways before she was being drawn back towards Naruto thanks to him using Bansho Tenon. Ending up in a tight chokehold courtesy of Naruto, Hinata found herself being dangled quite a ways above solid ground, as Naruto had walked to the very edge of the overhanging statue. Having been alerted to trouble by the thunderous sound that was Naruto's Shinra Tensei, the entirety of Akatsuki had all shown up at the same time and was all standing inside the building, with Naruto and Hinata being the only two standing outside in the rain. Naruto's gaze pierced straight through Hinata, who was just about to pass out, but was instantly rejuvenated thanks to the glare Naruto gave her. So, yet another one betrays us. And this betrayal will have the same result as the last, it seems. Naruto spoke with a voice filled with nothing more than authority and power. Go ahead, do it, was Hinata's labored reply. Growling like he did with Shikamaru, Naruto glanced over his shoulder to Sakura, who shook her head, then to Konan, who nodded her head. He then glanced over to Sasuke, who, surprisingly, shook his head. Turning his attention back to Hinata, Naruto spoke. No, there's already been enough death. Hyuga Hinata, I hereby take your chakra away and I sentence you to life imprisonment in the Hazuka-jo Demon Lantern Castle. The Blood Prison. Naruto then threw Hinata unceremoniously back into the Akatsuki Tower, where Sasuke was weaving through a few hand signs. The same hand signs Naruto was flashing through. Kisame stepped in, picked Hinata up by the collar of her shirt and slammed her chest first into the far wall, then turned her around while using a kunai to slice open the front of her shirt, exposing her well-toned and flat stomach. Keeping Hinata held up, Kisame smiled his sick smile as Sasuke stepped to the Hyuga first and placed his left hand on her stomach and his right hand on her head. Naruto stepped Uo next and placed his right hand over her heart and his left on top of her head, like Sasuke did. Hinata's Byakugan had activated without her consent and Sasuke's Sharingan blazed in his eyes, while Naruto's Rinnegan glowed a faint gray color just as pure chakra surrounded all three of the Dujutsu users. Slowly, but surely, Hinata's chakra shroud started to dissipate little by little, until there was just a small cloud of it left, centered around her heart. Only a very few of the Akatsuki there knew what was happening, but those who didn't got the name of the jutsu when Naruto and Sasuke yelled in unison. Fuinjutsu, Densetsu no Chakra Fuin. Sealing Technique, Legendary Chakra Seal. The last cloud of chakra disappeared from Hinata's body. And so did her Byakugan. Once the process was complete, Naruto and Sasuke removed their hands and Kisame let the Hyuga clatter to the ground. Naruto and Sasuke's white and purple chakra shrouds respectively disappeared and they both cut chakra flow to their eyes, knowing they didn't need their Dujutsu in Hinata's presence any longer. What just happened? Asked Sakura. They just took away all of Hinata's chakra. She's not a shinobi anymore. Suigetsu replied nonchalantly. All of her chakra? How? The legendary chakra seal is one of those scary types of fuinjutsu that not only seals the target's chakra. It literally sucks the target dry of their chakra and distributes it equally between the casters. That being said, it usually requires 2 or more practitioners in order to be used to its full capacity. But that's not the kicker. No matter if the person survives the extraction process, there's no way in hell that the target can get their chakra back. By any means. Because their chakra has now been added to the practitioners. In this case, Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun now have Hinata's chakra circulating within them. Correction. It's no longer Hinata's chakra. It's Naruto and Sasuke's chakra now. And like I said before, Hinata can't, under any circumstances, get her chakra back. Why not? Because this is one of the only known jutsu that permanently takes away chakra. You saw what Naruto and Sasuke did with their hands, right? After a positive nod from Sakura, Suigetsu continued. That wasn't because they wanted to get a quick feel-in on her. They were targeting her Kirakuke chakra pathway system directly. The chakra that they stole, the leached directly from the source. In other words, her chakra pathway system has been dried up, in a way. To sum it up, yes. Her Kirakuke is like a plant that has been completely starved of water, dry, shriveled, parched. Whichever words you want to use for it. Even if someone were to try and implant chakra directly into Hinata's Kirakuke, it would do no good. Because her Kirakuke is dead. Sasuke finished. Precisely. When should we send this Hyuga bitch to the Hazuka-jo, Naruto? Asked Uchiha while turning to face his leader. Immediately. Suigetsu, Jugo, you two oversee the transfer. Answered Naruto before getting 2 affirmative highs from both Suigetsu and Jugo. Jugo then picked up the corpse-like body of Hinata and started for the exit. Goddamn shame, that she wasn't that bad looking. Suigetsu remarked before following his partner out. Everyone else, back to your posts. Finish your shifts, Naruto commanded, making all of the Akatsuki, save for Konan, disappear. Hinata was one of my most treasured friends, Konan. It killed me inside to so that. You told me how close you two had become in the past, Naruto-kun. Just keep in mind that this was for the good of the world. I know, I guess it's still kinda hard to go against my former friends like this. But now the last of the traitors has been weeded out. I know, which takes some pressure off of me. But, still, I have to unite the world. You will, Naruto-kun. Naruto then wrapped his arms around Konan's waist. I know, with an angel by my side, how can I lose? And with Kami on our side, how can we lose? Naruto laughed lightly at his girlfriend's remark and quickly brought her in for a kiss, to which she eagerly accepted. Iwagakure, Onoki's office, midnight that night. We find Onoki slowly floating about his office, as if in contemplation. This alliance with AIM is just for show, and I'm sure that Naruto knows this. But, what if I break it and he makes good on his threat? No, he wouldn't do that. He'd have Konoha to deal with, along with the rest of the shinobi nations because he's the one initiating war in that case. No, Naruto's too smart for that. But, I have to find a good way to break this alliance without there being any severe repercussions, thought the aged Kage in silent contemplation, until. My, do you do this often, Onoki-san? Came a shrill voice from the corner of his office. Who's there? An interested party, Onoki-san. I know how much of a thorn AIM and that Uzumaki brat is in your side. I have come to offer you a way out of the predicament you now find yourself ensnared in. And, just who are you? A man with a maroon-colored cloak and circular glasses then stepped out of the shadows, making Onoki do a double take upon the person's appearance. You may call me Yakushi Kabuto. Chapter 6, The War. Tetsu no Kuni, 3 months later. Naruto, at this point, was absolutely livid. Learning of Kabuto handing over an entire Edo Tensei army to Onoki 3 months prior had set off alarms for all of the Kages, not just Naruto, who was taking it the worst by far, considering what his goal is. Now, sitting in his seat beside Gaara in May at the latest Kage summit, he had to hold his tongue just to hear Onoki's bullshit. Is it not favorable for a hidden village to try and increase their power no matter the cost? Gaara Dono, would you have not taken this offer had it been offered to you? Or you, Tsunade Dono? Onoki said, trying to make himself seem justified. No, Onoki Dono, I would not have. Using dead shinobi as your personal army is one thing that we cannot allow, no matter the circumstances or benefits. Spoke Gaara. And you cavorting about with a wanted nuke nin as an ally doesn't help you in the least bit, Onoki Dono. I said. Add to the fact that said nuke nin is in all of our bingo books, I'd say that Onoki Dono is lenient towards the undesirables of the world. Naruto finally spoke. Oh, the irony around your statement, Naruto Dono, Onoki said, almost forcing himself to use the correct honorific. Do not mistake me, the Akatsuki was made up of nuke nin from around the world, but no longer. Need I enumerate my goal once more? Then, what's the difference between letting the Akatsuki get away with it and letting me get away with it? The difference is, Onoki Dono, that Naruto Dono has turned the Akatsuki completely around and is actually working to try to make the world a peaceful place. You, however, have made a deal that only strengthens Iwa with no afterthought of using our own dead shinobi against us. It seems to me that you only care for Iwa's needs, and not the needs of the world as a whole. Mei spoke. I call for a vote on this matter. Should Onoki Dono dissolve his Edo Tensei army and hand in Yakushi Kabuto for proper punishment? Asked Naruto to the rest of the Kages. Gaara said. Mei said. I say yes, of course. Naruto spoke. I spoke. Nay, Tsunade said, surprising everyone there, but only succeeded in angering Naruto further. Why do you say such, Tsunade Dono? Gaara asked after leaning back a bit in his chair. Because I agree with Onoki. There's absolutely no difference between what Naruto has done with the Akatsuki and what Onoki has done with Kabuto. I, for one, have no undead army. Naruto defended. You have 4 undead bodies under your control as your paths, and all are from Konoha. Those 4 alone are an army. And I would have added Hinata to my paths, had I not been merciful that day. That's another thing. Hiashi wants your head, Naruto. For what you did to both Neji and Hinata. They both tried to assassinate me and I reacted accordingly. Need I remind you that Neji was under your orders to spy on AIM, Senju? And he attacked me as a Konoha nin. Rightfully, I should have declared war then and there, but, again, I was merciful. I am completely justified in what I am doing, Senju. If anyone should be punished, it should be both you and Onoki. Regardless, the majority vote stands. Onoki, you are to dissolve your Edo Tensei army and hand over Yakushi Kabuto. You really want me dead, don't you? Naruto-kun, came the sick voice of Kabuto, who leisurely walked into the room and stood behind Onoki, to his right. I think you already know my answer, Namikaze. I refuse, and I'm breaking our alliance with AIM this day, stated Onoki with a smirk. Sorry, Naruto, but I support Onoki on this, Tsunade said. Looking from Onoki to Tsunade, then finally to Gaara, Naruto took a deep breath when Gaara slowly nodded. Turning his attention to Mei, she nodded also. Now slowly letting out the held breath, Naruto spoke. Alright, it seems that negotiations have failed completely and utterly. Onoki, you refuse to bend to the majority vote, and Senju, you back the warmonger. All I have to say is this, if you two want a war, I'll give you one. I'll give you a war you won't believe. I will come down on the both of you with such a righteous fury that Kami herself will be unable to stop me. Bring it on, then, Namikaze. I look forward to settling this once and for all. Gaara, Terumi, I'll deal with you two as well. I fear not this war, for I am prepared. Onoki stated boldly. You'll have to deal with Kumo as well, then, Onoki. Kumo is now allied with AIM and will support them in this war. I said, finally standing, along with Naruto. I think this meeting is adjourned. Onoki, Senju, I'll be seeing you two very shortly. You can count on this. Our blonde Akatsuki leader said as he turned to leave, Sasuke and Sakura flanking him as he walked out. I think Zetsu got all of that, Naruto-kun, spoke Sakura. I know he did. He's already relayed the information to Kisame, and he's readying the army as we speak. Naruto responded, keeping his eyes forward. Please tell me our first target is Konoha. Sasuke said. It is, Sasuke. Konoha's at the top of my list. Very good. I have a few people left there that'll pay for what they did to Itachi. You'll have your revenge, this I promise you. Now, both of you hold on to me. Placing a hand on Naruto's shoulders, both Sasuke and Sakura were in for a wild rise as Naruto had activated a Jikuken ninjutsu, space-time ninjutsu, and had gotten back to Akatsuki Tower in just a flash. What the hell? Began Sakura. Hiraishin no Jutsu. My dad's legacy. That, on top of the Rinnegan. Naruto-kun, you're dangerous. I know, I'm painfully aware of that, yet I must be dangerous in order for my mandate to become reality. With Onoki and Tsunade, outside Tetsu's border. Don't worry yourself over this, Tsunade. My Edo Tensei army will most definitely lead us to victory over the Namikaze brat. Spoke Onoki as he was floating next to Tsunade. Uzumaki. He's still in Uzumaki. He never took Minato's name. Spoke our Senju princess mournfully. No matter. Uzumaki, Namikaze. He'll only know defeat in this war. Don't be so sure, Onoki. The things I have seen Naruto do, even without the Rinnegan. You must not let your shinobi see this side of you, Tsunade. They need a leader with conviction. Whatever Naruto was to you before the Rinnegan, that side of him is long dead. He is the second pain now. I know, but, damn it, I miss my godson. At this point, she had turned away from the aged Tsuchikage to hide her coming tears, only to turn right into Gaara. Excuse me, Tsunade, said Gaara rather forcefully as he continued on his way. Hi, sorry, Gaara. Turning on his heel, he fully faced Tsunade and the look he sent her froze her blood. No, you're not. Not yet, at least. You weren't sorry when you sent in a team to spy on Naruto, one of which tried to assassinate him. You weren't sorry when you put him in your bingo book despite him being the Shodai Mamekage, and you definitely weren't sorry when you sided against him back there. No, don't say to me that you're sorry when you don't even mean it. Naruto's like a brother to me and I will follow him to the gates of hell and back. And you, his godmother, seem content on making things worse for him when he's only trying to make this world a better place for us all. You place the good of Konoha before the good of the world, you think of yourself before Naruto, and you would doom this world to the endless cycle of hatred that has already consumed it. No, Shut up. Those two simple words followed by a spike of killing intent floored not only Tsunade, but Onoki as well. But what came next? You haven't seen the world like Naruto and I have. You never had to fight every day just to survive. You were born to Konoha's Senju clan, you had a life, you had a family. While I also had a family, but said family hated me to my core. My own father ordered my execution and I killed my own uncle because I was hated so. Naruto, he had no one. Every single day he was beaten, spat on and called the most wicked of names just because of what he held inside of him, and what he still bears. No, you do not know what it feels like to be utterly despised because of something outside of your control. I detest you, Tsunade. Ever since the day we voted Naruto and aim into the shinobi nations, you have shown yourself to be nothing more than an opportunistic harlot that will ruin the world if left unchecked. Like Naruto said, we will be seeing each other soon. You can be certain of that. With those words said, Gaara turned on his heel and began walking away, leaving Tsunade feeling worse than she was previously was. Don't let that boy's words affect you, Tsunade. He's just as ignorant as Naruto is, if not more so. We will end up the victors in this war and our two nations will prosper afterwards. No, Onoki, you know as well as I. Naruto can't be beaten. I'll believe that when his katana is at my throat. Now come, we have a war to win here. 3 days later, Omegakure. There, standing before Naruto and Gaara, was their combined army that was about 50,000 strong. 30,000 soldiers were Naruto's alone and the last 20,000 were Gaara's. Flanking Naruto was Sasuke and Sakura, and flanking Gaara was Kankuro and Temari, who had a conflicted look on her face. Seeing this, Naruto sighed, knowing why she was conflicted. Temari, you must steel yourself for what must be done. Shikamaru's our enemy now, and he should be treated as such. When we do eventually get to Konoha, he will give his life to protect it and Tsunade. You must be prepared for the worst. He's right, Temari. If Shikamaru doesn't join us or surrender, he's a liability. Spoke Gaara. I know. But, it's not easy, finally spoke Temari after some silent contemplation. Gaara was about to question what she had just said, but Naruto intervened. Say no more, Temari. I know you and Shikamaru were close friends, but that time has passed. We're at war and we're going after Konoha this day. You must stifle these lingering feelings and harden yourself once more. I know, Naruto. And I'll try. Please do, Temari. We need you focused on this war. On another note, this is quite the army we have, Naruto. Interjected Gaara. Quite so, Gaara. And this is just the troops we have on hand. If we combined the troops we already have on the front lines, Kiri's troops and Kumo's troops, we'd have well over 100,000 troops, plus an estimated 25,000 reserve troops in total. Quite the army, indeed. And we have the Akatsuki on our side. We will surely win this war. After Gaara had finished speaking, Sasuke stepped in. Naruto, looks like your order finally came through. Your custom-made Akatsuki cloak has finally finished. So, the old man finally got his ass into gear. Good, spoke our Akatsuki leader as he turned to address the old man that Sasuke had shown in. Pain-sama, I am terribly sorry it took me such a long time to complete your order. I wished for this to be my crown jewel. Spoke the old man. Think nothing of it. Now, please, showcase it to me. Of course, the old man paused to open the case he had brought with him. What he withdrew from said case stunned everyone in the room. Judging from all of your reactions, I'd say I did a fine job. The old man held in his hands a very finely made long-sleeved trench coat. It was coal black, and held a blood-red color on the inside fabric and the collar was slightly extended. On both the shoulders sat the trademark red cloud image of the Akatsuki and an image of red flames was drawn on the hem. On the back of the trench coat, written vertically in red, was the kanji for Sage of the Six Paths. You, old man, you did exceptionally well. Are the other features in place? Asked Naruto after shaking himself out of his reverie. Indeed they are, Pain-sama. A chakra channeling steel mesh underlay and a layer of black leather, which can also channel chakra. The storage seals are also in place, should you need them, it's fairly weather resistant, it's durable. Everything you wanted in it is there, Pain-sama. Very good. Thank you, old man. I'll be sure to call upon you if I need any other work done. Bowing, the old man picked up the empty case and took his leave of the tower. Naruto, however, took his old cloak off, giving everyone there a look at just what he had on underneath the cloak. He had on a black short-sleeved muscle shirt, underneath which was a sleeveless steel mesh shirt, a medium gray Konoha-style flak jacket over his shirt, black cargo pants that had a red line going down both legs that melded into a red ring that was around the hems of the pants' legs, black steel-toed boots, black knuckle gloves with reinforced knuckles and a steel plate on the backs of the hands, a medium-capacity utility belt that was already filled with all the supplies he'd ever need, 2 hip pouches that were stocked with all the necessary shinobi supplies. His Omegakure Hitai 8 sat tied to his forehead and 2 thigh holsters for extra kunai and shuriken. On either side of his belt sat a pair of scrolls that were notched into place, as well as an empty notch on his left side, and a lower back sheath that had a very finely made kodachi sitting within it. The empty notch was soon put to use as Naruto had taken one of the scrolls off of his belt and unsealed the Sennin no Tsurugi, then promptly put it in said notch and replaced the scroll back onto his belt. Once that was done, he took his new trench coat and slipped it on. Everyone in the room could feel the air shift slightly when Naruto had put on the coat, and they saw the source once he turned around. Gone was the cerulean blue of his eyes, and in its place was the rinnegan, which seemed to glow with an ethereal light. Sasuke, spoke Naruto, a slight growl to his voice. Yes. To Konoha. With pleasure. Kankuro, tell the troops we're ready to depart, said Gaara after turning to his brother, who saluted, then disappeared, along with Sasuke, who went to tell Aime's troops the same news. Gaara and Temari soon disappeared themselves, leaving Naruto alone with the rest of his Akatsuki. Turning to said people, he ushered only 2 words. Move out. And so, the full Akatsuki had followed their leader's orders and disappeared. Naruto, however, stayed back and took in a deep breath before saying. So, it has begun. Just outside Konoha, 10 hours later. Tsunade had received word from her advanced scouts that Aime's troops were on the move, along with Suna's, and that they were almost to Konoha. Just as Shikaku had suspected, they used Tanzaku-gai as a rally point. There they had rendezvoused with most of Otogakure's shinobi force, and had begun the proper invasion. Now, here Tsunade was, at the head of Konoha's entire shinobi force. Well, at least the shinobi who didn't get caught up in the initial invasion, which was about 4,000 of her troops, and the rest were holding back Kumo and Kiri on the northeastern front and southeastern front respectively. Which left her shorthanded, as only 15,000 of her troops were left, and from the reports, a monster of a combined army was headed her way. All she could do was pray to Kami for a miracle. Her hopes, however, were dashed when the massive army of Aim and Suna shinobi appeared on the horizon. There was then a wave of murmurs that went through her army, most about the sheer size of the opposing force, and some about where Naruto and the Akatsuki were. Tsunade had to admit, as well, that she was wondering where Naruto was. She got her answer when he had made his way through his army, along with Gaara, and stood at the head the monster of a force. Letting out a breath she didn't know she was holding, Tsunade had thought that her miracle had come when she didn't see the rest of the Akatsuki with him. But the miracle, however, was short-lived, as, one by one, the Akatsuki emerged from the crowd and stood in a straight line behind Naruto. Her skin paled at such a sight, and paled even further when Naruto had held up his hand in a "come hither" motion, as if saying, "We must talk." Obliging her godson, Tsunade walked forward, with Shizune, Shikaku and Inoichi flanking her. Naruto walked forward as well, with Sasuke, Sakura and Konan flanking him. Both met up at the very center of the space separating their armies and began last-minute negotiations. "Quite the army you have here, Naruto," Tsunade said, breaking the ice. "It took time to prepare." "I'd imagine so. But, one thing that I fail to understand. How did you get Hidan to rejoin the Akatsuki?" "So, you did notice him. It was quite simple, really. I had found out that Zetsu had disobeyed my orders and had brought him back to Aim and had reconstructed him. When I had found out, I was initially angry at Zetsu because he had defied me, but then I had thought of the advantages of having him on my side should war break out. Well, war had indeed broken out, and I have one hell of a fighter on my side. So, it was all for the war. Sadly, yes, it was. That being said, Senju, I will say this only once, surrender. You have no chance of either winning or surviving this battle. You underestimate Konoha's shinobi, Uzumaki. Quite the opposite. You forget that I was, at one point, a Konoha shinobi. I know your shinobi's strengths and weaknesses. I know where the weak points in the village are, and I have made sure my shinobi have been trained to handle any situation. Then you underestimate the will of fire. And you underestimate the sage of the 6 paths. You are not the sage. You're a pretender. Last chance, Senju. I'll only say this once, Uzumaki. Fuck you. I will never surrender, and neither will my shinobi. So be it." Turning as if he was going to leave, Naruto suddenly whipped back around, socking Tsunade in the face with a very hard right hook that sent her flying back into her army. Shizune tried to go for the kill, but Sakura had capitalized on her ex-mentor's sole focus on Naruto, and had hit her much in the same way Naruto did, but instead Shizune had been sent flying back spine first into about 5 trees. Shikaku had hightailed it out of the line of fire, and Inoichi had already fallen to Sasuke's sheer speed and ended up with a Chikudo through the heart. A deafening war cry from both sides was heard all throughout the battlefield as the two armies finally clashed. This was the first major battle of the war, and this was the battle that would decide which side held the advantage. Through the battles buzzing around him, Naruto was weaving his way through Konoha shinobi in an effort to find Tsunade. He had finally found her battling off a few Aim Anbu who had made it behind the lines. Looking at his target and looking back at the battlefield, Naruto whistled to himself at the amount of distance he had gotten with that punch, which was at least 400 yards. Snapping himself out of his reverie, Naruto jumped into the battle. "I told you, Senju, you have no chance," spoke our Akatsuki leader after stopping a punch that would have destroyed the head of one of his Anbu, who he now addressed. Go. Your help is not needed here. I'll take care of Senju by myself. The ambush squad did as commanded and vacated the area just as Naruto pulled Tsunade in for a quick, but hard knee to the gut, to which the Senju princess doubled over at Naruto's feet. Yes, that's where you belong, Senju. On your knees, kneeling to me. This will be the only reality you shall know after this day. Tsunade's response was to spit an amount of blood onto Naruto's boots. Growling loudly, he sent a straight heel kick into Tsunade's face that sent her flying through Konoha's walls and into one of the residential districts. A sick smile spread across Naruto's face as he strolled casually through the hole Tsunade had left in the walls while muttering, "Now, to make her feel pain." Chapter 7, The Burning Leaf. The battle raged on. Everywhere there were bodies strewn about the once beautiful landscape that was Konoha Forest. In its place was a barren wasteland of smoldering ash, fresh corpses and the weapons of fallen enemies and comrades alike. But, still, the battle raged on, neither side wanting to lose any ground. Aim and Suna held the numerical advantage, but Konoha had the home field advantage. Which that was about to change very quickly. Gaara, who had been stoic the entire time, finally cracked a smirk before clapping his hands together and muttering, "Ryusa Bakuryu quicksand waterfall flow." Almost instantly, a huge wall of sand erupted from the very middle of the battle lines that were separating both armies. This wall of sand was easily taller than the Hokage's mansion and had a vast width to it. All shinobi there were awestruck by this spectacle, but the Suna-nin, however, knew what was coming next. The wall of sand lurched forward and started to curl in on itself as if it were a tsunami. Eventually, it curled all the way in and collapsed down on the unfortunate Konoha-nin that didn't make it out in time. Before anyone could ask what had happened, there was then a mighty cry of Sabaku Taisou, Sand Waterfall Imperial Funeral. What followed was the entire sand-covered area collapsed in on itself, sealing the fate of the trapped, dead, or unconscious shinobi inside. Almost instantly, half of Konoha's army was wiped off the face of the map. Another mighty war cry filled the air as the allied Aim and Suna troops went in for another attack against the battered Konoha-nin. Bloodied and broken as they were, the Konoha-nin stood firm in the face of unstoppable numbers and inescapable odds. And so did their Hokage. Tsunade was staring down the second Rinnegan user she's ever had to face. That damnable smirk was still spread across his face and his eyes seemed to be lit with the fires of hell itself, as he stared down the Godime Hokage, the woman that he once called his Ba-chan, the woman he would have once died for without a second's hesitation, the one he considered family. No longer. Charging without hesitation at Tsunade once again, his fist was barely intercepted by a rasengan that was barely bigger than a baseball. Naruto scowled upon seeing the raven hair of his personal apprentice, Sarutobi Konohamaru. "Konohamaru, you dare betray me," muttered our Akatsuki leader. "And you dare attack our home. Nei-chan, what's changed you so much that you'll mirthlessly attack the place both of us were born and raised in? A child like you could never understand my reasoning. Now, step aside. Let me fight Senju and I will overlook this little fiasco. You'll have to kill me to make me move from this spot." "No, Konohamaru, run. You have no chance against him. Get out of here," Tsunade all but begged the boy. "Hey, bet on me losing, Ba-chan. I'll only be 5 minutes. Come, Konohamaru, let us see if the student has surpassed the master." Charging headlong at Naruto, Konohamaru immediately ducked under a roundhouse kick, fell back onto his left hand and sent an upwards heel kick towards his former master. Using the momentum from his missed kick, Naruto came around again with another roundhouse kick that blocked Konohamaru's and also sent him stumbling backwards. Thinking on his feet, Konohamaru used that momentum to his advantage and landed safely thanks to a one-handed backwards handspring. Not wanting the momentum of the battle to shift, the Sarutobi focused chakra to his feet and quickly dashed at his former master and immediately sent a heavy right hook at Naruto's head. Naruto only redirected the punch with his left while bringing his right fist in for a gut punch, to which Konohamaru barely blocked with his left hand. What happened next, Konohamaru didn't expect, and he braced himself as he heard Naruto mutter his two favorite words. Shinra Tensai. What followed was Konohamaru yelling in pain as he was thrown back, spine first into the wall of a house, through said wall, through the entire house, through the wall of another house, and into the living room of said house, which happened to ironically be his old apartment. Literally shaking off the dust, Konohamaru stood up and engaged Naruto once again. Kick after kick, punch after punch, Konohamaru could not, to save his life, land a hit on the Akatsuki leader. Stopping one of Konohamaru's punches, Naruto then brought him down into a hard right knee, then followed up with smashing his right elbow into the base of the boy's skull, laying him out on the ground as a result. "Why, Konohamaru, why would you betray me?" Because you represent everything but peace. This attack on Konoha proves it. How? How in Kami's name can you call this peace? You have your sense of justice and I have mine. My justice just happens to be a more direct route than yours. Since you're still a child, I'll lay it out for you. If I can't bring peace to this world, either by diplomacy or force, then I must destroy it and create a new world from the ashes of the old. At Naruto's response, Konohamaru muttered something under his breath. What did you just say, Konohamaru? I said that you're a goddamn fake. Ero Sennin would never approve of you attacking Konoha. He'd never approve of you trying to kill Tsunade. He'd never aarg. Konohamaru's speech was cut short by two chakra receivers being thrust into both his shoulder joints, pinning him to the ground. You never knew Jiraiya-sensei like I did, and you dare speak of him as if you knew what his will was. The arrogance of the next generation. Hey, too scared to face the truth. Pain. Do not goad me, boy. I could kill you right now, but I choose not to because I am curious about something. What is your idea of peace? Of justice? Of pain? Where everyone can live long lives without the threat of war or death looming over them constantly. Where children can grow up knowing their parents' love. Where the weak are rewarded for their perseverance and the strong are honored for their will. Where love is genuine, not forced or arranged, where people earn their take, where everyone is equal. That, to me, is peace. That is exactly what I'm fighting for, Konohamaru. I tried negotiation, I tried diplomacy, but a few select people would have none of it, Senju included. So, in order to pave the way for my peace, I must first destroy them, and mete out peace with the rest of the world once this war is over. But you stand in my way. You prove yourself another obstacle I must overcome. Sarutobi Konohamaru, I hereby carry out your execution in the name of the Shodaima Mekage, in the name of pain and in the name of the second Raikudo Sennin. As soon as Naruto had withdrawn his katana, a kunai was thrown at him from somewhere. Turning and slicing the kunai clean in two with his katana, Naruto saw the source, Moegi. I won't let you lay another finger of Konohamaru-kun. Reinforcements, huh? Moegi-chan. No. Why are you here? I'm here to save you, Konohamaru-kun. No. Save yourself. I'm his current target. He wants me dead, not you. Run. I refuse to. I'll save you. God damn it. Listen to me for once. You really should listen to your boyfriend, Moegi. My quarrel is not with you. It is with Sarutobi and Senju. Run away and I'll forget I ever saw you. The answer Naruto got was another kunai being thrown. Slicing this one in half just like the other one, Naruto pointed his left hand at Moegi and said, Bansho Tenin. Immediately, Moegi found herself being drawn towards Naruto at a rapid pace. Managing to pull off the seals necessary, she let loose a Kaden, Karyu Endant Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet that was brought to bear on Naruto at an even more rapid pace, which made him immediately halt the Bansho Tenin in favor for a few hand seals of his own. Hyoten Haijutsu, Makyu Hyosho. Ice Release Secret Technique, Demonic Mirroring Ice Crystals. At Naruto's words, a single ice mirror materialized from thin air and blocked the incoming fire stream. Being that Naruto intentionally made this mirror out of weaker ice, the mirror melted after blocking said fire. Flying through a few more hand seals, Naruto muttered, after suddenly appearing behind Moegi. Sensatsu Susho, 1,000 Flying Water Needles of Death. A few dozen ice needles suddenly formed from the water from before, plus a few from the surrounding moisture in the air, and started their flight towards their target. Moegi would have gotten out of the way, but she felt something pierce her stomach. Looking down, she saw the blade of Naruto's katana buried hilt deep into her stomach. Looking up, she also saw the incoming needles, and, with one last labored breath she prepared for her death. All of the needles met their mark, and Moegi stood there, katana through her gut and over a dozen needles sticking out of her body. Dead. Konohamaru could only look on in terror, seeing how Moegi had died in such a gruesome fashion. Only when Naruto literally tore his katana out of her body and let it drop unceremoniously to the ground, did he realize what had happened. At the sound of Moegi's corpse clattering to the ground, all the Sarutobi could do was wail out his pain and loss to the person he once thought of as a big brother. This is what loss feels like, Konohamaru. This is what death is. This is what pain is. Spoke Naruto to the broken child as another chakra receiver slipped out of the left sleeve of his trench coat. Sheathing his katana with his right, Naruto then commenced to pulling the spare two chakra receivers out of Konohamaru's shoulder blades and picked said boy up by the collar of his shirt. Become my Asura path, Konohamaru. Become one with pain. Embrace pain. No pain. With those words spoken, Naruto shoved the chakra receiver into the Sarutobi's heart and looked on as the light left the boy's eyes in favor of the Rinnegan. Now throwing the body aside to let the proper transformations occur, Naruto very quickly reappeared in front of Tsunade, who jumped back in surprise. Now it is only me and you, Senju. Somewhere else within Konoha, same time. What's wrong, Shikamaru? Can you not formulate a plan to stop my power? Huh, yelled one Uchiha Sasuke as he once again landed a kick on Shikamaru, sending the Nara skidding back a ways. Coming to a halt, Shikamaru looked up to see that Sasuke's Raiden-infused Kusanagi was quickly approaching his head. Withdrawing Asuma's chakra blades, Shikamaru pushed as much food and chakra he could muster into the blades to counteract Sasuke's Raiden chakra. Sadly, though, Sasuke's Raiden was more fine-tuned than the opposing Fudan. Said wind-release chakra broke instantly upon contact, yet the chakra blades themselves held firm. Soon enough, a few cracks had appeared on the blades until they broke altogether. Thinking quickly, Shikamaru ducked and rolled out of the way of the Kusanagi, gaining a few more feet between him and the Uchiha. So much for those chakra blades. Did your sensei really fight with those? They're weaker than any metal I've ever seen, taunted Sasuke after propping his Kusanagi onto his shoulder. My sensei was a good man. Your sensei was an idiot. He died fighting Hidan of all people. Shut up. Not only was your sensei an idiot, he was weak. And do you know why he was weak? I said, shut up. Try as he might, Shikamaru couldn't capture Sasuke with his Kage Main no Jutsu shadow imitation technique. Sasuke was just too fast for him. Now face to face with the Nara, Sasuke delivered a crushing knee to the gut, then caught Shikamaru in a one-handed chokehold. Smirking triumphantly, our Uchiha brought Shikamaru close enough for a whisper. He lacked hatred. As do you, you Nara scum. Shikamaru tried to resist, but he was frozen. He couldn't move. It was as if the one emotion he had buried had just now resurfaced. Fear. He was scared. He was terrified. The sheer amount of terror Sasuke brought out of him was unfathomable. It was as if he was dreaming. Slowly, the background shifted and contorted until it broke apart, revealing a pitch-black background. Gone was Sasuke, and only Shikamaru was standing in this void of darkness. Soon enough, though, the void was filled with the bodies of all of his friends, the bodies of his clan, of his dad and of Asuma. All were staring at him with various looks, but most of scorn and disappointment. But one thing, above all else, sent Shikamaru totally over the edge. There, sitting atop a throne made of his friends' and family's bones, was Temari, who had a bloody kunai in her right hand and her throat was slit. And the look on her face was a face contorted with hatred. The Nara prodigy screamed out in terror at the sight before him, and at his scream, the scene cracked apart, revealing the real world since the Tsukuyomi had broken. His mind now completely broken, Shikamaru merely fell to the ground, unmoving, as Sasuke looked on with an evil smirk spread across his face. There was only room for one genius. Me. With Sakura and Shizune. There the two stood, the sibling apprentices, one untouched, and the other with a glaring black eye. The raven-haired medical nin once again charged at the girl she once had called sister, a chakra scalpel already charged in her right hand. Sakura merely scoffed and moved through Shizune's strikes one after the other with no effort wasted, until she saw the opening she was looking for. Charging two chakra scalpels in either one of her hands, Sakura met Shizune's strike with her left hand while bringing her right hand in for a strike at the raven-haired girl's heart. At the last second, however, she was able to blow a small amount of poison mist into Sakura's face, halting the attack and making the pinkett back up while holding her breath. Remember the basics, Sakura. Your skin breathes as well, taunted Shizune, reveling in the sight of her poison taking effect, then immediately losing the air of victory as Sakura had exploded into lightning, striking her opponent in the process. I so love Raiden Kage Bunshin's lightning release shadow clones. So much more efficient than the other clone techniques. Came Sakura's voice behind the still stunned Shizune, who would have shot back a witty remark, but a cold feeling quickly filled her legs, arms and torso. It didn't take long for her to figure out that Sakura had used a chakra scalpel to not only cut the connections with the joints and vertebrae, but also paralyzed her. This is the difference in power between us, Shizune. This is the power that the Akatsuki has at its disposal. Why, Sakura, why did you betray us? For Sasuke-kun, for Naruto-kun and for peace. Bullshit. Look around you. Naruto is doing the very same thing Pain did when he invaded. You don't get it, do you? Naruto-kun isn't doing this out of spite for the world or for revenge against a particular village. He's doing this because he cares immensely about this world. Believe me when I say that doing this is killing him inside, but he knows he must because of that bitch you call Hokage and that old decrepit fool Onoki decided to throw the entire world into chaos just for the benefit of Konoha and Iwa respectively. There's a reason the entire world is against you now, Shizune. How? How can this lead to peace? I've seen some very far-fetched things being with Naruto-kun, Shizune. The things that I've seen him do, I had thought impossible. I've seen him control the weather, I've seen him bring down assassins of all sorts with just a whisper, I've seen him decimate entire battalions of shinobi with just one move and I've even seen him bring someone back from the dead. This war is nothing to him. He knows that he'll bring peace to the world one way or another. I've chosen my side, Shizune. And I'm not entirely convinced that your loyalties lie completely with Tsunade. And no, you're wrong. Am I? Then why the slight quiver? Ignoring Shizune's scowl, Sakura continued. You know, don't you? Deep down, you want to throw Tsunade to the wolves because of the course she took. You know that it was wrong of her to support Onoki at the 5-cage summit. You want to support Naruto-kun in his plight, don't you? But, Konoha has chosen a side. That doesn't mean it's shinobi or civilians have. I join as Shizune-senpai. You'd be an excellent addition to the new world and to the shinobi alliance. I accept. I swear myself to the service of Uzumaki Naruto, Akatsuki leader, the second pain and the second sage of the Six Paths. And I, Uchiha Sakura, as Pain-sama's personal bodyguard and part of the Akatsuki, recognize this oath of fealty and I accept you into Omegakure's shinobi force as a Junin. Now feeling the numbness wearing off, Shizune stood up, albeit a bit wobbly, then took off her Konoha Hitai 8 and subsequently discarded it. Then I am at Pain-sama's service. With Naruto, same time. Shinra Tensai, yelled Naruto as he unleashed another of his favorite attack onto the charging Senju princess, who got blasted back once again, but found her footing in the chaos, then rooted herself to the ground by focusing chakra to her feet. Come, Senju, show me the true power of your clan. I know you can use it. Yelled Naruto as he then added his free hand into the blast and concentrated the technique even further, making Tsunade lose her footing. Subsequently, she was lifted off the ground and was flung back into the outer walls of the Hokage's mansion. Show me the power of Senju Hashirama's Mokuten would release. No sooner did that statement leave Naruto's mouth did the crater that Tsunade was in fill up with trees and foliage of all kinds. Mokuten Haijutsu, Jukai Koten. Would release secret technique, nativity of a world of trees, yelled Tsunade, with the snake handseal held up. It was now Mokuten versus Rinnegan, Senju versus Uzumaki, family versus family, and it would be the final fight that they would have with each other. Excellent, excellent. Now this is a fight worth my time, Senju. Naruto, why do you do this? If your goal is peace, then why do this? Even if I told you, you would be unable to understand. Now no more words. Now you feel pain, yelled our Akatsuki leader after holding up the horse handseal. Kaden, Goku Mekyaku, fire release, great fire annihilation. What followed was an impossibly large plume of fire that completely scorched Tsunade's incoming trees. Thinking on her feet, Tsunade flew through a few hand seals before exclaiming, Mokuten, Mokujoheiki. Wood release, wood locking wall. As per the name, multiple curved pillars made of wood protruded from the ground and locked into place around the Senju Hokage and was barely able to resist the monster of all Kaden ninjutsu, and it had caught on fire in some places but was still stable. But that was about to change. Holding up the ram handseal, Naruto relished in the feeling of the wind beginning to pick up, then named the technique. Fuden, Atsugai, wind release, pressure damage. Before Tsunade could even react, the Fuden ninjutsu had reached her protective dome and had used the flames present to catch the entire thing on fire, as well as some of the surrounding area, effectively trapping her within her own technique. Naruto took a few seconds to recompose himself while staring at the burning dome, but then suddenly jumped back slightly as Tsunade came bursting out of the ground near him, barely missing the intended uppercut. Landing and now in an Iaido stance, Naruto narrowed his eyes at his target as he tightly gripped his katana, withdrew it swiftly and broke a barely visible smirk when he felt his katana ripped through the Senju princess, or more precisely, her extended right hand, cutting it off at the wrist. Of course, he knew perfectly well that this was a Moku Bunshin wood clone, and that the real Tsunade was now a few feet behind him, poised to knock his head off. He would have turned to meet his aggressor, but the Moku Bunshin from before had grown vines and had wrapped itself around our Akatsuki leader, plus a few sharp roots shooting out of the ground, embedding themselves in various locations around Naruto's body just as Tsunade reached her target. This is for Konoha. For my clan. This is for the world. Yelled she as her chakra-enhanced punch landed full force, hitting Naruto in the back of the skull, breaking him free of his bonds and sent him flying not to, but through the still burning Mokujoheiki, through the outer walls of the Hokage's mansion and through the front doors. That's it. There's no way he could have survived that, she said through her many huffs and gasps for air, as she had put everything she had into that one punch. She thought it was finally over, so she had relaxed herself and took in a breath, then let it out in relief. But that was about the time she found herself being drawn into the Hokage's mansion by an unknown force. Now flying through the very same things Naruto did not seconds before, she saw the source, Naruto himself, with a deep scowl on his face. Time slowed down for that instant as they locked eyes, hazel meeting light purple and ripple patterns. It was a test of wills and they both knew it. Time once again sped back up as Naruto grabbed Tsunade with one hand by her throat, then jumped up, crashing through the many floors of the mansion, eventually hitting the top floor. Rather than settling on said floor, Naruto dropped a bruised and bloodied Tsunade unceremoniously before continuing his flight to high above Konoha, then stopped and hovered there. Tsunade forced her eyes open and saw Naruto in the sky, with the moon as his backdrop. Like with Pain in the Sun, Naruto had the moon to silhouette him, and again, she felt herself slipping into nostalgia as she saw Naruto take on the exact same pose Pain did just before he destroyed Konoha. This is it. His mercy and his patience has reached their limits. This is the end for Konoha. Tsunade thought to herself as she looked on helplessly. Other shinobi, both hostile and friendly, upon seeing Naruto silhouetted by the moon, immediately stopped their respective battles and stared at this spectacle. Some Konoha nin remembered what had happened when the first Pain invaded, and others were awestruck by their supreme commander. Most were expecting this to be the end, but were dumbfounded when Naruto didn't unleash a Shinra Tensei. Instead, he stopped hovering and started to fall back down to where Tsunade was. About halfway there, he increased the speed of his descent and damn near broke the sound barrier with how fast he was going. 20 feet from impact, Naruto charged his katana with some Raiden chakra and brought it to bear for a stab. 5 feet from impact, Tsunade held up the snake hand seal again and brought to bear on Naruto two large, sharp roots that shot up and impaled him just about the time she was impaled with Naruto's katana. The resounding shockwave from Naruto's kinetic energy shattered the roof of the Hokage's mansion in a few places and pushed the two shinobi down into a crater a few feet deep. There the two were, one with a lightning-charged katana through her heart and the other with two big roots sticking out of his back, near his stomach region. Both coughed up blood at the same time, and Tsunade lost the power to still hold up the hand seal, making the roots sink back from whence they came, slowly lowering Naruto down onto his target. Locking eyes with her again, Naruto could see something different in them this time. He didn't know why, but he carefully withdrew his katana from Tsunade's chest and set it to the side just as the pain of being impaled hit him again. Hard. He collapsed down onto the blonde Hokage and coughed up a bit more blood. She didn't know why and she didn't know what made her do so, but Tsunade, albeit shakily, engulfed Naruto in a weak hug, resting her hands near the two gaping holes that were his wounds. Slowly, her hands glowed green and the healing process began. Again, she didn't know why she was doing this. The logical side of her was telling her to let him die along with her, but there was another side that came from seemingly nowhere and it told her to save him. Naruto's previously severe labored breathing was now returning to normal, but he still had his head buried in the crook of Tsunade's neck, not wanting to move, as some unknown force was holding him there, forcing him to stay with his enemy. Soon enough, the healing was complete and Naruto was no longer in danger of dying. Her task now done, Tsunade then tightened the hug and buried her face into Naruto's left shoulder. Naruto only balled his fists up and buried his face deeper into the crook of her neck, his shoulders now shaking slightly. Tsunade, in response, balled her fists up as well, taking into them some of the fabric of Naruto's trench coat. Then, finally, a sob escaped her, as well as Naruto at the same time. I failed you, Gaki. I wasn't the Ba-chan I was supposed to be, Tsunade finally spoke, albeit a bit shaky and not above a whisper. Tsunade, why did you? Asked Naruto after another sob, his voice also not above a whisper. Because you're the savior this world needs. I saw, in your eyes, I saw your will, your purpose, your true meaning behind what you're doing, your true self. I saw it all. After coughing up another amount of blood, she continued. That's why I believe in you. Tsunade. Saving your life, and giving mine, a fair trade for the Shinigami, nay. Hey, I'd give up so much more. Just to see this world after you bring peace to it. Ba-chan, please. That's the Naruto I knew. Keep me in your heart, Gaki. Save some room for me inside that big heart of yours. I want to see Jiraiya again. I want to see Sarutobi-sensei again. I want to see Minato and Kushina again. And I want to see this world through your eyes. Naruto then forced himself away from Tsunade's shoulder and looked at her with pleading eyes, his normal cerulean blue eyes that always brought peace to Tsunade whenever she stared at them. She managed a weak smile before she cupped Naruto's right cheek with her bloodied left hand. Make me proud, Gaki. My will is yours. The will of fire is yours. Naruto, Ba-chan, please, hold on. I love you, Naruto. You will always be my number one hyperactive, knucklehead, unpredictable ninja. Now, Naruto, let me go. It's my time. Ba-chan, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for everything. I promise you I'll bring peace to this world. I love you, Ba-chan. So much. Hey, I'll be damned. I can see everyone. They're welcoming me with open arms. Jiraiya says hello, and Minato and Kushina. They're beside you now, Naruto. They're here. Go, Ba-chan. With one last weak laugh, Tsunade was accepted into the afterlife and into the waiting arms of Jiraiya and Hiruzen. Welcome home, Tsunade. Naruto faintly heard Hiruzen say in the afterlife, then almost immediately after, felt a pressure on either one of his shoulders and on top of his head. Looking to his left and right, he barely saw the visage of Minato and Kushina respectively, both smiling at him. Then, looking up, he saw the visage of Jiraiya ruffling up his hair with the biggest smile on his face. No words were exchanged, instead Naruto wiped his eyes dry and smiled back at the three most important individuals in his life, the current situation temporarily forgotten. To-san, Ka-san, Jiraiya-sensei. Thank you for being here for me. Naruto then felt the three pressures leave him and the wind blew on him softly, making him look to his left, out to the battlefield. There was no fighting, either inside or outside the village. The battle had been simply frozen. Konoha Nin had spread the word that Tsunade had died and that Naruto survived. Most, if not all, of the survivors surrendered where they stood after receiving the news. After giving Tsunade's body one last remorseful glare, Naruto stood up, took his katana, sheathed it, then walked over to the railing of the Hokage's mansion. After staring out over the village and the comrades, as well as prisoners of war in it, Naruto raised up his fist while yelling. Shinobi Alliance, let it be known this day that we have won the field. This battle has been won. Victory belongs to us. A chorus of cheers erupted from everyone that was inside the village, then eventually spread like wildfire to the troops outside, on the actual battlefield. Konohagakure no Sato, the very first shinobi village, the oldest in existence, had been felled by one Uzumaki Naruto and his shinobi alliance. There were losses on both sides, but their victory had been set in stone. That was one opposing village down, now for the second. Chapter 8, The Aftermath. In the months that Hinata has been incarcerated within the blood prison, she had learned very quickly to not show your weak or meek side. That being said, she was known as one of the few women in the blood prison that you didn't want to piss off or mess with. She was known as one of the hardest people in the entire prison, but watching what was unfolding in Konoha at this moment was breaking her heart in two. Broadcasted to the blood prison via a few TVs was the aftermath of what had happened to Konoha just a day prior. Oi, looks like Konoha got smashed good by the Shinobi Alliance, muttered one inmate. Looks like the Amekage's not messing around in this war. Konoha got absolutely devastated by the looks of this, muttered yet another. First pain, now this Naruto kid. Looks as if Konoha's out of it permanently, said another one. Hinata, you must be taking this pretty bad, said another inmate that was sitting next to said Hyuga. Yeah, Hinata, to see your home village like this, destroyed by the man you laid down your heart for. I'm sorry, said another from across the room. Jinta, Kushiku, shut up, she's already mourning enough as it is. Don't exacerbate it, said a female inmate that was also sitting next to Hinata. Hinata, are you alright? Hi, muttered the Hyuga princess softly. You don't have to be strong right now, Hinata. We all may be inmates, but we know when to push and when not to. You know how it is. I know, Keisei. But I wasn't there. I could have helped them. Hinata, please. I could have prevented this devastation. I could have been some help. I would have died, Keisei said bluntly, silencing Hinata on the spot. You would have sought Naruto out immediately and he would have killed you without a second's hesitation. Both you and I know that if you were there, you would have died. You would have changed nothing. You would have accomplished nothing save for your own death. Coming here was actually a blessing in disguise because it saved you from this catastrophe. But Hinata, don't lie to yourself. Don't delude yourself. You have no chakra, you can't use your Byakugan, and you can't use your Juken. I'm sorry I have to say this, but this is coming from a commander's perspective. You would have been useless, said a person that was sitting behind Hinata. Kizo, exclaimed Keisei. It's the truth. I've seen many battles in my time as Kumo's head ninja, Hinata. What the Amekage did to Konoha was unavoidable, as your Hokage and the Tsuchikage made their decisions and drew the lines. Tsunade knew what was coming her way, yet she held firm in her resolve to protect her village and her people. That being said, Konoha never did fully recover from what pain did, so it's no wonder the Shinobi Alliance wiped the floor with them, no disrespect intended to your village or your friends. But as for you, Hinata, it is a certainty that you would have died, were you in that battle. What Keisei said was true. Coming here was the best thing that could have happened out of all other scenarios. You're not to blame for what happened to Konoha, nor should you blame yourself. Keisei, Kizo, thank you. Hinata, you may want to leave the room now, advised one of the inmates that was close to the TV. Why? Well, Now noticing what was happening, Hinata widened her eyes at what was happening. In Konoha, same time. By order of Uchiha Sasuke, regimental commander of the Shinobi Alliance, all Konoha prisoners of war are to be evaluated. Those that prove their loyalty to Pain-sama will be given amnesty. Those that prove to be unreasonable or a threat to his new world will be executed publicly. Said one aimed shinobi. Well, it looks like Naruto's serious about this, sighed Shikaku from his spot next to the still unconscious Shikamaru. Why would Naruto do this? Does he hate us this much? Asked Yoshino, Shikaku's wife. No, Yoshino. He's just doing what he has to. He's gained Jiraiya-sama's dream of true peace, and he's doing what he thinks will bring peace. I don't see how this is different from how Pain went about it. Pain was cold and calculating. And while Naruto is the same, he hasn't let his hatred or his darkness rule his life. He's seen both the good and the bad of humanity, and he's gotten tired of the pacifistic approach, as nothing would have come of it, not with Onoki leading the resistance. Honestly, attacking here first made the most strategic sense, because we were surrounded on all sides, cut off from our Iwa allies. Naruto saw this opportunity and took it. For that, I have to commend his strategic senses. Shikaku, look what his Uchiha lapdog did to our son. You're not a shinobi, Yoshino, so you wouldn't understand. This happened because it happened. This was. Things happen in war. Be thankful that Sasuke didn't kill him, as he could have very easily done it. Still, it's unforgivable. You Nara dickhead. I'd curb your whore of a wife before she gets sacrificed to Jashin-sama. Yelled Hidan from across the way. Says the Akatsuki member that was the Nara clan's disembodied voice. Retorted Shikaku. You fucktard, growled Hidan as he took a step forward, but a hand on his shoulder stopped him. Please, Hidan, they have to go through the tests just like everyone else. If they fail, then you can sacrifice them to your god. Mando said firmly. Now, behave yourself, as the inner council is having a meeting and I won't be here to hold your leash. Huh, like I need you. Who counseled Naruto-sama to keep you around when he was about to blow you to holy hell? Damn it, got a point there. At any rate, stay out of trouble. Hokage's office, a few minutes later. Sasuke, Sakura, Konan, Mando and Kisame stood in a semi-circle around the desk that now belonged to Naruto, their full attention on said person. First issue to deal with is what to do with the refugees and POWs. Began Naruto. I'm already on top of that. Sasuke said. I know you are, Sasuke, and you're doing a grand job of killing off potential allies. What do you mean? When I killed Tsunade, she saw into my soul and saw what the world would be after we achieved peace. She, in response to this, gave me the will of fire. She's entrusted the will of fire to me and I intend to use this to our advantage. Use this village's petty beliefs against them. I love it, Kisame interjected. And by doing this, we gain even more soldiers and support. Sakura agreed. I agree as well, Naruto-kun. Konan affirmed. Mando, what say you? Asked our Akatsuki leader. Your will is my will as always, Naruto-sama. Then stop this process and prepare the village for a speech. Dismissed. 4 out of the 5 people exited the room, with Konan staying to keep Naruto company until the speech. Naruto, however, didn't speak to her and instead swiveled around in his chair, stood up and crossed his arms in front of his chest and just stared out over his former home. The sun shone brilliantly overhead as if nothing ever happened, yet the scars were there. Multiple toppled buildings, broken windows, rubble of former dwellings, a few holes in the surrounding village walls, plus the amount of sand outside said walls that Gaara was still trying to sift away back into nothingness. A few districts had been set aside to store the dead for proper burial, and another few districts had been set aside for the wounded, both allied and enemy, to be treated. Seeing all of this, Naruto exhaled slowly and closed his eyes, the images of the previous battle still running through his mind, and then. Tsunade. His Ba-chan was dead. He killed her with his own hands, she died in his arms, and even though he was her enemy, and could have let him die, she saved him. Not only that, but she entrusted the will of fire to him, her enemy. Naruto gripped his own arm tightly, desperately trying to fight back the tears that were forming in his eyes when he felt a pair of arms encircle him from behind. That was when the dam broke, and all Konan could do was hold her leader, know her very life. All she could do was comfort him in the only way she knew how. Truly, she could sympathize with him, as she had gone through the exact same thing with Nagato during the Ames Civil War, but still. Naruto had invaded his own home, made enemies of his own friends and killed his personal apprentice, who was a little brother to him, as well as his godmother, who, until the day she died, never stopped loving him. Keiko-chan, Naruto's choked-up voice started. I'm always here, Naruto-kun. Can I do this anymore? Of course you can, Naruto-kun. The pain you're feeling right now will subside, but the memories will never go away. You must remember this pain and keep the memories close to your heart, and use them both as fuel for your ambition and our ultimate goal. Take a few days to straighten up. The war can wait for now. I want us at the top of our game for the final push on Iowa. Hi. Take a few days. Calm down, collect myself. A well-deserved break. That's right, we've all earned this reprieve. Now mostly composed, Naruto shook the gloom off and turned in Conan's arms to face her, wrapping his own arms around her as he did. Ko-chan, you look as if you have something on your mind. Well, it's just, Naruto-kun, I'm pregnant. A few moments of contemplative silence followed Conan's statement, as Naruto was slowly processing what she just said. Conan opened her mouth to say something else, but she stopped when Naruto crashed his lips into hers, surprising her initially, but she returned the kiss nonetheless. Breaking the kiss, Naruto had on an absolutely huge smile and was absolutely beaming. We're gonna be parents. Do you know the gender yet? Asked Naruto. A boy. We're having a boy. I'm so happy right now. We're gonna be parents. Hi. We are. And, wait, Naru-kun, there's something wrong with your Rinnegan. Apparently, the wide range of emotions, plus the news of him being a dad, had activated Naruto's Rinnegan, and what Conan said was true, there was something wrong. It felt off. No, not off, but stronger, better, enhanced. Breaking his embrace with Conan, he turned swiftly to look at his reflection through the glass of the window, and sure enough, it had indeed changed. The once black rings had now turned white, his pupil had turned white, and the color of the Rinnegan itself was the purest black he had ever seen. So, this is the Kamishini Rinnegan. You were right. Its power is immense. Conan was about to question who Naruto was talking to, but she got her answer when the spirit of someone walked out of Naruto's body. I hate to say I told you so, but, well, you know. You really need to listen to me more often, kid, the sage said as he was scratching the back of his head. Yeah, so you won this argument. Doesn't mean I'll stop being your smartass descendant. Naruto-kun, who is this phantom? Asked Conan. The Raikudo Sennin, Naruto said nonchalantly as he was still admiring his new eyes. He's right, Mrs. Uzumaki. I am indeed the sage of the six paths. Conan, for her part, didn't know whether to be embarrassed that the sage knew of their discreet wedding, or pessimistic at the thought of the sage's spirit being alive after a number of centuries. Naruto, remember what I said that day in AIM. After an affirmative nod, the sage continued. I can literally feel the power radiating off of you right now. In all honesty, you hold power greater than what I had at your age. You have greater potential than what I had as well. And to top it off, you don't have a living god to deal with, though. She might be a bit pissed off. Who? Naruto asked. Kami herself. Quote ellipsis. Shit, you never told me I'd make an enemy of Kami herself upon receiving these eyes. Yeah, she might be a little displeased at the both of us. She absolutely despised me when I gained the Kamishini Rinnegan, and, considering she named you the savior of this world when you were born. Good luck. Great. Any other tidbits of information you might want to tell me, Gigi? I never fully explained the powers of the Kamishini Rinnegan when we first talked of it. Along with the powers I used through you that day, you have many other powers that even I haven't fully discovered. The Kamishini Rinnegan gives you literally the power of Kami, truly unlimited power. With these eyes, you are a god on earth. The powers that I know about are intangibility, invulnerability, enhanced longevity, omnipotence, omnipresence and unlimited chakra. The only weakness that you will ever have with these eyes is aging, as you're not entirely immortal and time can still kill you. Other than that, you are nothing less than a god in human form. Then it's up to me to discover the rest of the powers. This omnipotence is just amazing. I can see everything, literally everything. It was overwhelming to me at first as well. You'll get used to it, though. Oh, what have we here? What is it? Well, it looks like Onoki has taken an interest in the Hazuka-jo. Blood prison, same time. Everyone stand clear. Lord Tsuchikage from Iwagakure is making an appearance. Yelled one of the guards into the courtyard, making the prisoners back up. In floated Onoki, flanked by Akatsuki, Kuretsuchi and Kabuto. I am here for one inmate in particular. Will Hyuga Hinata please show herself? Yelled the aged Tsuchikage to the entirety of the prisoners in the yard. Hinata, of course, obliged Onoki, as did Jinta, Kushiku, Keisei and Kizo, who all followed the Hyuga's lead. You requested to see me, Tsuchikage-sama? Asked Hinata. Yes, I've come to pay your bail, Hinata. Impossible. I was given no bail. I'm in here for life on orders of the Shodai Mamekage of Imegakure no Sato. It seems your visit here was wasted. Oh, I'm more than sure that this prison will make an exception. I've dealt with this same situation before. Yeah, and look where that landed me, Gigi. Right back in this pit. Keisei scoffed. You're just bitter that Two-san chose me over you, Ne-san, big sister. Kuretsuchi said with a smirk. And you are still that spoiled whore I called my little sister. Keisei, please, I'm interested in what Tsuchikage-sama has to offer. Hinata interjected. I can get you out of here, Hinata. When I do, I want you to join me in my struggle against Naruto. I know some of the training you went through, but not much. What I do know is that you'd easily be a good Junin, possibly even Anbu. I'm willing to put my faith in your abilities that will no doubt be of great help in this war. Again, I must say your visit here was for naught, as I have been drained of all of my chakra. Not only that, but my Kirikuke chakra pathway system is completely dried up and is incapable of sustaining any type of chakra, no matter the quantity or quality. That's where I come in, Hinata. I'm sure we can find some way to restore your Kirikuke. Kabuto said after adjusting his glasses. We should take this opportunity, Hinata. Not only does it mean our freedom, but we all get positions in the resistance against the Gunshin god of war. Jinta said. Please, Onoki scoffed, that brat is anything but a god of war. And my offer is only for Hinata, not all of you. If I'm to say yes to this arrangement, then amnesty is to be issued to my friends here as well. We've been through a lot here in the blood prison, and I'd rather they stay with me than be separated. Hinata defended. HN. Very well, I see no harm in gaining a few extra soldiers. Welcome to the resistance. The court, Kami's throne room. I'm sorry, Yami. Repeat what you said, please. What happened to Naruto? Asked Kami herself to Yami, the god of darkness, while pinching the bridge of her nose. He's gained the Kamishini Rinnegan. He's Uzumaki Naruto no more, Kami. He's now the real deal. He's the new sage of the six paths. How did I not see this coming? She asked herself. The sage always did like to meddle in our affairs. I know he was supposed to be the savior of the world, but doesn't this work to our advantage? Elaborate. Now that he's officially the sage of the six paths, then that means the world is ready for the Jubi to be released once again. And have the world relive the epic battle between gods. To test this new sage. To see if he is as strong as the last one. I don't see how that is possible. The last 10 tales contained my very essence. It was, for all intents and purposes, my physical manifestation on the earth. And the last sage was strong enough to take me on. Which is all the more reason to test him. Give Hinata that power and she'll surpass even the first sage. At Yami's notion, Kami sat back in her throne, until. With Hinata, same time. Hinata had collapsed to her knees just after stepping onto the boat that would take her and her friends back to the mainland, screaming bloody murder and clutching her head with both hands. Oh oi, Hinata, what's wrong? Kushiku exclaimed as he kneeled to check on her. Her response was to only scream louder when whatever was happening to her spread throughout her body. It felt like her whole body was on fire, burning from the inside out. It was the most intense pain she had ever felt, dwarfing even having her Kirikuke sealed. Eventually, the pain was so great that she passed out in the middle of it. What the fuck just happened to her? Jinta asked. Kizo took it upon himself to check her over. No physical wounds, no signs of any poison. When he opened her eyelids, however, he recoiled back a bit upon seeing the source, finally. Kizo, what is it? What happened to her? Keisei asked. Well, we might just have our ace to win this war. Chapter 9, The Demon King's Rise. Naruto had collapsed into a screaming heap, both hands covering his eyes, as if they were on fire. Konan moved to help him, though she knew she could do nothing, and the sage merely pinched the bridge of his nose as he sensed what was going on. Kami, why must you always meddle in my affairs? He asked under his breath, then turned his attention back to Naruto, who had slightly recovered from what was going on. My omnipotence. It's gone, and I feel as if most of my power has been taken away as well, Naruto said through clenched teeth. Kami just played her ace. She's taken away your omnipotence, omnipresence, intangibility, and downsized your invulnerability. How dare she? She's still Kami, Naruto. And she still has the power to take away what's been given. You're still more powerful than any shinobi in existence, but there is now one person who can rival you in power. Who? That, I do not know. Kami's blocking my own omnipotence, so I cannot see who it is. And my chakra is running low, so I need to return to your body, Naruto. Not waiting for permission, the sage melded back into Naruto's body just as the pain stopped fully. Naruto-kun, Konan asked, worry evident. I'm alright, Ko-chan. Just royally pissed off at Kami right now. Naruto. Kurama's not here. The sage's voice rang in Naruto's head. What? How is he not there? His cage is empty. He's just not here. And I have no, wait. It can't be. Cammy wouldn't, would she? She wouldn't what, Gigi? Shinju. He's whole once again. That one name sent chills down Naruto's spine, and despite himself, he was scared for the first time in a long time. The Jubi Ten-Tails was now whole again thanks to Cammy, and he knew it was his destiny as the new Raikudo Sennin, Sage of the Six Paths, to face it and defeat it like his predecessor did. He was scared, but the fear was mingled with excitement. A real challenge for once. Be careful when facing the Shinju, Naruto. He gave even me a challenge, after all. Naruto-kun, you spaced out again, Konan said after a few minutes of silent conversation between Naruto and the sage. Oh, sorry, Ko-chan. The sage and I were talking. Apparently the Jubi has been brought back together by Cammy. After Konan's gasp, Naruto continued. And it's my responsibility as the new sage to take it down. Problem is, the power signature that both the sage and I can sense is on the move and we can't pin its location down. Also, it seems that it's inside a new host, as the power signature is significantly reduced from the last time the sage felt it. What are we going to do, Naru-kun? The only thing left to do, invade Iwa and end this war. And what of the Jubi Jinchuriki? Leave them to me, I'm the only one that can take them on and have a chance at surviving. Besides, we have more to think about right now. At this point he had out a hand on Konan's stomach and rubbed it lightly, making her smile sweetly. I know, Naru-kun. Would you? I will, Konan. I don't want you fighting as long as you're pregnant. I'm taking you off of the active roster temporarily and Sasuke is to take over as my second in command temporarily. Thank you, Naruto-kun. With Hinata, 15 minutes later. Our Hyuga princess awoke in a room in what felt like a ship, judging from the swaying she was feeling. Though whether it was the ship, or her off-kilter equilibrium, she didn't know. What she did know, however, was that she had a splitting headache and an uneasy stomach, though she equated the latter to being on a ship. Hinata slowly slid herself off of her bed and carefully stood up, unsure if her own feet would sustain her. She finally stood up on wobbly legs, but when she took a step forward, she found herself crumbling to her knees. My, such a frail little thing you are, echoed a voice inside Hinata's head. Who, or what are you? You don't get to ask me anything, mortal. With this declaration, the voice made Hinata's head hurt even worse than it already was. Cringing in pain, she continued. Mortal. Are you, a Biju? I am the progenitor of everything in this world, mortal. I was once known as the Shinju God Tree, but I am now known by your species as the Jubi. She couldn't believe it. The fabled Jubi, the Ten-Tails, Aim no Hitsutsu no Kami, one-eyed god Datara. The god itself was inside her, and she was its Jinchuriki. Something compelled her to her feet, despite her body's protests, and she made her way to the bathroom of her room, flipped on the light switch and just stood in awe of what her eyes had become. She knew she felt something different about her sight, but she didn't expect to see the Rinnegan, that's for sure. Those damnable eyes are the one thing that's keeping me in check, ninja human. Do your best not to have them gouged out, You don't want me of all things running loose in this world. Now, would you? This is how Naruto-ku, Uzumaki felt. This is the power of a Jinchuriki. No, this is the power of a god, ninja. A true god. With both my power and those confounded eyes, you are on a whole different plane of existence. So, what do you say we go and test out your new powers? Suddenly, Hinata felt an immense pressure upon her chest, which spread throughout her entire body, then just disappeared. What happened next, though, surprised her greatly. 5 spike-like protrusions jutted out from her neck, around her collarbone, while 5 more jutted out of her hips, shredding the casual kimono she was wearing in the process. 6 magatama-like patterns formed around her neck, while another 9 came into existence on her back, sitting under a Rinnegan-like image. 2 horns had grown from her forehead, the horn on her right side being bigger than the horn on her left. Her skin had changed as well, from the flawless pale complexion to a white, scaled complexion that covered her entire body. In place of the torn kimono grew a cloak-like appendage, which was also a white that matched her new complexion, and, thankfully, also covered her cleavage in a respectable manner, as it was clasped closed just under her breasts. Finally, her hair had turned from its previous brunette to a stark white that matched both her cloak and complexion. What's happened to me? She was surprised by her own voice when she spoke, as now it sounded like multiple whispers from different voices and from different parts of the room. This is your Jinchuriki form, ninja, get used to it, as you can never go back to how you used to look. Now, let's go and hunt for a formidable opponent. My only opponent shall be Uzumaki Naruto. Then let us go and erase his existence from this planet. Without thinking twice, Hinata jumped and sailed clean through all of the decks of the ship that were between her and the outside world. Once out, she allowed herself to take in the setting sun's rays one last time before shooting off in the general direction of Konoha. From the ship, Kizo whistled in appreciation. Ace to winning the war, indeed. With Naruto, an hour later. Naruto sat in a meditative stance upon his father's stone face, taking in long, deep breaths, his eyes closed. He truly felt at peace at that moment. But that was because he knew what was coming his way. Naruto, she's here, the sage's voice interrupted his trance. I know, Gigi, Naruto said aloud as he rose to his feet, tightened his Hitai-8 forehead protector, and opened his eyes, the Kamishini Rinnegan blazing in his eyes. Behind him, Hinata came floating down until she touched down softly. Naruto turned to meet her gaze. Rinnegan met Rinnegan in a stare down in which neither party blinked. Hinata, quite the change has befallen you, I see, spoke Naruto in a neutral tone. Quite a change indeed. I can use my Kirikuke again, Uzumaki. And I also have the Jubi backing me up this time, as well as the Rinnegan. Am I supposed to be impressed, Hinata? Honestly, I am the sage of the six paths and you are the new incarnation of the Jubi. How do you think this will turn out? History shall not be repeated this day, Uzumaki. I will kill you and bring peace back to the shinobi world. So said the last 30 people I killed. There shall not be any peace as long as warmongers like your Iwa allies exist. Nor shall there be peace as long as the abomination you hold inside of you exists. I'll kill two birds with one stone here. I'll kill you to rectify a past mistake and I shall defeat the Jubi, like my predecessor did. I said, I shall not let history be repeated. Then shut up and commence the fight. And that was all left to be said, as Hinata blurred into motion, hoping to use her immense speed as a Jinchuriki to overwhelm her opponent. Naruto's Rinnegan went into action and aided its user in tracking the movements of its opponent, to the point when Hinata's strike finally came. Naruto expertly blocked the right hook accordingly with his left forearm while he brought his right fist in for a right hook of his own. Hinata, in response, redirected his fist downward while coming around with her right leg in an attempt to score a kick. Seeing an opportunity, Naruto brought his left arm vertically down from its previous successful block and slammed his elbow into Hinata's ankle, which unbalanced her as well as shattered the bone. Not wanting to waste another opportunity, Naruto pointed both of his hands at Hinata, who knew what was coming next. Shinra Tensai. Naruto screamed out and let loose a full-powered, point-blank Shinra Tensai upon Hinata, which sent her flying back into the forest atop the great stone faces. Remember what I told you, Naruto. Senjutsu, sage techniques. The sage reminded him inside his head. I know, Gigi, Naruto said aloud as an orange-red pigment surrounded his eyes and his pupil had turned into a horizontal bar but kept the white color of the Kamishini Rinnegan, signaling his transformation into sage mode. As expected, Hinata emerged from the forest completely unharmed, and her once broken ankle was all but healed as well. Is that the best you have, Uzumaki? She challenged. Not even close, she heard Naruto growl behind her before feeling a strange burning sensation fill her entire back. As soon as the pain had registered, she was sent flying forward, into Konoha's skyline, then she suddenly exploded in a giant display of blue-white chakra that lit up damn near the entire village. Senpo, Fuden, Udama Rasenshuriken, Sage Art, Wind Release, Big Ball Spiraling Shuriken. Naruto named the attack as he held up the horse hand seal, preparing to unleash one more jutsu, Senpo, Kaden, Goku Mekyaku. Sage Art, Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. He then unleashed a gargantuan fire tsunami upon Konoha's skyline, most of which hit the sphere that was the Rasenshuriken, adding fire to the microscopic needles that were destroying Hinata from the inside out. Over the roar of the flames and the piercing sound that was the Rasenshuriken, one thing could be heard, Hinata's agonizing screams. After a few more minutes, the onslaught ceased and Hinata fell from her once hovering position down into the streets of Konoha, where Naruto was already waiting for her. Jubi Jinchuriki. All-powerful, my ass. You're nothing special, Hinata, spoke Naruto as he unsheathed his katana and laced it with some of his sage mode lightning release chakra. Why Kami chose you to be the Jubi Jinchuriki is beyond me. But I put an end to all of it here. 4 smoke bombs suddenly exploded all around Naruto and his prey, thought it did little against the Rinnegan. 2 figures rushed in first, one going for Hinata and the other gunning for Naruto, who promptly stabbed the first figure that was going for Hinata while blasting the other away, as well as most of the smoke, with a Shinra Tensai. Even more smoke bombs exploded around the area, but Naruto sensed a few poison bombs had been set off as well. 3 more figures rushed in, another one going after Hinata, and the other 2 going for Naruto. TCH. Pointless, Naruto muttered as he tore his katana out of the now dead person and promptly cut down his other 2 attackers, but at the price of letting the third take Hinata. In response to this, Naruto only stared at where she used to lay, helpless before him. He stayed like this for a few minutes before finally turning his attention to the 4 corpses before him. He recognized 2 of the bodies as Nara Shikaku and Akamichi Chusa, with the other 2 being random Konoha shinobi. Though he didn't physically see the person that took Hinata, his Rinnegan was able to identify the person's chakra. Shikamaru had woken up and he had rescued Hinata. Sighing, Naruto easily pinpointed Hinata's location thanks to the Hiraishin tag that he had put on her and immediately dropped into the Hiraishin to give chase. With Shikamaru, same time. Shika, Maru. Hinata whispered out through the pain as she was being carried on Shikamaru's back. I'm here, Hinata. We're getting you to Iwa. We. The resistance. About 1,000 or so Konoha shinobi, mostly Chunin and a few Junin, have defected and are en route to Iwa now. Tsuchikage-sama sent word ahead that you might engage Naruto in battle, so we mobilized as quickly as we could. Uzumaki. He completely overwhelmed you, Hinata. There's no hiding the fact that you have the fabled Jubi inside of you, or the fact that you possess the Rinnegan. But just because you possess 2 of the ultimate forces known to the world doesn't mean you know how to use and control them. Rushing into battle without knowing your own capacity or capabilities was foolish, especially if your opponent was Naruto, who has full mastery over the abilities afforded to him by his Rinnegan. I had to, Shikamaru. He's a monster. I know, Hinata, but the time will come for us to fight. First, we need to get you to Iwa so you can recover, and then we must find a way to train you properly. Alright. Thank you, Shikamaru. You're a comrade, Hinata. I don't abandon a comrade, no matter the situation. He then found he was talking to a sleeping Hinata. Smiling and laughing lightly, he concentrated on getting to Iwa in one piece, when his earpiece sprang to life. Shikamaru. Shikamaru. Choji screamed over the earpiece. What is it, Choji? He's here. What? Naruto's here, and he's chasing after you and Hinata. Ino and I are holding him off to buy you 2 some time. I can send a squad back to help you too. No, you know that it'll only be a waste of manpower. Let Ino and I handle this. But you 2 will die if there's no backup. We're gonna die regardless. Now get your ass in gear and get Hinata to Iwa. Choji. What he heard next, thanks to the channel still being open, was what had become of his 2 friends. With Choji and Ino, same time. Stand aside, you 2. I wish not to kill my friends, spoke Naruto in a cold voice. Yet you have no problem attacking your home village, killing your godmother, making 4 of your friends into your paths, and attempting to kill another of your friends. You're a fucking hypocrite, Naruto. Screamed Ino as she spun a kunai out of her pouch. You've become the very thing you swore to destroy, Naruto. The best thing we can do for you is kill you before you ruin yourself further. Choji yelled as he dropped into a battle stance. So be it, muttered Naruto as he disappeared completely from their view. A few seconds later, Choji's entire back exploded in a fountain of blood as he fell to his knees, mouth agape and eyes wide as saucers. Choji. No. Ino screamed in horror as she watched the life leave her comrade's eyes. She spun around in a full 360, desperately scanning the area for Naruto, who literally materialized in front of her eyes and doubled her over with a hard knee to the gut. Ino fell to her knees and coughed up a big gob of blood at Naruto's feet. It didn't have to be this way, Ino. Now all 3 of your clans will pay. Why you? As I speak, clans Nara, Yamanaka and Akamichi are being eradicated by my Anbu and Akatsuki agents. And you have one more role to fill before you die. Hidan has been talking my ear off about getting back at your team. When he's finished sacrificing the Nara clan to his god, then I shall turn you over to him and let him do to you what he pleases, whether it be just sacrificing you on the spot, or having you fulfill his baser needs. You are a true demon, Uzumaki Naruto. Ino said after coughing up more blood. Call me Demon King Naruto, then. Demon King. That actually has a nice ring to it, mused our Akatsuki leader as he delivered a final heel kick to Ino's forehead to knock her out. He turned and motioned for a few Anbu to come in and take the unconscious Ino away as he smirked evilly to himself. A nice ring indeed. Chapter 10, a dish best served cold. Shikamaru thought he was all clear. Shame that he had to leave behind his 2 best friends, sure, but he at least got Hinata out of the line of fire. He was just about to cross the border into the land of stone when the sound of a Fuma shuriken cutting through the air caught his attention. Sensing imminent danger, he dodged to his right, and, sure enough, the Fuma shuriken passed by him harmlessly. Until its blades detached and shot outwards, one of which was heading straight for them. So he haphazardly dropped Hinata and barely drew a kunai to parry the offending projectile so that it glanced off to the side, and then nothing. He found that he couldn't move at all, and he got the answer to his unasked question when a shadow hand snaked its way up his body and firmly gripped his neck. Kage Kubishibari, shadow neck binding, he managed to choke out, as if unbelieving. Good eye, Shika, came a voice from above him. That voice was then given form, thanks to Mando landing on the overhanging tree branch. Akatsuki. Really? What gave you that impression? Maybe the cloak I'm wearing. I swear, why Tu-san chose you over me is beyond my comprehension. Tu-san. Oh, you mean the clan never told you? A mirthless laugh escaped Mando as he had his shadow tighten even more around his prey's neck until a loud pop was heard, signaling Shikamaru's neck breaking. I'm your twin brother. Mando, came Naruto's voice as he dropped out of the Hiraishin beside Hinata's still unconscious form. Very good work indeed. I should thank you for stalling him. Thank you, Naruto-sama. Mando said after a bow. Truth be told, it was something of a personal mission for me to kill my twin. And what better opportunity than now, I like your thinking. Now, dispose of your twin's body and meet me back in Konoha. Your will be done, my lord. And so, Naruto collected the unconscious form of the new Ten Tails Jinchuriki and left Mando to do as commanded. On the way back to Konoha, however, something very strange happened. So, you're the Uzumaki kid that this bitch wants to destroy, asked the Ten Tails through Hinata's body. I am at that, beast. Why do you ask, and why do you waste your breath on the enemy? Because I don't view you as the enemy. I view you as a valuable ally. You see, I know of your hidden agenda, and before you go getting all huffy, I support it wholeheartedly. Wait, you support it? Why? Because this world has wronged both of us, Uzumaki. Some random woman eats my fruit and I go batshit on the world, only to be beaten by your predecessor, who, unlike you, wanted to preserve this world. I sense a darkness inside you, Uzumaki Naruto. A darkness that is even bleaker than mine. I can also feel Hagoromo's presence inside of you as well. You don't need him anymore. You're more powerful than even him and he knows it. He's scared of what you can do, Naruto. He's scared of what you could become. And what could I become exactly? I'm practically a god already. But you're not a true god like me. Yet. You're not even the true second sage yet, as you are missing one final piece to your puzzle. And that piece happens to be me. Ah, I see now. You want me to become your Jinchuriki, so we can both enact my plans together. Exactly. When we return to the place you call Konoha, begin the extraction and resealing process so we can immediately become partners. Why the rush? The war's not going anywhere and I doubt Onoki will try anything. Because, young Uzumaki, the full moon approaches this night. The odds shall be in our favor if we make our move tonight. Tonight's also my birthday. Shaking those thoughts from his head, Naruto's gaze steeled. Very well. Tonight, the world shall feel our power. Right, Shinju. Grinning evilly, and therefore making Hinata's body do the same, Shinju laughed lowly. Right you are, Demon King Naruto. Hai no Kuni, Tsuchi no Kuni border, minutes later. What? Exclaimed Onoki after spitting out his tea. Uzumaki's planning on doing what? He's planning on becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Tsuchikage-sama. A scout beetle that I placed on Hinata before she jumped ship confirmed it not minutes ago via a conversation between the Jubi and Naruto himself. Responded Shino in his ever so monotone voice. Gigi, we gotta move out now. We have the manpower and the reinforcements to at least retake Konoha and interrupt the sealing process. Give me the word to lead our boys in. Kuretsuchi demanded, rather desperately. I concur with your granddaughter, Onoki-san. Rest assured that my Edo Tensei army shall be with you in this endeavor, 100%. Kabuto added. We have no choice. Kuro, launch the invasion now. Ordered the aged Kage, making his granddaughter nod enthusiastically as she prepped the army to move. And I shall prepare my army as well, said Kabuto, bowing and excusing himself. Can we do this, old man? Kitsuchi asked. We have to, son. Lest Naruto wins this war and everyone is royally fucked. Konoha, hours later. Under attack. I repeat, the forward outposts are under. One scout was reporting in before the entire line was engulfed in impenetrable static. Damn it, exclaimed Sasuke as he threw the radio down onto the Hokage's desk and began pacing around the room. Naruto said Onoki wouldn't try anything this early. And by all rights, he shouldn't try anything as early as this. Sasuke-kun, Sakura yelled as she damn near took the door off the hinges when entering the office. 3 of our forward scouting bases just went silent, along with a number of others from our allies. Then the main force is coming. Sakura, prepare the army and send word to Gaara, Mayana that Onoki's making his move. And what about Naruto-kun? He can handle himself. Besides, Mando, Kisame and Zetsu are with him, as well as a substantial Anbu presence. Now go. We don't have much time until our enemies are at the gates. Sakura did as her husband commanded and disappeared into a shunshin to spread the word, leaving said person alone in the office once again. Sighing and collapsing into once was the Hokage's chair, Sasuke pinched the bridge of his nose, then went into the drawers, took out a bottle of Tsunade's old personal stash of sake, uncorked it and drank it straight. Now, to think of a plan. Konoha ceiling chamber, same time. Hinata had been strapped down to a crude stone slab that was surrounded on all sides by runes and seals of all kinds. Her own chakra was being forcibly suppressed by Shinju, and there were sealing tags over her eyes so that if she woke up, she couldn't use her Rinnegan to escape. And standing in the center of one of the runes was Naruto, who was naked from his waist up, save for the gloves on his hands. Behind him, Mando approached and took a knee. Naruto-sama, everything is ready. We shall begin the extraction and resealing at your order. Slapping his hands together in a prayer motion, the Kamishini Rinnegan sprang to life and his massive chakra appeared as a black mist around him. Let us begin. Stepping to either side of Hinata, both Mando and Kisame mirrored Naruto's previous motion, with the latter person placing his right hand onto the girl's abdomen while the former did the same while weaving the half-rammed seal with his left hand, and in one voice, they both intoned, Niju unseal. And with one loud, blood-curdling scream, Hinata awoke, her eyes rolling into the back of her head as pure black chakra that matched Naruto's began to seep out of her eye sockets, mouth, nostrils and abdomen. It then began to take on a vague shape, all in the room figuring that Shinju was manifesting in the mortal world once again, but one thing stopped him. Shinju, come to me, screamed Naruto at the shape of chakra in front of him. And Shinju was all too happy to comply, as he charged headfirst into the 8 trigrams seal that was still present on the Uzumaki's body, despite Kurama being gone. Naruto was lifted up a few feet off the ground from the sudden impact and he began hovering there, eyes white as saucers and mouth agape, as the sensation of Shinju invading the empty seal began to manifest. Just a few minutes are all we need. Hold off Onoki until then, Sasuke, both halves of Zetsu muttered to themselves, watching this spectacle unfold. Konoha, same time. Sasuke-sama, Sasuke-sama, one alliance-loyal Konoha shinobi screamed as he fell to his knees before his new superior. They're at the gates, sir. I know, and how they were able to rip through our defenses this easily is beyond me. The samurai are with them also, sir. The samurai, huh, well, that explains it. Mifune must have finally taken a side in this war. Very well, reinforce our center. Go find Suigetsu and Jugo, tell them to lead the relief force. And have Hidan go wild on our enemies once again. We need to give Naruto as much time as we can spare him. Yes sir. Saluting, the Konoha nin rushed off to do as commanded. Sasuke, however, got his wife on the radio. Sakura, how bad is it down there at the hospital? It's bad, Sasuke-kun. Sakura said over the static and ambient noise of the hospital. We have wounded pouring in from all sides. The combination of the Edo Tensei army and the samurai backing Iwa up is wreaking havoc on the alliance. Try to make do for now and get as many soldiers patched up and battle ready again as you can. Hi, was all she said as she broke communication. So, Sasuke, you've finally taken on a leadership role. Came a very familiar voice behind said person. Turning, Sasuke found Itachi in all of his undead glory standing before him. The two brothers locked eyes, Mangekyo meeting eternal Mangekyo in a stare down that was shaking what remained of the Hokage's Manson's foundations. And it seems you also took my eyes. Hi, and I'm using them for what I think is best. This world is nothing but a hellhole, and Naruto's going to fix all of it, make things right. Nothing you can say to me can change my mind, Itachi. I'd rather bend my knee to the devil willingly than bend my knee to him before being decapitated. Sasuke, I am disappointed in you. After a growl from his little brother, Itachi continued. This is not what I wanted for you. This is not what I wanted to see happen. You disappoint me greatly, my foolish little brother. I don't care, I think I'm doing the right thing, like I said. And I have no more words to spare on you, Itachi. Either we can fight it out once again, or you can let me seal you, so you can go and see the clan once again. And what about you? Do you not want to see our family again, Sasuke? Absolutely not. I'm looking forward to immortality when Naruto wins. Me, Sakura and the rest of Akatsuki. So you can take your clan and shove it straight up your zombie ass. And at this moment, Amaterasu flames erupted from Sasuke's eyes and struck Itachi square in the chest. I don't need a clan anymore. I don't even need the immortality. As long as this shithole of a world pays, then that's fine with me. Nothing else matters. With these words, Sasuke's Susanoo materialized and swung its Kagutsuchi blade at a still burning Itachi, whose own Susanoo materialized and blocked the incoming blade with its own Tatsuka blade. Impressive, Sasuke. Now, show me how powerful your eyes have become with the addition of mine. Chapter 11, Reunions and the God of Shinobi. Despite their best efforts, the initial surprise attack by Aiwa, the samurai, the resistance and the Edo Tensei army was stalled by the AIM shinobis will to just never give up. They fought for Konoha, they bled to take Konoha, and damn it, they would hold on to it. All throughout the ranks, from the normal chunin to the most seasoned Anbu, there was a hope, a flicker of light in their struggle, that Naruto would show up, like he always would, and wipe out the enemy in the blink of an eye. They believed wholeheartedly in their Shodai that every last soldier would die for him, to ensure him the time he needed to become the Jubi Jinchuriki. And so, they fought on. All of them, every single one of them. They fought on, and their efforts were rewarded when Akatsuki reinforcements made it to the front, led by Suigetsu and Jugo. When the black and red of their Akatsuki cloaks had shone in the eyes of the enemies, the AIM shinobi there all let out a unanimous cheer or cry, their morale invigorated once more. Push them back. Push the fuckers back. Suigetsu howled out as he cut a swath of destruction through the Aiwa shinobi's ranks, spurring the men to do the same, with the Anbu leading the charge. The tide was turning. Despite the united Aiwa Edo Tensei resistance samurai army's superior numbers over the lone AIM army, they were being pushed back. Whereas they were all but swarming the gates not half an hour ago, their ground had been lost and they were being pushed back into Konoha's surrounding forest. And when the sealing corps came as extra reinforcements, Edo Tensei shinobi started falling left and right. Things were bleak for Onoki and his army. The only champions they had left were Itachi, Asuma, and Kabuto's so-called trump cards. Kabuto, Onoki muttered, his voice soft and hoarse. "Hi, Onoki Dono," asked the snake man from his spot to Onoki's right. "We need one of your trump cards now." Without even hesitating, Kabuto clapped his hands together in the traditional Edo Tensei summoning motion as two coffins slid out of the ground, their lids dropping as soon as they was free from their earthen confines. Their contents soon stepped out and disappeared into the battlefield in a blur of black and red. "I wanted to save them for the fight with Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun, but I guess it can't be helped," Kabuto said, his snake hissing in agreement. And just as soon as the AIM shinobi started to gain ground, they were now being pushed back by two new Edo Tensei arrivals. They couldn't identify who these new opponents were because they both were moving faster than any normal shinobi could track, and they worked in perfect unison, making quick work of any shinobi or kunoichi who dared get in their way. Until Red met Red as Karen arrived on the front and crossed kunais with her opponent. The first nodded to the second, using Karen's momentary lapse in concentration to let her comrade through. A black blur sped past the Uzumaki girl as she found herself backpedaling against her opponent's thrusts, until she found an opening and took it. Karen threw the kunai she was previously using, to which her opponent blocked perfectly, and then paid for focusing solely on the thrown weapon as chakra chains shot out from the ground, solidly binding them. Why did he bring you of all people back?" Karen screamed in frustration. "Is Kabuto really that sadistic? Or was he going to have you fight your own son? Answer me, Lady Kushina. Please." And all Kushina did was smile. "I can't control my actions. Most likely, he did intend for me to fight my Naruto-kun. But I'm glad another of the Uzumaki stopped me. I've heard stories about you, Lady Kushina. If anyone could take down Naruto-sama, it would be you. You're his mother and you were a legendary shinobi, right next to your husband. But I won't let you get past me. Naruto-sama's vision is. My son's vision is misguided. His heart is pure, but he's going about it all the wrong way. Even though I can see what he's become and he cannot. I still love him, and I always will, as is a mother's duty." But, through sheer willpower alone, Kushina broke both the Edo Tensei and Karen's chakra chains, then weaved the necessary hand seals to restore control over her own actions. "I can't allow him to hurt himself any further. I won't let him destroy himself. I won't lose him to his own darkness. And because this is my resolve, I will kill anyone that gets in my way, clansman or no. And I will not allow you to leave this spot. I will hold you here, just long enough for Naruto-sama to finish absorbing the Jubi." Instead of taking the initiative and attack, Kushina let a sweet laugh escape her. This laugh was filled with no malice, however, it was a simple, heartfelt laugh. "You and him turned out so much alike, Karen." What? What do you mean? If this is just a ploy to lower my guard, it's not happening." Again, another laugh. "Karen, you and Naruto are similar because," she paused to look the younger Uzumaki girl dead in her eyes. "You're his twin sister, Karen." This news hit Karen like a ton of bricks. She was Naruto's twin sister. The twin sister of the Demon King, of Pain himself. And she's now facing down her own mother. It had to be a ploy. A dream. A genjutsu. It had to be something, anything but reality. And then it began to sink in. The resemblance between herself and Kushina, why Naruto had accepted her so easily, her Uzumaki heritage. It all made sense. But despite what she was feeling, she would not lose her fighting spirit. She would prove herself to her mother. She would do the Uzumaki name right, she would make her father proud, and she would defend her dear brother to her last breath. Ka-chan, mother. My stance on this remains. I will fight you to defend my brother. Ah, you inherited my hot-headedness, Tte-bane, Kushina sighed. Well, there's no helping it. Since you won't help me to convince your brother, I'll have to drag you both back to the light, kicking and screaming if I have to, Tte-bane. Bring it on then, Tte-bao. Karen challenged, lightly blushing at herself using her brother's old verbal tic. And with that, the two Uzumaki women charged at each other in a clash between mother and daughter. As if reading each other's thoughts, both Kushina and Karen charged up one attack in particular, both screaming the name of it in unison as the two attacks clashed. Rasengan. Sphere met sphere in a battle, a standoff, with the victor being the one with more chakra to spare. Both Uzumakis pumped more and more chakra into their respective Rasengans until both attacks broke and blew them back. Coming to a sliding halt after back-flipping out of the blowback, Karen charged at her mother, Akatsuki cloak fluttering after her as she pressed the attack, scoring a punch that recoiled Kushina backwards until she felt something else hit her in the back of the head. Turns out it was a clone of Karen that managed to slip by her guard. Thinking quickly, Kushina feinted forward, as if to charge at her daughter once again, but at the last second backed up, elbowing the clone in the face, dispelling it instantly. Taking the initiative, Karen used the drifting smoke as partial cover for her next move as she prepared something in both of her hands and threw a right straight at her mother, to which Kushina easily dodged left. And then felt some of her non-existent skin peeling off of her right cheek, followed by then entire top of her head disintegrating into nothingness as it was regenerated by the properties of the Edo Tensei. Chakra blades, huh? She asked as she jumped back to gain some ground between them. Hi, Karen conformed. If you were really alive, Ka-chan, you would have died there. I'll not mince words. You're good, Karen-chan. Perhaps as good as I was at 17. But, her next words were whispered into Karen's ear, as she had crossed the few odd meters between them in a literal blink of an eye. They didn't call me the Akai Oni, Red Demon, for nothing. Eyes widening, Karen tried to backpedal away, but Kushina was way too fast for her, as she easily delivered a harsh right elbow to her left temple, followed by a left roundhouse kick to the left jaw, then, using the momentum of the roundhouse kick, spun a full 360 to come around for a devastating right backhand to the left temple that staggered the younger Uzumaki. Using her daughter's dazed state to her advantage, Kushina grabbed her by both her shoulders and brought her in for first a headbutt that shattered the younger girl's nose, and then a right knee to the gut that doubled her over on her knees. Nursing her broken nose, Karen looked up just in time to see her mother's foot coming in for the final blow, intending on knocking her out. Acting at the last second, Karen rolled to the side and unbuttoned her Akatsuki cloak, then threw it up at her mother to serve as a distraction. In response to this, Kushina merely caught the cloak and threw it harmlessly to the side. Just in time to get speared by another clone of Karen. Said clone backed her up into a tree and pinned her there. Very well, Kushina sighed as she raised her hands to prepare a jutsu, only for her hands to be pinned to the tree by the real Karen's chakra blades, followed by chakra chains shooting from the ground to tie her and the clone both to the tree. You're staying right there, Ka-chan, Karen said confidently as she popped her nose back into place with an audible popping sound. And what makes you think that, Karen-chan? That Bunshin is a Bunshin Daibakua clone Great Explosion. But it's no ordinary Bunshin Daibakua. It's a special Bunshin that I developed specifically for fighting Kabuto Tem's Edo Tensei army, a Bunshin Daifuant clone Great Seal. You, Kushina said, her expression softening. If you even dare to move, it'll explode and seal you in an instant. That's the true power of the Uzumaki Fuinjutsu. The younger Uzumaki said with a proud smile, despite the pain she was feeling from her still throbbing nose. My daughter. She has grown to be an amazing kunoichi. I anticipated her doing this, and I could have stopped her, but I want to see what path my Naruto-kun will take before I make my move. It'll give me some time to catch up with Karen-chan, after all. Hokage's mansion roof. Same time. Their Susanoo swords clashed one last time before fading, seeing as nothing was being done through the use of their ultimate weapons. After the ethereal warriors faded, both Sasuke and Itachi charged at each other. Sasuke a Chidori charged in his hand and Itachi a mini Yusaka Magatama. Both of their techniques were about to clash when a blur of black stopped them dead in their tracks. K-Ka-san. Both brothers muttered at the same time. Hi, I'm back, Itachi, Sasuke, Makoto said with a serene smile on her face. More Edo Tensei scum, I see, Sasuke growled as he forced himself to stab Makoto through her abdomen with his still charged Chidori, and then concentrated it into a Chidori Iso Chidori sharp spear to impale Itachi as well. Still as impulsive as ever, I see, Sasuke, Makoto said softly, her smile never dropping. Shut up, my mother and brother are dead. You two aren't them. The youngest Uchiha there said as he jumped back and activated his Susanoo once again. Instead of the Kagutsuchi no Tsurugi, the Totsuka no Tsurugi was in the hand of the Susanoo. I'll seal both of you in one go. You really have matured, haven't you, Sasuke? He has at that, Ka-san, Itachi confirmed, now smiling like his mother. Do you think he'll miss us once he does this? Knowing him, he will. Ready to accept death once again, Itachi. Hi, I am no longer needed in this world. It already has Sasuke as its protector. Or as its doom. Either way, it's Sasuke's choice on whether he kills us again or not. You two, they heard Sasuke sob out. Why did it have to be you two? Sasuke, Makoto asked. My two most precious people, Sasuke again sobbed out. Why did that bastard have to desecrate your graves and your memory? So, you can't kill us after all, Makoto sighed. How could I? I had to suffer through yours and Tusan's father's deaths. My entire reason for living was to get revenge, and once I had achieved it, I had nothing left. And you think Naruto-kun's not the same as you? Makoto asked, shocking Sasuke immensely. You think that he's not doing this out of revenge against the world? You think he actually cares about the fate of the world? No, he does care. He's doing this for peace. Sasuke-kun, Naruto-kun does not care. He wants to see this world burn. No, Sasuke exclaimed as he closed his eyes, wishing it was a dream. He wants to see everything burn. Including you, including your wife. And your unborn child. No, Sasuke once again exclaimed, his eyes now taking on a different shape as he instinctively raised his right hand and pointed it at Itachi, then screamed aloud the two words that were whispering in his head, Shinra Tensei. And just like that, Itachi was pushed back into the Hokage stone faces by an invisible force that was common in users of the Rinnegan. So, he really has grown. The second Uchiha to ever awaken the Rinnegan. My little brother. You really want to push me? Sasuke drawled out. Fine, I'll go over the edge for you, Ka-san. As soon as those words escaped him, his Susanoo lurched forward and slammed its Totsuka no Tsurugi down onto Makoto, who barely dodged out of the way of the ethereal blade, only to feel her back press up against something. Seal. She heard Sasuke yell behind her as he slammed a sealing tag onto her back, and immediately, her soul was sucked into the tag, and her Edo Tensei body all but crumbled to ash. Ka-san, Sasuke whispered. Ka-san, forgive me. Meanwhile, Itachi had finished peeling himself out of the mountain, silently mourning his mother one last time before he began his next offensive against his little brother. Or he would have, had he not been forced to dodge a solid black ball of chakra that had been thrown at him from below. Twisting, he landed on his feet, already on alert. Only to see the one person he was hoping to not see for at least another 10 minutes at least. There Naruto stood, dressed in a black robe, black gloves, his previous black pants and footwear. His hair had turned white, the Kamishini Rinnegan was active, he now had 2 horns on his head made of chakra, his whisker marks were more pronounced and around him floated 6 balls of black chakra much like the one that nearly hit Itachi. In his hand was a solid black staff and on his side sat a pure black katana made of pure chakra. And the sheer presence that Naruto was putting out surprised Itachi greatly. So, this is the power of the true sage of the 6 paths, he mused aloud. This is the power of a literal god, Itachi, Naruto said. I have seen a literal god, Naruto-kun. And you are not her. Would you like to go meet Miss Kagaya again, Itachi? I can arrange that. Kagaya-sama wants you dead, Naruto-kun. And look at what she's done, she gave me Shinju, despite wanting me dead. Face it, Itachi, Kagaya wants me to do this. This is very bad, I'm no match for him. My only hope is the crow that should still be inside him. If I can reverse Koto Amatsukami on Naruto-kun, then he will end this. Without missing a beat, Itachi activated his Mangekyo and stared Naruto in the eyes, hoping Naruto would rise to the challenge. Thinking himself above such genjutsu, Naruto challenged Itachi's gaze. And then felt something crawling its way out of him. Wah! He managed to get out before Itachi's crow flew out of his mouth and landed on said person's shoulder. Holding up the half-ram handseal, Itachi announced, Koto Amatsukami. This is my last-ditch effort. This has to work. Chapter 12, The Finale Part 1. Itachi. Stop! Sasuke screamed as he unleashed another Shinra Tensei that blindsided the elder Uchiha once again, sending him crashing back into the same hole he had just crawled out of. Why, Sasuke? Don't you see that he needs to be stopped? Itachi outright yelled from the small cave as he stepped out for the second time, the crow landing on his shoulder. Pathetic. Naruto chuckled. Itachi, Sasuke is no longer your little brother. He is my second in command and my most trusted ally. You can't talk him down. Naruto, Sasuke suddenly growled out while leveling a stare at his brother. What do you intend to do? When you defeat the resistance here, what do you plan on doing? Eyeing Sasuke suspiciously, Naruto decided to indulge him. What do you think? Create true peace, lasting peace. It's been my goal from the start, you should know this by now. Then, why do I not believe you? A mother's words are poison, Sasuke. Whatever Makoto told you was complete bullshit and you know it. She was trying to turn you against me. And how would you know if a mother's words are poison? You never knew yours. Tread carefully, Sasuke, Naruto glowered dangerously. My total victory is close at hand. I will not have more dissension and traitors ruin this for me. Then tell me the goddamn truth. At this point, Sasuke turned fully towards Naruto and pointed his Chikudo at the Jubi Jinchuriki. I am telling you the truth. You have the Rinnegan now, so you can tell if I'm lying. Is my chakra showing signs of deceit? Have I developed a nervous tic? Can I not maintain eye contact with you? Tell me I'm lying, please. Just shut up for a minute. Let me think. Sasuke, listen to yourself. You're questioning your beliefs and faith in me. You're letting the words of a dead woman poison your mind. You're turning away from the path you chose to take. Don't listen to him, Sasuke. Itachi screamed. He wants everything to end, like Ka-san said. If you continue down this path, if you choose to still follow him, then you will be dooming the entire world to the hellfire he will bring down upon it. Enough of this. Itachi, I'll take the pleasure of killing you for the final time. You and your ilk have stalled me for the final time. And with that, Naruto launched two of his chakra spheres at Itachi, who managed to dodge through them both while closing the distance between him and the Demon King, who couldn't help but smirk. Itachi found out the reason for that smirk when a tree branch shot up from the ground and impaled him through the chest. Mokuten, he queried. Hi, Naruto responded, not losing his smirk. And you lose. Before Itachi could even do anything else, he felt something burning inside his fake body, realizing all too late that inside the branch was a mini chakra sphere that was now destroying him from the inside out. No. It's over, Itachi. I've won. You're about to die, the Resistance's army is about to fall. You tried, but you lost. And Naru, too. What happened to you? Why does everyone ask me this? Naruto sighed. Very well. I became what I had to become in order to bring about peace. Any means to an end, any cost, will be worth it in the end. Even if it costs you the entire world. I am the second sage. I can just recreate the world as I see fit. Ideally, I'd like as few deaths as possible, but if it comes down to it, I'll kill and destroy everything, then start over from scratch. Including your own army, the Akatsuki, your wife, and unborn child. Shut up, Itachi. You can't persuade me to stop. The Demon King stuttering. Hey, I see it now, Naruto. Deep down, you are the same person. You've just been corrupted. No, I said shut up. Well, my part is done, in any case. There's still one more person that can still put an end to this. And if you refuse her as well, then you are lost. Disappear. With this declaration, Naruto grabbed one of the chakra spheres and shoved it into Itachi's smiling face, thus destroying him and scattering his ashes to the winds. Letting the sphere go, he took a few steps backwards from where he killed Itachi, his eyes widened, as if he were going through an internal struggle. Finally, he spoke up. Sasuke. Find Kisame, take a few ambush squads with you, and join the fight at the front. Fine, but I'll still be watching you, Naruto. Only when the war is over and you make good on your promise of peace will I trust you again. I'm fine with this. Just go, do as I have instructed and put an end to this war. Why do you not join the fight yourself, Naruto? Shinju asked from within its seal. Because I need time, I need to think, I need to steel myself once again. I've come this far, victory is within my grasp. I can't let myself falter now. Needless distractions, Very well, I shall wait as well. Meditate, and I shall keep guard for you while you are in your mindscape. Thank you, Shinju. Bah, don't mistake me for soft, boy. I'm only doing this because I actually respect you, unlike Hagoromo and that Hyuga girl. With this, Naruto faded into his subconscious in order to ready himself for what could be the end of the war and his total victory, only to be face to face with a woman. Not being surprised in the least by this, Naruto sighed as he imagined a chair and sat in it. So, have you come to try and talk me down? Encourage me? Why are you here? I have no idea what you're talking about, the woman said in a sing-song voice as she also imagined a chair and sat in it, in front of Naruto. Playing coy is unbecoming of you, milady. Ooh, you're actually being civil with me this time, Naru-kun. Someone must have poisoned your tea. Naruto snorted. Reet, I bet you'd like that, wouldn't you? Having you by my side for all eternity. I think I would like that. The woman, at this, stood from her chair and straddled Naruto in his, placing her arms around his neck and locking them there. Again, Naruto snorted. Always the shameless tease. Again, this is unbecoming of you, princess. She purred. I love it when you use titles, Naru-kun. Did you come here for sex, or did you actually want to talk, Kagaya? At the emphasis put on her name, Kagaya dismounted Naruto and sat back down in her chair. I came here to talk, believe it or not. Then I'm all ears. While you're doing a fine job at conquering the world, Naruto, I have had a vision, a premonition. There's nothing that Shinju and I can't take on. You know this, of course, since you so graciously took Yami's advice and sealed him into Hinata, knowing I would just take him for my own purposes. As true as this is, Naruto, I can't help but be worried. You, worried? What has this premonition showed you? What have you foreseen? Battlefield. Same time. What the hell is he? He's a goddamned monster. Run. Retreat. Fucking retreat. These were examples of what was going on at the frontlines currently. The AIM shinobi were currently in retreat from a newcomer to the battlefield, and this stranger seemed to not care who he killed. As he had arrived, he started with the resistance coalition and had made quick work of the samurai, including Mifune, alone. He then turned his attention to the AIM army, which he was now cutting a swath through like battle and death was second nature to him. Everyone caught in his path was killed, no ifs, ands or buts about it, and even worse, he had yet to even draw his sword, let alone use anything other than his hands and feet. His pure, blood-red eyes found their next target in a hapless AIM chunin who dared stand up to him. She was soon cut down like all the rest when he impaled her on his own arm. Tossing her body haphazardly to the ground, he began skulking towards Konoha at a brisk pace when a figure stopped him. That figure was none other than Yakushi Kabuto, who was already in sage mode. Sage, huh? The stranger asked in a bored tone. Does this not impress you, stranger? Kabuto asked, licking his lips. I've seen what a real sage is. You don't impress me much, whelp. Oh, I assure you. I am a real sage. Shall I show you the power of the 6 paths? It must be terrible indeed if you're standing here talking about it and not trying to kill me with the power of the 6 paths. Fortunately for you, you're not my target. And who, pray tell, are you after? The one foolish enough to call himself the second Raikudo Sennin. The one you all know as Uzumaki Naruto. I have been watching him for some time now, and while I agree with what he's doing, the fact that he's calling himself the second sage, worse, a god, is unacceptable to me. And so, what? You intend to kill him and take over his plight in his stead? Exactly so. Now, will you let me pass, or shall I bloody my hands yet again? I can see that if I fight you, I will most definitely lose. Very well. Seeing as this battle is lost, I shall withdraw to fight another day. Hopefully, with time and effort, I shall be able to gather even more allies, should you fail. I bid you good day, and with a bow, Kabuto sunk into the ground, leaving this newcomer alone for the moment. Shrugging, the man took out a cigarette, lit it, and continued his march on Konoha uninterrupted, save for a few more skirmishes with AIM and coalition shinobi alike. Soon, Uzumaki, soon, you shall know better than to slander my brother's name. Hagoromo, I will avenge you. On my name is Otsutsuki Yakin, you will be avenged, was the only thing Yakin though along the way, casually taking drags from his cancer stick. Konoha gates, same time. What? Naruto-kun, you can't be serious. Sakura exclaimed, making most of the Akatsuki nod in approval. Sakura, please, not now. Just follow my orders and leave with the army. All of you should. A danger greater than any I have ever faced is on his way here, right now, to kill me. And just what the fuck's gotten into you, Naruto? Surely no limp dick bastard in this entire goddamned world could meet you on the battlefield and live. Who is the motherfucker that's on his way? Hidan asked very crudely. His name is Otsutsuki Yakin. Younger brother to the first sage, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. He is a very, very dangerous opponent in that he has the other half of Shinju. He what? Suigetsu pitched in. Oh, shit, Kisame muttered. Where's Karen? Jugo asked, seemingly not affected by this shocking news. My sister can take care of herself. Now, what I want you all to do is run. Just run away from this place as fast as you can. Join the army at the fallback point and dig in, just in case the coalition gives chase. Mando, at his name being called, Mando stood at attention. If something should happen to me, take command of the Akatsuki and take care of my wife and child. Hi, Naruto-sama, though I already know that you will win. K. Still as loyal as ever. And you, Sasuke. What? You might not fully trust me right now, but you always were a brother to me. If I do end up falling, my final orders are the same as with Mando, look after Konan and Yusuke for me, please. At the mention of their child's name, Konan began to fidget. Naru-kun, she said softly. Taking his wife into his arms, Naruto kissed her softly. It'll all be fine, Ko-chan. Trust me, please. You better come back to me, damn it. You better. I will. It's a promise of a lifetime. Naruto-sama, he's here, Mando warned, and, after a nod from his leader, he took command of the Akatsuki and led them all away from the area, along with any stragglers from their army, though one person stayed behind. Sasuke, you heard my orders. Naruto said, turning to face down their enemy. Fuck your orders, we'll fight him together, and if we beat him, I'll know that you're genuine. And if we both die, then the world is fucked anyway, so what do we have to lose? At this, he flashed a familiar smirk to Naruto, who chuckled in response while drawing his chakra sword. And then chuckled again when he felt a familiar presence behind him. Hinata, have you come to try and kill me again? Kagaya-sama came to me again, Naruto. While I believe that you have to answer for everything you've done, Yakin is the bigger threat. I might not be as good with the Rinnegan as you or Sasuke, but I will see what I can do. Besides, we might need my Byakugan. I see no harm in letting her fight with us, Naruto. You've proven that you can beat her, and she knows what will happen if Yakin wins. Then we three make the final stand, with the entire world at stake. At this, Hinata took her spot to Naruto's left and took in a breath, making Sasuke look to his left, at her. Nervous? He asked. Let's not pretend that all three of us aren't. Hinata responded as she switched out her Rinnegan for her Byakugan, prompting Sasuke to do the same for his eternal Mangekyo. Hey, well, this is rare. At his comrade's questioning gaze, Naruto continued. The three great Dujutsu, fighting together on the battlefield. It's been quite a while since this has happened. Let's hope our combined power can beat him, Sasuke sighed. Have confidence, Sasuke, we can do this, Hinata said, steeling herself for the coming fight. Hinata's right, Sasuke, with us three working together, there's nothing we can't do. I know, it's just. I know. Worried about Sakura and your twins. I'm worried about Konan and Yusuke, but I'm using my desire to come back to them as a driving force. To me, there is no other option but winning. If we win, then we can establish true peace and end this war, create a paradise for our children and grandchildren to live in. Isn't that worth fighting for? Isn't that worth dying for? TCH. As always, you make sense. Before Naruto could say anything else, he was grabbed by Hinata and a warm sensation filled his lips. Realizing that she was kissing him, he mentally sighed and chucked the figurative rule book out the window, then kissed back, knowing full well of her still strong crush on him and her need to have at least kissed him before the final battle. I didn't want to die without at least kissing you, Naruto-kun, she said, breaking the kiss, blushing a bit. Konan is very lucky. While I appreciate the thought and gesture, Hinata, we best not let Ko-chan know about this. Agreed. Though, only time will tell if anything becomes of this. Really? Starting a second relationship in the face of your possible death, Naruto? Sasuke queried, half-jokingly. What can I say? Naruto shrugged. Girls go crazy for me. You conceited little prick, Sasuke said, though the seriousness of the line was lost because of his barely held laughter, which then spread to the other two. After a few minutes of laughing, the three calmed down enough to focus, though they never lost their smiles. Even in this dark hour, we can still laugh like we weren't enemies just hours ago, Hinata said. For what it's worth, even if we were enemies just hours ago, there's no one else I would rather fight beside. Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, let's do our best and give him one hell of a beatdown. Here, Naruto exclaimed. Hell yeah, Sasuke said while nodding and drawing his chikudo. And just as they readied up, Yakin had finished his leisurely stroll towards the threesome, stopping about 10 yards away from them. You all had your camaraderie time, I assume? He asked. While you were taking your sweet time walking here, yes. We did, Naruto confirmed, challenging the man's Rinnegan with his own. You dare use those eyes against me? Those eyes aren't even yours. And yet I obtained the Kamishini Rinnegan under my own power. Come now, Yakin, you can't possibly be mad at me, right? All I did was change the world. Save the condescending tone, Uzumaki. I'm here to kill you, nothing more. Your best friend and your whore can be spared if. He never even got to finish the sentence as Naruto did what none others could do. He blindsided Yakin with a haymaker that sent him flying back quite a ways. Hinata is not my whore. That actually hurt, Yakin muttered as he stood from the punch, a figurative fire being lit in his eyes. This might actually be fun. Sasuke, Hinata, let's do it, Naruto yelled, getting 2 confirmations from his cohorts as they all fell into a fighting stance just as Yakin charged at them full speed. Chapter 13, The Finale Part 2. Sasuke. Now, Naruto ordered, and all at once, he was no longer in the way of Yakin's punch. Instead, Hinata had taken his place. Hake, Hyaku Naijuahachi Sho 8 trigrams, 128 palms. The Hyuga heiress exclaimed as she dropped into a massive combo, hitting and closing many of Yakin's tenketsu, though she knew that this would only be a nuisance. He was able to push through this relentless flurry of strikes, however, and grabbed her by the throat with only 88 of his tenketsu being closed, and began to squeeze. Thinking on her feet, Hinata switched out her Byakugan for her Rinnegan and was able to see what Naruto and Sasuke were about to do. Quickly, she lifted her hand and placed it right on Yakin's chest and managed to choke out her attack, which was drowned out by her other 2 comrades. Shinra Tensei. All 3 spoke in unison, and all at once, Yakin found himself being crushed from 3 sides by an unseen force, yet still, he continued to squeeze the life out of Hinata. Finally, after seeing enough, Naruto stopped his own Shinra Tensei and unsheathed his chakra sword. He made one crucial mistake, though. He charged at Yakin, who smirked and turned, throwing Hinata in the way of the slice that was meant for him. But, as it turns out, Sasuke saw this coming, made evident when he swapped places with Hinata using his Rinnegan's teleportation power and ducked under Naruto's swipe in order to teleport his friend out of the immediate danger zone so they could get collected. He can read us, Naruto said, writing himself after the teleportation. Like a goddamn book, Sasuke confirmed. We need a plan here. We just can't rush in like we're doing, he'll win, despite our numerical advantage. Hinata said as she eyed their quarry, who was waiting for them to make the next move. Of the 3 of us, we have 2 Jikuken ninjutsu, space-time ninjutsu. Sasuke can use his Rinnegan to teleport us to anywhere within a certain radius of him, and I have my 2 Sans Hiraishin. If I could get a tag on him, it'd be easier, at least, but it wouldn't be a guaranteed win. We need to buy time, stall him. We need a plan and we need as much time as we can muster. Sasuke said after going through a few hand seals. Kurigakur no Jutsu, hiding in mist technique. This will hinder our eyes as well, Sasuke, Naruto muttered as a thick mist began to cover the area. Mine and yours, yes. Hinata, switch back to your Byakugan. Hinata did as instructed and the familiar white eyes of the Hyuga clan sprang back to life. He's still standing there. Good. Now, let's retreat for now. Use the mist as cover and go back into the tree line. Damn it, tell me what you've got planned out here, Sasuke. Naruto whispered sharply as he and Hinata followed Sasuke back into the woods and took cover behind 3 respective trees. Simple. We blow him to hell using our strongest jutsus. We blindside the fucker from 3 sides and overwhelm him. One problem. What? My strongest jutsu can destroy the world. Then don't fucking use that one, dumbass. Oi, you're the one that said to use our strongest jutsu. Boys, not now, Hinata mediated. You're right, Hinata, not now. Right now, we need to kill this bastard. And I know just what jutsu I'm using, Naruto said. As do I, Sasuke confirmed. Me as well. No, Hinata, all of your techniques are close range. For what I have in mind, it's better for Sasuke and I to do it alone. Ah, I see what you're getting at, Naruto. And in this case, he's right, Hinata. We're about to pull off something big and you don't have the power or jutsu necessary to join in. I understand. I'll stand by, then. Just in case he survives whatever you 2 will be doing. Naruto then nodded and clapped his hands together as a small black orb formed between them. Ready, Sasuke. Naruto got his confirmation when Sasuke had the mist lesson in density so he could get a good line of sight on Yakin. And the assault began with just this, Amaterasu. The fuck? Yakin exclaimed as he spontaneously combusted in black flames. Naruto. Now, Sasuke screamed just as Naruto threw the black orb as Yakin. Chibaku Tensei. Naruto said as the still burning Yakin was lifted off of his feet and was sent flying quite a long ways into the skyline. Rubble, debris, large rock formations and the like began to be drawn into the center of the Chibaku Tensei, cocooning Yakin within the epicenter, with Sasuke lighting each piece of debris alight with Amaterasu until a large, perfectly spherical shape hung in the sky, dwarfing everything below it. Shinju. Let's do it, Naruto said inwardly, to his tenant. Got it. I've been waiting to do this for a long time. Shinju roared. Pointing his right hand up at the burning Chibaku Tensai, Naruto and Shinju both began to gather chakra to the center of his palm until another perfectly spherical shape of respectable size hovered a few inches both from Naruto's palm and off the ground. With a scream, Naruto let the sphere fly, and just before it made contact with the Chibaku Tensai, he named the attack Bijudama Tailed Beast Ball. And with this declaration, the Bijudama impacted with the Chibaku Tensai and then exploded in a massive, vibrant display of fire, chakra and sheer power befitting the 10 tails and its Jinchuriki. After the attack wore off and the Chibaku Tensai was destroyed, Yakin himself, still burning from Sasuke's Amaterasu, fell from the sky. But Naruto wasn't done yet. He had made an unusually large Rasenshuriken that seemed to glow a pure white and it kept growing in size and stature. Senpo, Jinten, Cho Udama Rasenshuriken, Sage Art, Dust Release, Ultra Big Ball Spiraling Shuriken. He exclaimed and let loose another massive jutsu that caught Yakin on his way down and exploded in another display of power that befitted the second sage of the six paths. Wind, earth and fire mixed with Amaterasu, adding to the already immense destructive power of the Jinten and the damage being done to Yakin. A few minutes of destruction on a cellular level later, Yakin again began his descent to the ground, but was intercepted by Sasuke, who was thrown to him by Naruto. Smirking, Sasuke began a harsh air combo that did even more damage thanks to him using his Entant Blaze release to coat his limbs. Finally, the name of the combo came with a yell of Shishi Rendant Lion Combo. Sasuke exclaimed as he punched Yakin down to the ground, but instead of finishing with a downward heel kick to the torso, Sasuke charged a Chidori in his left hand and began his own descent just as Naruto used his Hiraishin to teleport to beside Sasuke, a Reikiri charged in his right hand. Yakin managed to open his eyes just in time to see the two descend upon him, and the last thing he heard was such Reikiri Chidori. Naruto and Sasuke exclaimed respectively, his hand plunging into and through Yakin's chest, eviscerating his right lung, as Sasuke's Chidori did the same, utterly destroying his heart and left lung. But even now, they weren't done, as with their left and right hands, Naruto and Sasuke respectively shoved a wind release, Rasengan and fire release, Rasengan into Yakin's head, creating the scorch release in the process, and totally erased his head from existence. Breathing heavily, and on wobbly legs, the two boys both stood up. Take that, Sasuke began. Quote ellipsis. You goddamned limp dick motherfucker, Naruto finished rather vulgarly, though the point came across, nonetheless. They did it, Hinata muttered from her spot in the tree line. They actually beat him. How are your chakra reserves, Sasuke? Naruto asked as he tried to steady his breathing. I'm at about half. Our combo took its toll, most certainly. Why do you ask? Because, he's gonna regenerate. What? He has the same healing factor that I do. I was hoping we'd be fast enough in destroying both his heart and brain, but we were too slow. Way too slow for my tastes, Yakin said as he got up, groaning as he did so. I gotta hand it to the both of you. You're damn powerful, on par with Hagoromo and I, that's for sure. Your combos were flawless, your synchronization was spotless. I am greatly impressed. But now, I will actually fight back. Sasuke fell into a fighting stance at this, but Naruto stopped him. No, Sasuke. We tried the team approach and it didn't work. Let me handle him alone this time. I'm his target, anyway. Naruto. But you'll. It doesn't matter. He wants a fight, and I'll give him one. An honest one, an honorable one. No, Naruto, don't ask me to stand by and watch this. I can't. I won't. Sasuke. You've always been my friend and my brother. I knew that, despite everything you said, you still felt the same way. And I want you to be there for your twins, I want you to raise them. And I want to hear them call you, Tun-chan, but this is where I say goodbye. Damn it, Dobi, I want you to be there for Yusuke. I don't want to be the one to tell Konan you're not coming back. I don't want to raise him for you when you can just raise him yourself. Take care of them for me, Sasuke. No, Naruto, don't do this. Sasuke suddenly felt Naruto's presence behind him, followed these last words. Sasuke, thank you, for everything. And with said words, Sasuke's world went dark when Naruto delivered a chop to the neck to knock him out. Maybe I was mistaken about you, Uzumaki. You seem to be very noble, despite all I've heard of you. Yakin said. Sasuke's my best friend and brother. I want to spare him this fight, as I already know how it might end. On my honor, I swear that no harm shall come to him, his family or your family in the event that I should win. This is a promise from warrior to another, and may my mother strike me dead should I go back on my word. Then, if this is the case, Naruto then held up the half-ram seal. Shodai Imekage and Akatsuki leader, Uzumaki Naruto. Yakin repeated the gesture out of mutual respect. Younger brother to the first sage of the six paths and Jinchuriki to the Jubi, Otsutsuki Yakin. It shall be an honor to battle you, Yakin. The honor is mine, Naruto. May the better man win. At this, both parties bowed to each other, again showing their mutual respect before they rose, where Rinnegan met Rinnegan again. And as if reading each other's minds, Naruto and Yakin disappeared, only to reappear in each other's faces, both throwing a punch. Naruto managed to duck under Yakin's and then delivered a harsh uppercut, to which Yakin used the momentum to backflip, and, upon landing, thrust his right hand forward, sending a gust of pressurized air towards his opponent. Naruto merely charged through it and threw a wild right haymaker at Yakin, who diverted the punch downward and delivered a simultaneous knee to the gut and an elbow to the back of the head. However, Naruto managed to keep his senses and swept one of Yakin's legs from under him while pushing on his torso to execute a takedown that made Yakin's head recoil off of the ground harshly, dazing him for the briefest of moments. Naruto used this opportunity to assert his dominance by grabbing his opponent by the collar of his cloak with his left hand and then commenced to delivering a series of punches to the face, one after another, each as hard and as powerful as the last. After about 8, Yakin caught Naruto's fist and pulled him down for a harsh headbutt, which stunned him. Yakin, like Naruto, used this moment to his advantage, as he sprang up and delivered a upward heel kick to Naruto's chin that damn near broke a few teeth, and sent the boy flying upwards. Grabbing his chin, Naruto rubbed it a few times as he righted himself in the air, as he was able to fly, thanks to Shinju. He's pretty good, certainly a challenge, but why hasn't he used his half of Shinju yet? I haven't had to use Shinju yet, Yakin said as he floated up to Naruto's level. Are you holding back? No, I just prefer to not use him unless I absolutely have to. Use every advantage you can, Naruto began as he reached out and a Gudodama truth-seeking ball formed into a katana, which was the same one he had used earlier. Especially an advantage as grand as the Gudodama. The fight began anew when Naruto charged once again and scored a slice on Yakin, who grunted in pain as he leaned out of the way of the follow-up slice, using the momentum to spin around for a left roundhouse kick, to which Naruto responded to by letting go of the katana, which then changed shape into a buckler to block the kick. The buckler, after serving its purpose, then changed shape once again according to Naruto's will and wrapped itself around Yakin's leg, then, as if it were a boa constrictor, began to tighten itself around the appendage. Shit, Yakin exclaimed as he made a necessary sacrifice and flew backwards, ripping his own leg off in the process, only for it and the cut to heal themselves as he charged out of mild anger. And paid for the rookie mistake. The Gudodama once again changed shape and stabbed him through the chest as he was charging, surprising him because of the speed of the transformations. 3 others followed suit before he brought his fist down and shattered all 4 of them before catching one of them as it was falling and threw it directly at Naruto's forehead. Naruto, however, willed it to stop, as it was still his Gudodama, and it obeyed its master's will. Impressive, Yakin. You can keep up with even my Gudodamas. I can use them as well, Naruto. Remember that. That being said, I'm starting to enjoy this fight. As am I. Then come, let us spill more blood. With Kushina and Karen, same time. Naruto ni, Karen muttered as she witnessed the slugfest that was Naruto's fight with Yakin. He's fine now, Kushina said, surprising Karen. What? Who's fine now, Ka-chan? Your brother, I can see it now. His fight with this stranger has brought out his true feelings. This stranger, whether he knows it or not, has brought Naruto back to the light and has reaffirmed his will to bring true peace to the world. This will be the final battle. This will decide the fate of the world. After this fight, someone will be the supreme judge of the shinobi world. I hope it's my brother. I hope he can beat this guy. He's trying his hardest, Karen-chan. He really is. He can do it. Go Naruto ni. Hee. I think I'll stick around for a while longer. I want to be here to see who wins. With Konan and the Akatsuki, same time. Look at this shit. This is a real goddamn fight. Hidan exclaimed as he pointed to the fight between Naruto and Yakin from the rally point. Naruto-kun seems to be holding his own, Sakura sighed in relief. I'm still stoked over what happened 5 minutes ago. A Chibaku Tensai, a Bijudama went off, one of Naruto-sama's Rasengan variants went off as well. I gotta agree with Hidan. This is some good shit, Suigetsu said, gaining a few laughs from a few of the AIM shinobi that were in their camp. Naruto-sama can do it. He can beat this fucker. An AIM Junin exclaimed, getting a chorus of approvals from his comrades. Go, Naruto-sama. Kick his ass, Imekage-sama. Naruto-sama, we all believe in you. In the midst of all of these praises, Konan was silent, with a hand resting on her stomach as she stroked it lovingly, a smile on her face. You can do it, Naru-kun. Yusuke and I have faith that you can. Battlefield. Same time. Blocking yet another punch, Naruto delivered a very hard right hook to Yakin that sent him flying back a ways just as the cheers of his men and comrades reached his ears. That's right, Naruto said to himself as he spat some blood to the side. I'm not alone in this. I have my men, my friends. Ko-chan, they're all with me. And, what's your point? You have no one left, Yakin. You're fighting just for the sake of it. I, however, am fighting to give my children and grandchildren a paradise to live in, so they don't have to grow up knowing war. So that they will never know war. And you're willing to die for this. If that's what it takes. Then yes, I will die if I have to. You truly are a noble soul, Naruto. But I sense you're still holding back. I want to see my brother's power again. Show it to me. Let me feel it. Fine then, let us finally end this. And with this, Naruto muttered the one word that froze Yakin's blood. Limbo. I am possible. You can't know limbo. Scared, Yakin, can your Rinnegan not see my shadows? Is this the one technique your Rinnegan can't see through? Shut up. Cast him down. And as soon as Naruto gave this command, Yakin was violently hit back down to the earth, where he was hit again, this time to his left, and again to his right, then again back up, where Naruto was ready, with his right hand pointed outwards for the combo finisher. Shinra Tensai. The invisible wall of gravity hit Yakin with enough force to break a few ribs, of which it certainly did, though Yakin wrote it out. Yes, this is it. This is my brother's power. At this point, a few Gudodamas had formed behind Yakin, signaling that he was finally using Shinju's power, but as soon as they appeared, they disappeared, thanks to Naruto shoving his chakra-covered right hand into his chest. What are you doing, Naruto? Shinju, complete yourself. What? No, this can't happen. But it happened nonetheless. Yakin's half of Shinju was dragged out of him and was resealed within Naruto, where his half of Shinju then took the hard work and reformed itself completely. So, this is what it feels like to be the true Jubi Jinchuriki, Naruto muttered. And no, I can't be beaten like this, Yakin gasped out. All Naruto did was grab him by his throat and proceeded to dive down from their spot in the air until he slammed Yakin into the ground. Face it, Yakin, I won. With Shinju now whole again, I have the ultimate power. No one can stop me now. What now? Infinite Tsukuyomi. Now, Yakin, you must return to your family. Gigi and Lady Kegai are waiting for you. I understand. Make it quick. Nodding, Naruto pointed his right index finger at Yakin's head, in a gun motion, and fired one of his Gudodama through it. And with this action, total, inescapable, pin-drop silence befell the battlefield as the sun rose on October 10th, the early morning rays hitting Naruto in the face as he looked up to the sky to see the orange hues in the sky. I did it. True peace. My goal has been achieved. After all of this time, I have achieved what none other has achieved before. He then looked down to Yakin's body to find him smiling. Naruto's greatest opponent had died with a smile on his face, as if he knew that the fight would end this way. Rest easy, Yakin. I'll take good care of this world. With this promise, Naruto lit Yakin's body aflame, in order to give him a warrior's funeral pyre. Not leaving until he had given his final respects, Naruto turned and walked away at a slow pace, as he felt like he had all the time in the world now. He had no idea how long he walked like that, but one girl's voice brought him out of his post-victory haze. Naruto ni. Naruto ni. Karen screamed as she jumped into his arms and began laughing happily when he began spinning her around, a smile of his own plastered onto his face. You did it, Ni-san. You won. It wasn't easy, Imouto, little sister. But yes, I won. I won. Haha, I won. At this, he began to spin his sister again, completely ignoring Kushina until she cleared her throat. Ka-chan? Naruto asked, unbelieving, as he set Karen down. Ka-chan, is that you? Hi, I've already talked with Karen-chan, and… Naruto cut her off by hugging her, to which she immediately returned. Ka-chan, I did it. I did it for you, for Tu-chan, for Ero-senin, for Ba-chan. I know you did, Naruto-kun. And, damn it, I'm proud of you. I was worried about you for a few moments, but you pulled yourself out of the darkness. You rebounded, like you always do. If your father were here, he'd say the same thing. Ka-chan, Naruto muttered. You're gonna be a Ba-chan. Silence befell the area once again, followed by a Ba-chan, Naruto-kun, you're gonna be a father. You forgot to tell her, Karen. Maybe, Karen said, lightly blushing. And Karen-chan, you're gonna be an aunt. You should be excited as well. Oi, I already had my fangirl moment when I found out, thank you very much. The other redhead said while adjusting her glasses. Naruto-kun tilde. Came another girl's voice as she, also, jumped into Naruto's arms. Hinata, I won, I did it, Naruto said as he hugged her. I know, I watched it all. I never thought it would be possible, but you met your goal. Is Sasuke awake yet? You tell me, Dobi, Sasuke said as he arrived on scene. Sorry I had to knock you out, Sasuke. I wanted to finish things myself and I didn't want you to get hurt. I know, and as much as I may be pissed off at you for it, you did save my life. Hinata told me how monstrous the fight was and I realized that you were looking out for me, as always. Good to see you're not holding a grudge for once, Tem. Love you too, Dobi. Enough stalling, Naruto. Take me to see my daughter-in-law. Kushina demanded. Okay, Naruto said. Everyone, grab onto me. Once everyone did as told, Naruto took to the skies once again, headed for the fallback point. On their way, they was the remainder of the resistance below them, laying down their weapons as a sign of surrender, knowing that nothing else could be done to stall Naruto's victory. Has it hit you yet, Nisant big brother? Karen asked. That I've won, definitely. No, not that. The fact that you're the leader of the entire world now. All that's left is to make it official. We'll do that when it comes time, Karen. For now, let's just enjoy our victory. And with that, the rest of the short flight was spent in contemplative silence until they arrived at the camp, where Naruto was met with a chorus of approvals, greetings and everything in between from the men and women under his command. He passed through the crowds with relative ease, because they all knew who he was looking for, and he found her in the very back of the camp, waiting for him. I told you I'd come back to you, Naruto said, smiling from ear to ear. I know, and you always make good on your promises, Conan said, also smiling, as she walked over to him and gave him the biggest and slowest kiss he'd ever gotten from her. Happy birthday, Naru-kun, she giggled. Oh right, it is my birthday. Kushina then came pushing her way through the crowd and, upon seeing Conan, went into a fangirling fit. You're my daughter-in-law. How far along are you? Are you having a boy or a girl? How did you and my son meet? Kushina began to ask, question after question, until Conan was overwhelmed. Ka-chan, you're overdoing it, Naruto said, making Kushina realize that she was being rather nosy for a dead woman. Sorry. It's just that I wanted to see my daughter-in-law before I release myself from Edo Tensei. No harm done, Ka-san, Conan said, with a blush. Naru-kun, she's so cute. I think so too, Ka-chan. Naruto said with a smile as he laced his fingers with Conan's, earning them a high-pitched, kyaa, from Kushina, who seemed like she was about to die again from cuteness overload. Seeing that his brother had to be saved, Sasuke stepped up and addressed the army and the Akatsuki. A Megakure army. Akatsuki, let's hear it for our victory. Thusly then entire camp erupted in an uproar of victory mantras of all sorts. And let us hear it for Aramekage, who led us to our ultimate goal. Again, the camp erupted into a chorus of approvals and victory mantras, this time even louder than previously. Aim army. Akatsuki, Naruto said, taking the lead. Only one last thing must be done. And that is to put an official end to this war. Move out within the hour and find Onoki. We'll have him officially surrender to us and this war shall end, finally. What say you? Hi, Naruto-sama, was the collective response of his army as they all went off to do as ordered, proudly, and with all of their heads held high. What was left of the resistance put up no fight at all, and Onoki was eventually found, along with Kuretsuchi, and were brought before Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura and Hinata. Nowhere else to run or hide now, Onoki. Surrender now, and I'll think about sparing you and your bitch of a granddaughter. What you say is true, boy. Even if I don't surrender, my army has already done so. And with your reinforcements from Gaara, and May arriving soon, I have no chance at all. As such, I do hereby surrender myself and my granddaughter to you and your forces. This is the only smart decision you've ever made in the course of this war, old man. And I don't think you should get to live. You have no place in my new world. Taking the hint, Sasuke unsheathed his Chikudo and plunged it straight through the old man's heart while Naruto stopped Kuretsuchi from any attempt at retribution by summoning a chakra receiver into his hand and pointing it at her heart. And I still need one more addition to my paths for the complete set. You'll fill that role nicely, Kuro. Fuck you, Uzumaki Tem. Afraid not, I'm not into necrophilia. And with that, Naruto plunged the receiver into her heart and she immediately dropped dead, the transformations already taking place. Then this is it. Our final victory has been won. Hinata said. You're in complete control now, Naruto-kun. Or should I call you Emperor now? Sakura queried. Emperor Uzumaki. Hi, I like the sound of that. Naruto confirmed. Has a certain draw to it. And what of me, Naru-kun? I was once your enemy and a Jinchuriki of Shinju. What shall you do with me? Motioning for everyone, save for Hinata to leave, Naruto looked out over the still ruined Konoha from their spot on top of the Hokage's mansion and sighed heavily. Zetsu, he muttered as the plant man rose out of the ground. Hi, Naruto-sama, Zetsu asked. It's time. Time for what, Naruto? And thus Hinata was cut off by Black Zetsu shoving his hand through her chest. Coughing up blood, she managed one last look of final betrayal before being overtaken by Black Zetsu's will. Slowly, she began to morph and change shape entirely until the transformation ceased after a few minutes. It feels great to finally be back, a female voice said. I thought you'd like to be here for the main event personally, Kagu-chan. Ah, Naru-kun, you're getting affectionate with me again. Kagaya teased as she clsed the distance between them. I thought you liked my affectionate side, Haim. She purred in delight. Keep it up, Naru-kun. And you'll see how great your reward shall be when you achieve true peace. Oh, and what reward might you have in mind? Playing coy is unbecoming of you, Emperor. Using my words against me, Empress. Oh, you dishonor me. Just shut up and accept this. Without any other words being said, both Kagaya and Naruto leaned in ever so slowly, and as their lips touched, figurative electricity shot through them and the kiss became slower, more tender. The kiss was then broken a few seconds later by Kagaya, who gripped the front of Naruto's cloak while keeping eye contact. You're the only man I've ever truly fallen in love with, Naruto-kun. Hagoromo and Yakin's father doesn't count it, I just used him. But you, I feel myself drawn to you, addicted to you. You make me want to trust you with my life. And so I have come to do just that. My heart and soul is yours, Naruto-kun. For all eternity, it's yours. And I love you as well, Kagaya. You're the only woman that's come to truly love me. I feel as if you're the only woman that's successfully taken my heart from this. Naru-kun, Conan asked in shock as she came upon this scene. Conan, I'm sorry. But it turns out what we had wasn't real. Wasn't real. It was real to me. Where do my feelings fall into this equation? Naruto, I am pregnant and you're dumping me for a dead woman. Conan, let me explain. Forget it, Naru-kun. We might as well just tell her up front. Please do. This should be good. What bullshit explanation do you have? His eyes suddenly grew cold as he raised his right hand and day suddenly turned into night, with the full moon shining brightly overhead. No more explanations. I'll let my actions speak for themselves. At this point, Naruto moved to take his Hitai-8 off, completely ignoring the mystified, confused and scared Conan. This shall be our retribution, Kagaya said as she hugged Naruto from behind just as he removed his Hitai-8, revealing a third eye. Once the third eye was revealed, both Naruto and Kagaya began to float upwards and stopped about the same time that Naruto's third eye opened. Now, everything shall begin anew, Kagaya said. Infinite Tsukuyomi, Naruto declared as his third eye focused on the moon, upon which its 9-tomo pattern reflected off the surface and a divine light engulfed the planet. This shall be, began Kagaya. Our true peace, Naruto finished as he turned and gave Kagaya another kiss as the light enveloped them as well. And thus, everything fell silent. Epilogue. Deafening silence reigned over the entire planet as everything and everyone fell victim to the infinite Tsukuyomi. Everything, that is, except for Conan, Sakura and Sasuke, who were all within the shelter of the latter Uchiha's Susanoo. Sasuke, Conan muttered. Eyes forward, Conan, this isn't over yet, the Uchiha responded as he kept his Susanoo up until the light that was the infinite Tsukuyomi ended. Sasuke-kun's right, Conan. It's far from over, Sakura confirmed. How? Naruto-kun, he betrayed me, betrayed us. He has that whore of a goddess on his arm and her diseased lips pressed against his own. No one can beat them now. You may be his wife, Conan. But there are some things that not even you know about Naruto, or his intentions. Sasuke calmly stated as his Susanoo fell. What do you mean? Just watch. You'll see soon enough. Meanwhile, Naruto and Kagaya came floating back down before the trio, their lips still locked and their eyes closed. Kagu-chan, Naruto mumbled into the goddess's lips as she pressed further into him, forcing her tongue inside his mouth, only for his own to beat hers back after a short battle of dominance. Shut up, Kagaya mumbled back as she locked her arms behind his neck and he cupped both of her cheeks, and upon doing so, she found herself paralyzed. You made a grave mistake, Kagaya, Naruto drawled as he broke the kiss and spat to the side in disgust. You possessed Hinata instead of me, and because of that, you have none of your powers, save for your Byakugan and Rinnegan. What? At her question, Naruto removed his hands from her cheeks and her eyes widened upon seeing the Yang seal upon his right palm and the Yin seal upon his left palm. All of a sudden, it dawned on her, she was being sealed again, this time without the power that she was sealed with last time. You could try to escape using the Rinnegan, but we both know that it's a severe downgrade from mine. You are powerless. So, this was his plan, Conan muttered. All along, this is what he was going to do. And before you ask, the reason why he activated the infinite Tsukuyomi was a precaution, just in case Kagaya were to resist the sealing process and a fight were to break out between them. But, it's as he said, she possessed the wrong person, and because of that, she's not even a shadow of what she could have been had she possessed Naruto. Sasuke explained, a smirk starting to form on his face. But, Kagaya muttered. It was never real, it was just an act, a facade in order to get you to let down your guard. My heart was never yours and it never will be. Because a goddess has already touched my heart and her name is Uzumaki Conan. Upon hearing this, Kagaya's shocked expression turned to one of hurt and Conan began sobbing. Naruto-kun, the brunette sobbed into her hand that was covering her mouth. All of this was for your sake, Conan. You stole his heart and he did all of this for both you and Yusuke. Sakura said, smiling softly. No, I am Otsutsuki Kagaya, I am the rabbit goddess. Kagaya began to scream in utter fury as black tendrils shot out of the ground and wrapped themselves around her. I will not let this happen again. I refuse. This is my world. No, Kagaya, Naruto growled as he pointed his right hand at her forehead. This is my world now. Bastard. FUNN, seal. And with that one word, more black tendrils shot out of the ground and completely enveloped Kagaya, then proceeded to drag her down into the depths of the earth itself, her nightmarish and horrific screams echoing in Naruto's ears until she could no longer be seen or heard. Sorry, Hinata. I needed one last sacrifice, Naruto muttered as he turned on his heel after paying the Hyuga heiress one last thought before clapping his hands together as he walked towards Conan, Sasuke and Sakura. It's over, Sasuke sighed. It's finally over. At long last, we have peace. Sakura agreed as she planted a kiss on her husband's cheek. Not quite yet, Naruto interrupted. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Kai. Another flash of light followed Naruto's words, this one ridding the world of the infinite Tsukuyomi and its effects, allowing life to resume on Earth. Now it's over, he said just as Conan threw herself into his arms and pressed a deep, passionate kiss upon his lips. Groaning a bit into the kiss, he returned it in kind by resting his hands on her hips as she locked her arms behind his neck. A few moments later, she broke the kiss and subsequently slapped him. Never do that to me again, Uzumaki Naruto. You damn near gave me a heart attack. Was my kiss that good? Naruto asked with a smirk. Kami, you're impossible, she huffed, but kissed him again anyway. I'm sorry, Naruto muttered into the kiss as he bit at her bottom lip, making her give him access and their tongues began a duel of supremacy, of which Conan won, but she broke the kiss once again to speak, a hot blush to her cheeks. I know how you can make it up. Oh, how? By giving one hell of a victory speech. And letting me be by your side when you give said speech. Of course, Empress, Naruto said, winking. Empress. At this, Conan tapped a playful finger against her chin. Empress Uzumaki. I kind of like that title. It's not too late to make you the court jester. Naruto joked with a smirk, which earned him a light smack to the face as Conan giggled. Let's just get on with it, shall we? And sure enough, 10 minutes later, when the Shinobi Alliance was standing in a few rows just outside of Konoha, Naruto appeared standing on top of the walls, with Conan by his right, Sasuke on his left and Gaara, Mayana standing behind him. Cameras were scattered all around the place, broadcasting this event to practically the entire world. Comrades, friends, brother and sisters in arms, Naruto began. When this war began, there were a few apprehensions of if this war was just, or if our intentions were pure enough to warrant such a conflict. Because of these worries, two factions originally opposed us, Konohagakure, led by Senju Tsunade and Iwagakure, led by Onoki. Together, they formed an alliance against us, with more people flocking to join them, people such as Mifune and the samurai of the Land of Iron and Yakushi Kabuto, an apprentice of the snake Sanin Orochimaru. Even though they were our enemies, I understood their fears. Naruto then paused to let his words sink in. They feared the change we represented, they feared what I would do in particular, because the wounds from Pain's first invasion of Konoha were still fresh and fear for the Rinnegan, my Rinnegan, was still palpable. And even now, I know that there are fears for the future. I will be honest with you all, even I am apprehensive on which path our future generations will take. But at the same time, I trust them in the same way that I have come to trust each and every one of you. I know that with people such as you, and with leaders such as Gaara, or Mei, or A, the future generations are in good hands and under exceptional guidance. Again, another pause. In this post-war world, there are bound to be changes, that's the inevitable part. But I swear to each and every one of you, I swear on my life and my title as Raikudo Sennin, that a new era has dawned with our victory. An era of peace, or prosperity, a new golden age for the remaining great nations. A golden age which will not be broken easily. Today, at this very moment, I declare the Fourth Great Shinobi War officially over. At this declaration, a mass of cheers and approvals erupted from the alliance, a cheer that was echoed in Aim, Suna, Kiri, Kumo and even Iwa. Now, my friends, celebrate. Party to your heart's content. A new era has certainly dawned, and I promise that I will not allow anything to hinder this new peace. I promise you this not as the Raikudo Sennin, nor as the Shodai Amekage, but as Uzumaki Naruto, your fellow shinobi and comrade. Another roar of cheers and approvals erupted from the alliance as Naruto smiled when he felt Konan grab his hand and linked her fingers with his. Behind him, the cages all shared a knowing look, as if they had made a decision on something. Naruto. Gaara called out, getting his friend to turn around. It's time for politics once again, I'm afraid. We have to sort all of the post-war issues. Hi, Naruto sighed as he let go of Konan's hand and followed his fellow cages into one of the meeting rooms inside the Hokage's mansion. Okay, Mei sighed once everyone was comfortably seated. First order of business is to decide Konoha's fate. Any opinions? I have one, if I may, Naruto asked, gaining all nods. With our help, Konoha can be rebuilt and refurbished to the way it was before even Pain's invasion. With our combined reserves, we could easily pull this off. It'd be easier to just leave it like it is, as sort of a memorial to our conquest. A said. Of course, we also have the option of letting Konoha crumble, while dividing the land of fire equally amongst our nations. Naruto conceded. But what if we have someone we all trust become the Rokudime, 6th Hokage? Who do you have in mind? Gaara asked. Sasuke. I feel that he'd be the best choice. During his time as my temporary second in command of Akatsuki, he showed admirable leadership and tactical skills worthy of the cage's hat. That would be acceptable. At least then, we'll know that Konoha won't stab us in the back. Mei stated. Are we all in agreement? Gaara asked, looking from cage to cage, getting all nods. Then it's settled. Sasuke will become the Rokudime Hokage and will personally oversee the rebuilding of Konoha, with the funds that we allow him. And what about Iwa? Asked. That will be trickier. Naruto sighed as he laced his fingers together to form a temple just under his chin. Konoha has already paid for their part in the war, and Iwa has lost their Tsuchikage, plus most of their higher-ups. Though, it's my understanding that only their shinobi force was for the war against us. When a few of my hunter nin infiltrated Iwa as part of a covert scouting mission, they noted that most of the civilians, and even a few shinobi, were plotting a coup against Onoki, as they thought he was an idealist that would bring ruin upon them all. And that very nearly happened. Gaara sighed as he leaned back in his chair. I say we make them a puppet state. Suggested. I second this notion. We place someone we can trust in as the Yondaime 4th Tsuchikage and we fill their council with sympathizers and supporters of the alliance. This way we know for sure that if there's another military uprising, it will be dealt with accordingly. Naruto said, getting nods from Gaara and Mei. Any idea who we should make the new Tsuchikage? Mei asked. My sister Temari would be an excellent candidate. She's devoted to whatever she sets her mind to and she's a very respected kunoichi, even among Iwa. I have no doubt that she'd perform admirably. Gaara suggested. I agree. Naruto seconded his friend's vote. As do I, Mei said. It's decided, then, said, leaning forward in his seat. Then I guess that's it. Naruto queried. Not quite yet, Naruto. Gaara said as he stood up, making Mei and do the same. All three of us have come to a conclusion. We're keeping you in as the supreme commander of the alliance. The title of Kage will still obviously exist, but we will all defer judgment to you. Are you all sure? Stuttered Naruto as he also rose. Very. You're charismatic, you're a natural leader and the world loves you. You're the natural choice. I'm honored. Truly, I am. Just promise us that you'll continue to bring honor to the position we have all agreed to give you. I will. I promise wholeheartedly. And promise us that you'll raise your kid right. Mei added, gaining a blush from Naruto. Oh, don't you go blushing. We all can see that baby bump forming in Konan's belly. Naruto muttered, the blush still tinting his cheeks. 13 years later, Megakure. Yusuke, I swear to Almighty Kami, get your ass back here. screamed a girl as Yusuke darted past her one last time, laughing his head off as he stuck to the side of a building by focusing chakra to his feet. Yusuke, get down here, the same girl yelled while staring up at the son of the sage himself. Yusuke, 13 years old, had sun-kissed spiky blonde hair, just like his dad did before gaining Hagoromo's power, striking cerulean blue eyes of which he inherited from Naruto as well, stood at a healthy 5 feet 5 inches and had the yin seal on his right hand. His attire consisted of a black short-sleeved t-shirt with a mid-sleeved chain mesh undershirt on under said shirt, black cargo pants, black shinobi sandals, a long-sleeved black leather jacket over his shirt that was unzipped and had red circling the trim of the collar, plus a red cloud sat upon the right shoulder, a few bandages that covered his yin seal and black fingerless gloves on both of his hands, with his aim hitai 8 sitting tied securely to his forehead and the standard shinobi equipment in all the standard places. Plus a katana sheathed at his left hip. Come on, Sa-chan. Yusuke challenged. Chase me for this. He then dangled a necklace from his right hand that the Uchiha crest hanging from the cord. Uchiha Sayuri, or Sa-chan for short, was the oldest daughter of Sasuke and Sakura. She inherited the traditional Uchiha look thanks to her dad, but she inherited a bit of her mom's personality which was showing through right now. She had shoulder-length stark black hair and coal-black eyes, stood at about 5 feet 3 inches, had a slightly pale complexion as befitting her Uchiha heritage, and for 13 years old, she was already showing signs of development, as her curves were already developing in all of the right places. She had on a black sleeveless shirt with the Uchiha crest emblazoned on the back of it, black cargo shorts, black shinobi sandals, a long-sleeved black hooded jacket that was zipped up to just under her breasts, which were already at a low B-cup, chain mesh segments covering her elbows, knees, her right shin and left ankle, the standard shinobi equipment and a ninjutsu strapped to her back diagonally, the hilt within easy reach of her right hand should she reach back for it. Come on, Sayuri pouted. Just give me the thing already, damn it. Not gonna happen. You know what you have to do if you don't chase me. Never. Then I'm keeping this. Like hell you are. And with this, the chase was on. All throughout aim the two ran, with Yusuke edging just ahead of Sayuri in speed. Though she was losing the chase, Sayuri was laughing the entire time, and so was Yusuke. Eventually, they both ended up on top of a building just a mile away from Akatsuki Tower, both doubled over and out of breath. I win again, Sa-chan, Yusuke said as he chuckled, gaining a light punch to the chest from the girl in front of him. Standing up straight after a few more minutes, he lifted Sayuri's face up so she could look at him, then he slipped her necklace over her head and in place around her neck, which made the girl blush. I could have done that myself, she said. I know, but I wanted to do it for you. Can I not at least do this? Shut up. Hey, what's wrong? Damn it, you make it so easy to love you. You little blonde idiot. At least I'm your little blonde idiot, right? Just shut up and kiss me, damn it. And Yusuke did as asked. He took her into his arms and leaned in, planting a soft, loving kiss on Sayuri's lips, to which she moaned at and closed her eyes while running her hands through his blonde locks. After a few more moments, she broke the kiss and sighed. I don't want to leave you again, Yusuke-kun. Otu-san's here for a report on how Konoha's doing, and it seems like these meetings are the only excuse we have to meet like this, what with me living in Konoha and you here in AIM. Why don't you just ask Sasuke Ni-san, big brother Sasuke, if you can stay here, with Tu-chan, Ka-chan and I? I would, but I'm scared of Otu-san turning me down. You never know until you try, Sa-chan. Come on, let's go see my Tu-chan. Akatsuki Tower, same time. I see, a man hummed as he turned to stare out over AIM, as he had done so many times before. Yes, said man was none other than Uzumaki Naruto, now 30 years old, yet he didn't look a day older than 19, thanks to his new condition. His hair color had changed back to its previous blonde color, his Rinnegan is currently inactive and his third eye is currently closed and invisible until such a time that he needs it open and visible. His attire consists mostly of what he was wearing prior to becoming the Jubi Jinchuriki with a few modifications. The Konoha flak jacket was now a dark gray, almost black color, he had foregone the kodachi that was previously strapped to his lower back and he now had a white scarf wrapped around his neck that trailed behind him for about a foot. Konoha's doing fine, though. And from Temuri's reports, Iwa is still pliable. All in all, the peace you gained is still lasting and is still as strong as ever. Spoke the one and only Uchiha Sasuke, who was dressed in the standard Konoha Junin uniform, plus the Uchiha police insignia on his left shoulder and a short-sleeved black haori which had the Uchiha crest on the back of it, plus a few red clouds here and there, signifying his still strong allegiance to the Akatsuki, which was still functioning, mostly as Naruto's personal army should things ever spill over into conflict once again. Good to hear. Very good, indeed. And the alliance as a whole. The golden age hasn't ended yet. Hey, it seems like you really weren't bullshitting when you said all of that to the army, all of those years ago. Really? I seemed like I was bullshitting. Hell yeah. Well, at least to me, you did. When was I never bullshitting to you? Oi, don't start this again. Hey, it's been a while since I've felt relaxed like this. You're the supreme commander, of course you'd be stressed out all the time. And since you ended up having twins, I can sympathize with you there. Speaking of, how's Sa-chan and Miko? Sa-chan came with me, so she's around the village somewhere, and Miko, well. She's actually an Anbu captain right now. Taking after Itachi ni in that respect, I guess. And Sa-chan, what's her rank? Junin for now. She's expressed her desire to join Anbu, just like her sister. And I'm giving it serious thought. What about Yusuke and Kenshin? Yusuke's also an Anbu, though he's off duty right now, and he's Kenshin's captain, believe it or not. Both want to join the Akatsuki, eventually. But for now, I want them to get more experience before I thrust them into the big leagues. I understand, believe me. Damn, being a parent is harder than I thought. I wouldn't trade it for the world, though. Hey, couldn't have said it better myself. Tu-chan, Tu-chan, came Yusuke's voice from outside the balcony. Well, here he comes, just like I thought, Sasuke sighed, knowing what Yusuke might want. And in came running the boy, Sayuri trailing him. Sasuke ni, I want to ask you something very important, Yusuke said immediately upon entering. My answer is yes, Yusuke, Sasuke said while crossing his arms. Well, that was easier than I expected. Otu-san, are you sure? I mean, it can't be that easy, Sayuri said. Will someone kindly explain what's going on to the poor lost soul that is myself? Naruto asked. Yusuke wants Sa-chan to stay here, with him. And my answer is yes. Well, it was bound to happen sooner or later. If you're okay with it, Sasuke, she can stay here, under my family's care. I'll allow it, but, Sasuke paused to look at Yusuke, Sharingan blazing. If I find out that she's pregnant before she's at least 16 or 17, then I will be making another visit here for a less than diplomatic reason. Oi, just wait until I awaken my Rinnegan. I'll send you flying one of these days, Sasuke ni. You're 100 years too early to be able to send me flying, runt. Just take care of my daughter. I will, Ni-san. She's in good hands. At Sayuri lacing her fingers with his, he smiled. Literally, of course. You little bastard, Sasuke growled, getting the double meaning of Yusuke's words. Naruto, however, busted out laughing. Yusuke, ahahaha. Son, you're becoming more like me every day. Though things were peaceful for the great nations, there was one little town on the border of Aim no Kuni, land of rain, and Hai no Kuni, land of fire, that was anything but. Bodies littered the streets, fires raged everywhere, and only one person was alive, let alone walking. How interesting, he hissed out. Security is lax in this area. Seems like our supreme commander's getting lazy. Kabuto, do you really think it wise to attack a town such as this? A girl asked as she appeared kneeling on top of a building above Kabuto. It'll get the Alliance's attention at least. Besides, Anko, thanks to you. Thanks to you, my dear Anko, I was brought back, the third man said as he melded out of the ground. We needed you back, now more than ever, Anko defended. I know I've said it before, but I should say it one last time, since this is your first taste of action since you've been resurrected. Welcome back to the world of the living. Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto said, bowing slightly as Orochimaru walked up to him, shaking his head. From what you've told me, Kabuto, then the world needs a bit of chaos sewn back into it, Orochimaru hissed, a sick smile spread across his face. And I'd be more than happy to oblige. End.